just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself forward through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual, like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you have like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know, I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal
warm-up.
So I'll do a vocal warm-up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going in the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like a warm stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like, I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, that would have to be Fireball Ops. Like I don't know. His family has connections, and I think that that alone is enough. I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
Well, the only one on the team that I've 1v1 was Derek, because he kept shit talking me on opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. I think that's just his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. He's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first answer, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I'd give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, and yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1 he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
was beautiful. I think that's how we should be looking.
Corners, he will force one, and infiltrated the swing back from his steps. It all worked perfectly for Win.
Honestly, I think the competition this year has been pretty weak compared to other years.
Onto the spike, but nerve. Great shots on the BCJ as he runs away. Perfect read, and now it's pancakes to just enter.
We're one of those teams that likes to do crazy all the time. Like, we're gonna have some crazy plays this year.
We are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. Our way, the core way.
The defuse is halfway, and TSM know they have to fight through this. This spike's gonna be touched. We did. Thanks for the timing.
I'm excited to transition to a new role. Mechanically, I feel like this team is probably one of the better teams in NA.
I can confidently say that we think we're the best team in Challengers, and we try to prove that in the Split 1 playoffs.
You know what? I'm good with it. I'm getting old by it. Spray popping is down. They pick me up here with the overheal redux with the ace.
Teams are getting overconfident. I think people don't understand that at the end of the day, what's going to matter is when we get to playoffs and when we actually play the elimination game, and we're going to win it all, that's for sure.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeldris is reinvaded towards that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
We think most of the teams are horrible, so we're just gonna dominate and just win everything.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America for our playoffs. 2 fantastic series yesterday, and I'm so excited to finish off our other 2 quarterfinal matches today. Sierra, Roy, Ash on the desk. Anyone else have goosebumps over the hype video? Anyone else? Just me?
Yeah, chills. Wow. I love the confidence from everybody. I absolutely love the confidence from everybody, though. Everyone's like, we're the best team here. Yeah, we're the best team. We're the best team. You love to see that confidence. I love it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see everyone talking a little bit of smack too heading into playoffs. It ups the ante a little bit as well because you don't get that same experience of like seeing these players yell at each other across like LAN or something like that. So you got to get some of those rivalries from somewhere, and it's cool to see the players hyping themselves and their own teams up.
Some really big words from some of the players, but of course at the playoffs, only one can be left standing looking ahead at the bracket. Of course, it was 5 weeks of Swiss play to all lead up to this. And we've got to see a lot of up and downs from our teams and their journey to get here. Yesterday, it was M80 and Qbert Academy to be taking these wins, but Roy, like these matches, they went the distance. I thought we were never ending yesterday's broadcast. Like, just, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost upset city completely with M80 taking down Envy and Core almost stealing the series away from Qbert. We absolutely saw some madness yesterday. Ash, you kind of missed out on that. But today, I expect nothing different.
Yeah, I think it's crazy how long of a day you guys had yesterday. Even just like you very casually said M80 taking down Envy/Rankers, but the fact that that was the halts to the win streak that team had starting out the split, you know, top of NA without any defeats. It's pretty crazy to see how the tables have turned.
They're never going to recover. Their VLR page now has a loss page on it here for Raggers. That's some crazy stuff. But looking at today, we have Shopify Rebellion Black going up against Blue Otter. And to start off, TSM going up against Winthrop. So I think definitely when we're looking ahead at these matches, there is definitely there's some favorites going on here. But definitely a case where looking at this playoffs, looking at the growth that these teams had, I really just don't know what to expect anymore. So talking about that first series, that TSM and Winthrop University, I think this is the biggest potential of like any sort of upset that we get to see here, considering that Winthrop was a team at one point, didn't even know if they would make it to this point, and now they're going up against this team, this TSM, Roy, that has looked so strong, especially near the tail end of things. Just, I'm a little worried for the Winthrop squad.
Yeah, I mean, you're correct to be concerned. Honestly, they've looked absolutely incredible this split. They're one of the only 4-1 teams in the league. And even though I had some qualms about their approach to rankers, I still believe it was a very close match that could have gone either way. So they could have been one of the undefeated teams had things gone slightly differently. But overall, I completely agree. I think this team is really finding their form. They're really finding their stride, and their identity seems to be shining through with every single match that they've played so far.
Yeah, this TSM, this was a team that, of course, with the org name coming in from last year Challengers, there was a couple of concerns, especially when we see the core. But Recoil and Vora Ash, the round out for this squad, it's been really, really nice to see. And this is a TSM that realistically could find themselves back in Ascension and maybe rewrite their history there.
No, for sure. I think there's a high chance that we're going to see them back in that spot, but it is also a long journey. And I think that you mentioning Recoil and Vora stepping in for this team new to this season has been really nice to see. Vora has been a great IGL for this team, alleviating GMD from some of that responsibility that he previously held, and honestly allowing him to unleash.
And it's been really nice to see this young IGL and just kind of the evolution to their journey here for this TSM squad. And yeah, it's something that definitely paid off for them during the regular season. And I'm hoping too for the team, Roy, that's a confidence that they can take throughout the playoffs. But if TSM keeps scaling, then, sky's just the limit.
Yeah, I do want to talk about one thing that Ash was saying, though, about the shift of IGL roles. So there's two things for that I would like to talk about. It's one, there's always complaints, I feel like, on socials regarding people saying there's no new leadership in NA, there's no new leadership in NA. But I feel like this split, we are seeing so many first timers. Like, so many teams have IGLs that have never been in that role before. They're taking on the mantle in some of the most, some of the highest stress matches they've played so far. But to be even more specific about it, we're seeing this sort of effect on GMD, right? Because the IGL role has shifted from him towards Vora. And I feel like it's helped this team a lot because it's allowing GMD to be hitting his stride and reminding everyone in the scene what he's capable of.
Not having the quote-unquote IGL debuff and being able to really see him shine, I really like. And that quote from Recoil, that TSM going to be ending up on top no matter what split, what stage they're going to be playing Ash, has been really nice. And something at the beginning of the year I was a little apprehensive of. But when I look at the more veteran talent on the team, rounded out with these rookies that seem to be doing right well, it's been really nice. Even looking back at the history that they had, this was a strong run from TSM to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, it has been a really great run for them. I think that, Recoil, I love seeing a rookie player coming in and having those fiery words. And you look at the history here for TSM, and they've been going up against some pretty darn tough teams up in that Swiss stage. When you look towards, those wins against like YFP, M80, Trust and Plug as well. And then you also look at the fact that these two teams have faced off against each other all the way back in round one. Winthrop and TSM have had a little bit of a back and forth, not just this split, but historically in the previous split last year as well. And it's been a bit of that trade back and forth. It was a really strong match that they had up against Winthrop to start off this season. And it shows, I think, that TSM have also grown into themselves as a new roster that was rounded out from that initial core with how well that they played up against teams like M80 and YFP.
Starting off the entire stage by playing up against Winthrop, who they're now seeing here in the playoffs, I think that is going to be the funnest thing for me, to be able to see that evolution of both these teams in comparison to that first time that they played. But that's where I want to start talking about on the other end, because sure, we've seen these two teams face off before quite a few times during different stages of things. But for Winthrop, again, Roy, to make it to the playoffs, I think this was kind of the biggest spoiler, the biggest upset, and one that not everyone would have predicted. But their last match to get them here, if that's a style they continue playing with in the playoffs, then I'm ready for even more upsets to happen.
Yeah, completely. I mean, this is a team that literally no one predicted would even make it to playoffs. And we were all sleeping on this roster. And yeah, despite them having a bit of a rocky start, they did seem to have some sort of consistency towards the end. And I think their last match where they brought in Ali and they took down YFP in such a dominant fashion was really a statement that maybe something has clicked internally for this roster, and maybe with Ali stepping in now, they find some sort of synergy among them that's allowing them all to shine. Because truth be said, this team has so many cracked players. Moobs is an insane initiator. Infiltrator is a great duelist. Now they're bringing in Ali. I actually don't know too much about Flair. He's kind of new. This is the first time I've seen him play, to be honest. But Ali, I've been a big fan of Ali for a long time. He's a super crack player with an insane mechanics. He has a long history of competitive gaming, including Overwatch. So I mean, he's a super great addition to this roster, and I think his style fits right into what these guys bring.
And I just want to like take the conversation back to Flair a little bit. You're talking about how we haven't seen too much of him prior to this split, but I want to say that even based on the interview that we heard from him during the last week of Split 1, not from him specifically, but from the whole team, I think the depth in his agent pool has opened up a lot of opportunities for this Winthrop roster as well, allowing Ali to even go back onto those smokes. And the fact that Flair is consistently still putting out numbers and performing really well while being so flexible adds this dynamic capability to the team for Winthrop, where I feel like we do continuously see them evolve week per week.
And you guys are talking about all these changes that they've had with Ali coming in and how they're changing who is on what agents and all of this other stuff. And for that to be changes that has happened later on into the split for them, for a team that already in terms of anyone's power rankings was a little bit lower, I think is just even more impressive. They had some of these cards stacked against them. They still make it to playoffs, and Nasi showing off what we're capable of. And I think too, when you look at the underdog of Roy, it can only be up from here. And now that they've had a week to still iron out a couple of those changes, like they've already done so much in so little time. So what's next?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you guys are absolutely correct. There is some sort of like buff when you're the complete underdog and no one in the scene thinks you're going to win the matches, right? Like you have quite literally no pressure. You don't have the org debuff theory on your side. You have the collegiate buff, if anything. But these players are not inexperienced, guys. We kind of have to remember that, right? A lot of these players have competed even outside of collegiate. They've been around the scene for a while. They're sort of top players within their, their respective tiers and rankings. And I feel like this team is the type of team that could surprise us. They have surprised us. But that being said, they haven't really defeated anyone too crazy on their way here. They haven't really proven themselves to be a top team yet. This is their first real opportunity. Yes, they beat YFP, but YFP has been a pretty rocky team. But overall, when you look at their match history, every single challenge that they've had, they've sort of dropped, right? TSM getting 2-0'd, MBG getting 2-1'd, SRB getting 2-0'd as well. Really, the only last match that they played was really the convincing one that had us all scratching our heads.
Yeah, I love that you talk about that YFP matchup too, right? Because initially before that match even started, we're talking about how, oh, this is the big litmus test for Winthrop. I do think that they played well, but it was against a YFP, like you were saying, didn't look quite like themselves on the day of that match. And I think now this revenge match is where we've really got to lay our eyes on if they can manage to, take a reverse sweep up against TSM, considering their previous results, where TSM was really dominant up against them right at the beginning of this split. And that's where people will start to believe, I think, in Winthrop a little bit more. If they can make this a close one and even potentially take the series up against TSM, this is going to be their biggest test yet.
It definitely is a Winthrop that is a little rocky at the start. But I think, too, when we look at Tier 2, we look at Challengers, for some of the teams, it is going to be a little bit of rougher beginnings as everything kind of clicks into place. And all of those losses, it was before we got to see a little bit more of the switch up. And after that is when we got to see a Winthrop University that was a little bit more and more different and a little stronger as the weeks went on. Yeah. So let's talk about that change, bringing Ali into the conversation, because Ali was that change, the coach becoming the player. And this is a change that was not just a player change, Ash, but when you're looking at the team, who's playing what in these compositions, this was definitely a big turning point for Winthrop University.
That was a huge turning point for them. So to give you guys a little bit of an idea of why we're showing this agent pool for Ali is because when he was initially slotting in, I think that was back in week 4 of the Swiss stage, he was just thrown on what Jerk was playing for the team previously, allowing Flair to maintain that controller role. So he's picking up that Teho, the KO. Yes, they did win those matches, but it didn't look nearly as comfortable. And now we've seen the swap for Ali to go back to his initial role that he was actually known for back when he was a mainstay competitor and not so much in the coaching slot there for Winthrop, was with his controller play, where he's so good at this role. And it's even opened up these doors, I feel like, for Winthrop, where we've seen them shift on a couple of maps over towards this Clove pick, as opposed to some of the Omen and the Astra that we were seeing Flair picking out when he was playing smokes for this team. And it allows Ali to play a little bit more risky, where I think he really shines. He does love to go for those engagements, for those fights, and it looks really good on him.
Yeah, he's also super flashy as a player as well. But I do want to talk about something a little bit more lighthearted though, and it's the fact that there's like this ongoing social media joke between him and I about the fact that he's played almost a different role in every tournament he's ever played. And I was like, oh, look, it's Ali playing Duelist again. Oh, Ali, did you change your mind? Are you a controller now? And it's like every single tournament, this guy is playing a completely different role. But that being said, I do love when teams have players like this. They have players like Flair that have so much flexibility. It allows you to play any interpretation of the meta. And I think that is a buff in itself to have so much diversity without a seeming loss in performance.
Yeah, the loss in the performance is the biggest thing for me, because for someone who has this role identity crisis based off your guys' conversations, full jokes on that, but for someone who is switching it up, to not really see that lack of performance come on through, and even when we're looking at that YFP series, really be able to step up when this was do or die for the team, has been really nice. So I'm excited to see that go a little bit further on for today. But the final players that we want to talk about, the head-to-head, well, this is where we have to look at where a lot of the strength, and we're looking for the beginnings of these teams. Sim going up against Infiltrator here, Ash.
Yeah, I think that this is a huge head-to-head, because when we were having that YFP versus Winthrop conversation just the other week, it was a lot of light being shined on Infiltrator and how he was a really big part of the win conditions for his squad, and it had to do with his performance. And you go up against a player like Sim on the other side of things. He is a great opener for TSM. Him on the other end of things is a major win con as well for that squad, where he has just this insane ability to, I mean, TSM, they know to set him up, right? That they're always going to be throwing out that utility, whether it's the recons, the flashes, etc., to help Sim make that space for those first engagements. And he is a huge leader, I think, within this league when it comes down to those first bloods and playing that aggression and making that space for him. And this head-to-head could not be more important.
Especially too, when I look at Infiltrator, it kind of goes back to what Roy was talking about, whereas the players on this team aren't new for Winthrop University, and there are definitely people that have stepped up within the teams, within the spaces they've been playing with. So even if Infiltrator hasn't been on these big name teams, it is somebody that we've definitely been praising within the space, Roy. So to see that head-to-head and looking at a Winthrop that definitely is the underdog, even regardless of that, like, Infiltrator definitely can hold his weight.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really good test for Infiltrator because he's going up against one of the most experienced openers in the league, right? We talk a lot about Penny. Penny has a great like ratios of openers, but no one really matches. I think there's only like one other player in the league that matches the amount, just like the sheer number of openers that this person has an experience with. Yeah, he might not have the craziest ratio, but the consistency and how many first engagements he's getting speaks to the structure. And I think Infiltrator will have to match that in some way or another to be able to defeat TSM.
Before we move on, I want to like really quickly back that up with some numbers to give you guys an idea of what Roy is talking about. Because when you look at Sim, he's got like 66 openers, over 52 first deaths. And then you've got Infiltrator with 60, over 53. But there's 100 round differential between how many rounds Infiltrator has played over Sim. So with 100 rounds less, Sim is actually exceeding the amount of openers that Infiltrator has. And that's just insane to think about.
I love all of this. I love when we get to nerd out about the numbers too, but we got a series we got to nerd out about guys as well, as we have our map picks and bans, and we can start narrowing in on how we think this series is going to be shaping up. Going on forward, Winthrop University is the one that gets picked first, and Ash, they're taking us to Pearl.
Okay. I think this is pretty interesting. Pearl is one of the maps that they've played the most, aside from Fracture, when you're looking towards the Winthrop side. And it's also been a pretty comfortable map for TSM as well. They have very different approaches to it, though. I think what I'm going to be curious of is if Winthrop are going to be sticking with that jet that they've had Infiltrator on, or if they will end up shifting back to the Neon that they actually initially faced up against TSM with. So there's a little bit more flexibility there compared to a TSM where they really haven't made any compositional changes across any of their maps aside from Bind.
Yeah, Winthrop University, at least for the jet, it's been a little bit more of the mainstay in a composition that's changed 4 times throughout the 4 times they have played it here in Challengers. But again, that goes back to them having to restructure a couple things with changing things around. But then looking at the rest of the map pool, I'm curious with how this is going to be shaking up. But going to the predictions, I don't think that anyone's predictions are going to be changing based off of that map pool, including my own. Easy.
Sierra, I respect your enthusiasm about the underdog, honestly.
So first off, we don't mess with the caster curses over here, right? Somebody has to do it. But
Yes,
as well,
classic.
like it was all of you guys that clowned on me for predicting them up against YFP. And even if it was a YFP that didn't look like their usual selves, it was also a Winthrop University that didn't look like their usual selves. And the fact that it was elevated, it was stepped up. They looked clean, they looked coordinated. I really liked what I saw there. And I think that maybe this is a Winthrop University that can catch other teams off guard. And maybe TSM is underestimating them, Roy.
Ash, I'm on to you, Sierra, by the way. Ash, this is what Sierra does, okay? She chooses Winthrop University, and if they win, she's an absolute mega mind genius. But if they lose, then she's, well, I was just trying to preserve the caster's curse. Like, that's a win-win for her, but we all have something at stake here. It's crazy. She's actually just a mastermind.
I'm just smarter than you guys. I know, I see the win-win, and I take it. So, like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah. I'm gonna expose her a little bit here. Because you guys
finally.
don't know, when we're in the green room, if she's voting for the underdog, she's the only one on the predictions voting for that team. They're down by 1 round and she's losing her mind already. Ye of little faith. Ye of little faith.
Okay, at least give me the credit that when they're up 1, I am talking the most amount of smack. Call me BCJ over here, the amount of trash talking I'm going for.
Yeah, this is true.
More than the players. It's actually impressive.
Yeah. Passionate, okay. It makes it fun. It makes it fun to just put all of my predictions that I've been so meticulously counting on throughout the rest of the split onto this. But I think it should be fun. If this is a Winthrop University that we saw going up against YFP, going up against this TSM, I definitely think that there is the opportunity for them to hold their own, and holding on to that little bit of hope. I mean, we're going for it. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun series, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to talk a little bit about Nasi, the IGL for Winthrop University. I feel like he doesn't really get any sort of, no one ever talks about him, I feel like, but I've heard really great things about him as a player, as a teammate, as sort of this presence on the team. I feel like having like good leaders, like there have been a lot of players in the past that have been good strategists, but being like an IGL, being a leader is so much more than that. And being able to like maintain a vibe within the team, a culture within the team, being able to like handle workload. There's so many of these aspects that like allow these teams to flourish. And I feel like Nasi, have only ever heard great things about him as a teammate and as an IGL. And I'm kind of excited to see it.
Good vibes, definitely to help keep the team together through maybe some of the tougher times, but hopefully no tough times ahead for them as it's time to get into the series. Go over to our agent select. Again, for TSM, we've kind of gotten to see a little bit more of the same, but I'm curious, Ash, for Winthrop, what changes here?
Yeah, I'm not oh, wait, okay. Some changes coming in here, I guess, on the side of Winthrop. When you look towards this composition, it's going to be the story of one match Moobs is on Vice. The next match he's going to be on the Chamber. It's been like a very back and forth with every single time Winthrop have played on Pearl, on which one they're going to lean towards here. So I'm curious to see what the decision behind this, or what the reasoning behind this decision was, because I think Moobs looks great on both of these options. You know, there was the opportunity for him to play a little bit more forward previously and whatnot, but maybe it's just to deal with the expectation of that Yoru coming out from Sim instead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is the same concept they've ran last time, but the one thing I do want to point out is the fact that they're running the Sentinels meta, right? Where it's just it's the Fade, it's the Tejo. But the difference is, the key difference here is the Duelist. Yoru pairing much better into the Vice. Jet still having to like slightly struggle against it and still bypass a lot of that utility. I feel like that interaction between Sim and between Infiltrator will be really interesting for us to watch.
Yeah, I like I find it intriguing for Winthrop that it's going back to a comp that they had going up against Shopify Rebellion Black. They had switched it since, but then are now rolling it out. So thinking that there's definitely a lot of good utility here. I'm excited to see how it goes up against a TSM that running with what they know is it's time to head into Pearl. First map of the series here, and over to our casters, Shift and Tendrick. Have fun.
Yeah, definitely a David and Goliath story in certain regards, I think, just based on the names on paper. But if there's anything we've learned from yesterday here, Teneric, is the fact that anyone can beat anyone. And I think in particular, we've seen that come true, especially with the squads that come in as the favorites that haven't played an official competitive match in some time.
Could be true. Those peaks are never out of reach, especially for these teams that have had so much practice leading up to this event. TSM, there's been a decent amount of time in between matches that we've seen them. Of course, you know, we come into this still with the highest of expectations, but Winthrop, so many shifts, and every single one has led to more and more progress through this tournament. Like the desk said, this is a big litmus test for them.
Yeah, very much so the case. TSM already starting to work, trying to play a little bit aggressive. That's just down through B main, 1 for 1, going to be the opening trade. Recoil looking to do the same thing here as he's going to try to get some sort of a response over towards mid, but the Razorvine is procced, and that's enough for Winthrop to respect it and back away and just kind of continue to play for information.
Recoil's felt very comfortable going at it slow, but still short, especially on these pistols, and stay in front of it for Infiltrator's reach. There's the first.
Yeah, just trying to find timing there is Winthrop University not going to happen. The Frenzy just spamming down the doorway, and yeah, no way you try to drop the spike this direction. Meanwhile, Moves on the other side of the map trying to just feel things out through A main has also met resistance. And now if you're Winthrop, you're sitting here like, I don't even know where we can go. So they're going to try to force something over through Art, and you're going to get Recoil on the cross, but Flare, nice opening headshot, and now it's just down to getting a read. Has Guimond played back in the site, or is he still playing a bit split through main?
Flare does has these salvos ready to be able to open up the site as well. So
30 seconds
Guimond
left.
has to get proactive with it. He will, and Flare will punish.
It's absolutely massive. Clears out the one defender that they were curious about. Now into the post plant, 2v2. Vora does have a considerable amount of utility still to spend to try to get entry back into the site. 7 as well could do the same thing with his salvos. He also has a special delivery to clear off a close corner. But look at the re-rotate coming through. You're going to get Vora trying to play on the stack up. Flare's jumping right into the mix of this Nebula. Not going to work out. And Ali also throwing in some shots. That will alert 7 that the pinch is on the way. Quick cleanup from TSM in the retake to take the pistol.
Tough timing, not enough connection, not enough damage, and Vora and 7 able to survive on that. But TSM holding down every single 1v1 up until that point. Winthrop University continuing to have to pump the brakes on every single one of their pushes, and it just meant zero momentum entering the site itself. TSM, again, it took a lot of fights, so Winthrop still, you know, looking to be a threat, but on every level of macro there, TSM the wiser.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, it's just setting the tone early here if you're TSM, just not allowing any contact to come through for free. So everything through mid goes well. B was just a 1 for 1. And then again, that play through A main also kind of just makes this very difficult for Winthrop. Shoutouts where the shoutouts are deserved, though. Flare makes that really doable, but not quite able to convert on that follow-up. And ooh, okay. The salvos on both sides. As Sim will find first blood, a little aggressive peek out over through mid. And now Winthrop are going to get red here with the spray down with the Stingers looking pretty clean. One more shot for 7 out of the Sheriff will finish off the round.
I appreciate Winthrop getting ahead of things and trying to find that battleground themselves, but TSM with the gun diff, they're able to just do the exact same thing and find a whole lot more purchase. That's just unfortunately how the game works most of the time. So able to keep most of their guns, most of their eco, most of their confidence walking into this. That being said, ult cycle is still pretty kept up by Winthrop as well. As long as they can carry this bonus, keep a good amount of guns, they should look very stable moving into this. It's not like their pushing has looked bad to any degree. It's just their poking hasn't looked as stable.
Just for now, though, we got a full gun round coming through. It's going to be a pretty true bonus, though, for TSM. Outlaw will not find immediate value, though, because of the plant and the eliminations from the first round. Winthrop can get into full armors here. So, ooh, come on, going to get a little bit antsy, trying to play for the orb right in front of A. Walk down coming through over at mid. Decent trade there from 7. That's actually going to allow Sim to take more ground forward. And the quick rotation from 7 also realizing that if someone's lurking mid, they're probably trying to put a play over towards A. Vora able to see 1 at B long, but again, with the Yoru playing so deep, that play is really insignificant.
DMD inside and can find 1, and 7 is here to be able to return fire if need be, but Winthrop going to stop making noise immediately after that opening kill to see if anybody else chomps at the bit. But Sim is too inserted right now for any member of TSM to fully move.
And Moves also tagged out by the Outlaw. Has to be very cautious no matter what he wants to do on this lurk. And ooh, yeah, timing not going to go their way. 7 going to rotate back as the hit towards A is underway. Quick elimination from Infiltrator and information on towards Sim. Follow-up from Vora shut down as Flare continues to put pressure through Flowers. So now you've got a chance to get this post plant going. And Infiltrator's actually kind of just chasing the shadow of Sim. He's also going to throw some pings down to stop the rotation with that salvo in play. And all of a sudden, Sim is completely trapped up their secret, but Infiltrator goes into Flowers instead. Flair's still going to watch for this crossing angle right on top of the spike. And this would be a very heroic 1v2 as Sim will get read by Infiltrator, and that's a gun round win for Winthrop.
Got to start taking those chances as time goes on in the cat and mouse game. Still in the end, won out by Winthrop University, but TSM clearly ready to meet that matchup. And so now with that gun diff eliminated, looking a lot better heading into the retake game, which they have a Cosmic Divide already set up for. GMD has been able to find a lot of frontline damage early on in these rounds, letting them be able to make a big impact potentially in this upcoming round.
Well, the bonus doesn't come through, but a little bit of damage does get tacked on, but Winthrop off for the plant, still going to feel pretty comfortable. And we're going to start seeing some of our first ultimates coming online, especially if Bond kind of farming the early ults orbs over towards A main. Not going to be the case this time. Again, this exchange of salvos continues to be a pest. Nebula in the way for now, so the Prowler will come through just to make sure that there is a way for Winthrop to gain A main control. But meanwhile, again, the quick presence from Sim, he's already through B main, and the defense can stack up and rotate.
Yeah. Able to kind of center this. Wow. Yeah, I don't know how Moves is able to sidestep that, and now he has permanent closure on this mid lane. There's a wall activated by Sim, so it is crunch time for Winthrop here as they'll start their big rotation down spawn, but TSM starting to encroach on this. Moves is in trouble.
I think the thing about this here is, is that the gate crash rotation back, that will cause some question marks for Winthrop, and more importantly, just takes key time off the clock here as they're still looking to see if they can find Sim. But we'll see what the Spike wants to do. Moobs is still feeling things out over at mid. Honestly speaking, this is not a route of entry. I mean, there's still a shear in the way, and there's also a Razor Vine behind this play over towards main. That'll be called out as the Prowler gets denied, and Winthrop are going to have to just crunch on something quickly here.
A big gamble that they're taking on top of this sheer push, but it's one that they're going to have to rest with. Winthrop University do have a little bit to dump into this, but they're going to have to rely heavily on not getting intercepted and being able to take a little bit of space on the way back out. That being said, with the smokes present, they're able to do that just fine. Get a lot of action on site. Salvos. Ooh, Allie, how do you get in that?
There is a Cosmic Divide available, but no. Instead, GMD just tries to find the timing off of the plant. Not going to work out. Ali also following up, getting one inside the pit is decent. Now just down to 7 in recoil. Make it just down to 7. Armageddon going to get called through. Don't know if it's necessary, but still spent. As now 7 is going to realize that there's really not an opportunity to clear off this 1v3, so he's just going to back away and save. Good round from Winthrop.
In a rough case of timing that Winthrop are able to hit right on top of the smoke exit. And that's been so much of what's made Winthrop electric in these past couple matches, is being able to find that exact ping, that exact moment where everything needs to exec. The window of time has gotten shorter and shorter in a meta like this one, and it seems like Winthrop, they've found ways to slip through the cracks like no other team. Infiltrator, I mean, he gets enabled so heavily by this team, and whether or not it makes them look like a bit of a smaller fish in the bigger pond in the long run or not, this is one of the most dangerous duelists in the playoffs still.
Very much so the case. So Winthrop is chilling, hanging out, enjoying the vibe for the time being at least. And now we start to look forward to see what adjustments TSM are going to make, because at the moment they're finding good control of the map early through the extension, through B, I think in particular, but it hasn't really made Winthrop sweat too much. So that's going to be the question as we eventually get back to a gun round. But for now, it's just going to be Sim on a hero rifle. Cosmic Divide at the ready. Sim, if he finds an elimination, very well may put himself in a position for a dimensional drift, but with him being eliminated, Winthrop have already claimed the numbers advantage.
And they'll try to twist that knife in for anybody on TSM who wants to nibble away at whatever's left. With Infiltrator tossing those knives in and Moobs continuing to put this pressure on A lane. Winthrop, though, they want to flex this mid before it gets too conditioned, so they're going to put even more pressure towards it and go for an arc crunch again. They want to see if the shear is conditioned as well.
Prowler going to read a little bit of information on the defense stacked up over through B-Link. That's going to be enough for them to start making their move down over and in through Art. That will work out as Ollie will find the only defender on the site. Deep utility could also allow Winthrop to take a ton of space behind this A site. And for TSM, they have collected since Rifle, but yeah, 3v5, you don't know about this one. You don't feel good about it.
A real shame that 7 let fly that Armageddon last round in retrospect now, too. It would be so fantastic to flush out at least dugout here, or wherever Infiltrators decide to hide for this retake, which is now on site as TSM start their swings. Oh, no more knives, though.
he find? Yep, this rotation over through Secret seems to be. Vora able to find one, but nothing more behind that. So Winthrop putting this together quite nicely all of a sudden. And again, this is the round where we're going to figure out what exactly is TSM going to try to adjust, because these hits towards A have been pretty clean for Winthrop.
Yeah, agreed. It really seems like Winthrop, whenever that B pressure, like you said, is able to be applied, or even that mid presence on door, Winthrop, they're pretty quickly able to see that saw and just head on over to the most vulnerable spot. They're just quicker to the punch, and TSM, their comp is so intercept geared. Recoil needs to be present on fight. It'd be preferable that Vora is there during plant, and just so many times the right people are not present at the scene of the crime, and Winthrop's taking huge advantage of that, and then moving house whenever somebody is.
Yeah. Well, already seeing a operator with the purchase here for TSM, that's going to be something that's going to be obviously different from what we've had to this point. But realistically speaking, again, I feel like there's something to be told about Winthrop not really being cautious. I mean, they are playing with their own playbook, staying aggressive, and honestly speaking, there's been a number of really good individual moments, I think in particular for Infiltrator and Moobs to this point, that they have really locked down and saved a couple of 1v1s that determined the outcome of the round, even after first blood comes through for one team or the other. Doesn't really make too much of a difference, it feels like. So for TSM, what is going to be the setup call here? It's going to be Sim with the operator moving over towards B. Rifles for everybody else. A couple of light armors in play. I think the interesting point here is that you've got an operator, but you also have a dimensional drift. So will there be some sort of a duality play here where Sim and Vora hang out together? If they have to play retake at A, they can swap weapons.
And what kind of responsibility does that place on this A front line? That might now get pressured again by Winthrop. How much work do they need to do before Sim could confidently retake if this is the site of interest for Winthrop, which, again, if you have a Yoru heading down B long with an op, probably is going to be.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, they already get A main control. I mean, this is a very passive setup through A at the moment, as there's 2 stars and a Razor in the way. Recoil going to be playing with his own Rose as well, just in case he needs the secondary flash. So in terms of what you want from a defensive setup, this is pretty perfect. Here comes the execute utility. Yeah, Razor Wire going to be a little bit of an issue, but the reveal is good, and Infiltrator makes good on that for the first Blood Orb. Again, it's also going to be Spectacle. Mon just steps into the site. Salvo pushing him around his touch, has to dodge a little bit of everything at the moment, and actually does stay alive through the Armageddon. Winthrop now all of a sudden have to deal with the reinforcements quickly on the way. Good flash over the top as Gamon and Sim connect for a couple more eliminations. Moob's trying to save things, though, as him and Ash are working together, and they actually take one on the exit as the Steel Garden is called in 2v2 we go.
Fantastic reaction timing from every single member of both sides, but Winthrop's still trying to play with this plant as the Steel Garden will expire, but 7 caught out in dugout. The game of patience is won out, but now Sim has to open himself up instead of a teammate.
Nightfall gets thrown over towards Flower. Does not connect onto Sim, but that is information as the operator shot goes a bit awry, and the double swing is there. Wow. I mean, for Winthrop, the execute is heavy-handed. It's just literally the kitchen sink being thrown at the front doors. They catch the Vice quickly, but more importantly, they are able to still scale deeper into sight, which could have been an issue considering that there was a pretty decent battle back from Gamond.
Hats off to Flair for that opener. The Tejo dump was pretty much perfect, and yeah, that stealth drone timing onto Recoil must be praised as well. Of course, being that one that roll swapped with Ali very recently, it's been interesting to see how he's kind of shedded that new skin and been able to make an impact. And along with that Armageddon and Salvos, he made a hellscape for that first bit. Moves terrific timing with the Steel Garden. Everybody from Winthrop firing on all cylinders, and Infiltrator at the front line of it all as always.
Now back on to just pistol upgrades and a stinger here for TSM. Quick action for the first time for Winthrop, feeling things out over towards B. Sheer wall in the way, if that matters much at all. Or just trying to throw a couple of shots to see if he can find anything through the smoke. Not the case. Sim has also rotated over with this, and Winthrop are just going to kind of peel back and see if they can maybe find some success over to the middle map. Recoil's information has been given with those stray shots, and yeah, it looks like Winthrop want to go quickly to get into mid-map.
Still not opting to go for a lurk here. Knows how close Moobs is and can't even find a shot with him, unfortunately. With that find in place, Moobs is going to push on top of it with the Arc Rose and find immediately two. Now comes the full stack down Plaza, and you can push into that stack as confidently as you want.
Oh, but Golan does say maybe an opportunity here inside the smoke with the stinger, but not going to happen. Sim can only find one, and Seven is stuck with a classic, and he's already been seen on the backside of B, so he's got nowhere to go here. Seeing if he can maybe find another elimination before this round comes to what will likely be an anticlimactic finish. Yep, and there it is. Okay, Winthrop really stringing them together nicely here. Again, impressed with what I'm seeing, even in, again, what is a round that is essentially just a thrifty. Still putting the pressure on and keeping this TSM team, I would say, rather uncomfortable.
Absolutely, on their toes. And for a TSM that has looked especially strong on their Pearl defense, it's about time that they need to pick up on it. They chose this side for a reason, coming into a map that on paper they should be really, really comfortable with. All these picks facilitate the players to a T, and the comp facilitates the map to a T too. But Winthrop, this confidence on the attack, it gets you so far down both lanes, and they've only really been cashing in heavily on A side so far. That B-long push looked well practiced and recyclable, and there's still only 5 rounds left in the half.
Well, puts the pressure on here for TSM immediately. It's still holding on to a constant divide and the dimensional divide, but uh-oh. Is there going to be a crunch down here? Yeah, there's pressure all over the map, and Infiltrator is going to find 2 as TSM tried to stage aggressively in front of A. Not the case. Sim with a quick gate crash. An angle, but no! Nasi, oh my goodness, what a shot that is. Sim looked like he had it every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Not the case, and the follow-up through mid also comes through as TSM just cannot find an elim anywhere on the map. It's a flawless round 8 for Winthrop.
Winthrop dividing and conquering as these fights go on, able to isolate in these chokes so fluidly and cleanly upon these pushes. And of course, some of that does come from being able to clear 2 nice and early down A. But across the rest of that, Infiltrator knew exactly how far he could outstretch, considering that he is playing Jet instead of Yoru, something that the desk rightfully touched on going into this game. He looks like he knows exactly how far to extend without becoming too much of a burden, compared to Sim, who is also, I think, extending the right way on this Yoru. But beyond that, every member of Winthrop able to enable each other at a given notice, but enabling themselves so much more than I've seen lately.
Where are you?
Oh, may get a little bit of contact here. Haunt gets thrown out. Sim still wants to hold this corner. His gate crash is deep behind A. Nice little flash out play, and Sim avoids it, finds the quick headshot on the moves, and for the first time in a long time, TSM will have numbers advantage.
Recoil attempting to hold on to it with the help of this fine setup that he's been leaning on so heavily for the Plaza hold, able to get a second. And that's the majority of your push game down. The window now opens, but the power behind the push itself kind of slows. I don't know how Ali finds both of those. Does take a trade, but 2v3 walk into this. Winthrop suddenly confidence edging off of them again, at least for a moment, until TSM can go for the reset. Sim for 1, Voro for 1. TSM
That's 3. Just, that reeks of just overconfidence from Winthrop. Just to re-peek in through mid with nothing, and they still come away with a decent trade. Yeah, they don't take the round, but that's one of those moments that I think it mentally taxes on TSM a little bit, like, wow, these guys are really just going right at us. So, okay, got to be in, I would say, particularly kind of in question as far as, is there ever such thing as a free angle right now? Because Recoil, I think he's sitting here like, oh, we got this, and then, oh, never mind. All of a sudden, Ollie comes out for 2. It's just the late flash from Sim to put things to rest as we go quickly into the next round. Wow, Infiltrator is trying to get an aggressive angle, but caught by the salvo. That is as free as it gets.
A lot of brevity for a push that wasn't really fully figured out just yet. A little bit overheated. So TSM now able to stay as stalwart as they want to. No stacking, back to this individual towering that they were going for in the first couple rounds, just because they knew they could shoulder all of that 1v1ing themselves against a team like Winthrop University. Come on, who does Recoil think he is? Still though, we got an A push going, and we got only 2 people on site for it.
Oh, Haunt deters GMD from being able to hold on to his angle. Ollie punishes. Nightfall called out for the defense. It really only connects on 1 player though. Seven still holding close in towards dugout. And there's a flank on the way from Sim. Steel Garden could put an extra pause to this. And that's exactly what will be called out. And yeah, perfect timing here on the crunch from behind. And there's just nowhere for Ollie to go but out in this 1v4.
And that's the kind of stoppage that you were looking for TSM. It's funny thing, instead of players, you're doing it with that pure utility in the start of things. And it's only when Winthrop University decide to, you know, break away before that starter pistol even really goes off. Seven, unfortunately, hasn't been allowed to be too proactive with this util. Has, you know, tried to play as preventatively as possible, but the way that Winthrop has been able to ball up, it's really been just for the exec itself and not for this sort of pre-plant phase that TSM sees a lot of merit it in trying to slow down so they're able to, you know, get Sim going with a wraparound, get Vora getting some util dumping going down, you know, all that good stuff that TSM love to use to make this defensive comp work.
Get out of my way.
Well, quick knife action here for Infiltrator. Salvo again going to be used to get some control over towards B. Stealth drone also seen, but again, Sim just continues to get all this free space through B long. And with Ollie dropping, now all of a sudden you lose the Cosmic Divide, which I imagined was probably going to be some sort of a dictation towards how Winthrop wanted to play this round. But now instead, they have to try to get aggressive. And whoa, Sim not able to get out back through the vent, does get punished, and we've got a 4v4.
Somehow putting Sim in a chokehold and then finding a way back out onto your default attack without anybody else from TSM going for the disrupt. That's how much faith they have in their duelists, man. Now the Plaza push coming through and recoil, unable to find a body, but that just means WU, they have to change course again. And with how far Moobs has made it down A site, they may just have found a free channel.
Yeah. This is going to be one of those moments of how much ground does Moobs feel like he can take, and he's going to get deep in towards Secret. And honestly, this is as far as he needs to go. The line in the sand could be right here. Has both Razors to get out if he wants to try to control this space.
30 seconds left.
The question will be, yeah, can Winthrop actually safely get across this play through Flower? And now Moobs all of a sudden has given away his position. So TSM will be aware of this. They don't really have anything to use to clear the ground, though. They may have to use the Cosmic Divide. Armageddon going to be fallen. Infiltrator able to use that as a chance to catch GMD before he can rotate out. And I don't know, you may have lost an opportunity here to do much if you're TSM. They're just getting zoned away from being able to get a retake going in any form. Moob's still on the corner. Help now for Infiltrator. And TSM are getting bullied here on the defensive side of this map.
Far too much of a hard reset on each one of those pulls by TSM on the way back in when, I mean, sure, you only have 2 narrow ways to go in, but 0 dugout presence until it was far too late. And TSM, Winthrop didn't really fire much into it initially. It only came once you went for that reset and you knew that you could, again, pour that salt into that wound. And yeah, Winthrop are just terrific at being able to pile drive any weakness that they've seen. And yet, there they are taking down Sim and not, you know, trying to dig any deeper on that, instead sticking to their guns. So staying respectful, but continuing to be confident in these pushes. One more round to get it done.
Orb can be triggered. That's for 7. Try to get his Armageddon. He does earn it. And honestly, a little bit of damage also tallied onto Winthrop, who are trying to challenge that play. So a small advantage here for 7. I'm still surprised we have not seen the Cosmic Divide or Dimensional Drift yet. I mean, they've had this since round 5, essentially, and we still have not seen it as an opportunity to play for retake. It's just TSM are not allowed to even get those setups going.
Yeah, it's been really tough for TSM to find a good excuse or window where the right players are also alive to work off of those pieces.
No charges.
Winthrop has just been too good at chipping away until they find the advantage. They're going to try and do it again here with the Steel Garden on B site that will catch nobody.
Oh, goodness. Vora just overstates the welcome inside a tunnel, and yeah, Gumon's going to just put down the Cosmic Divide to try to create some space here, but recoil does get shut down inside of the Nebula, though. Oh, trades evenly coming through as the Dimensional Drift just has Sim kind of out of the picture right now. Shorty out, knows that moves to the corner, and the 2 taps will come through. So TSM finally able to spam out some of these ultimates, and it works out to get a 5th round before we swap the sides.
Good to see that TSM has enough to drop on top of the B side after Winthrop University get to it. And again, it's a game of timing that TSM are fully able to win. They're able to stall out this push for just long enough. It does take an Armageddon, and then a Cosmic Divide, and then a Dimensional Drift. But hopefully that's a little bit easier when you're able to cycle back on your attacking and keep to your lane, which TSM really loves to do with this composition. We'll already see them jumping at this B barrier and no doubt looking for an easy pistol fight to take up lane going into this second half.
Well, decent recovery after what was largely, again, a string of just absolute dominance from Winthrop. Yeah, you take away the pistol in the follow-up, which that pistol was winnable, by the way. And that very well may have been closer to 9 for Winthrop just because the trends and patterns were so dominant. Winthrop throwing a little bit of early utility, and, well, they will get a read that TSM have stacked up with at least a couple of members here towards B long. And honestly, I don't even know how much you can really stall this if you're Winthrop with the agents that are here. I mean, Nazi only has a Prowler left. Infiltrator on the corner also dealt with, and that should open the doors now for Winthrop to have to rotate.
Very close and personal with this fight when there wasn't Nazi available to swing on top of the cross immediately after. Now Vora is able to pick off him as well. A very piecemeal defense here on B side that TSM are going to be able to rip through like it's paper, but Flare able to intercept before the plant goes down, and Moobs is still standing, not for long though. Now TSM activate the second crunch, Flare the only one standing, and from here it should be clean.
Should be a pretty quick follow-up here. I mean, there's just nowhere for Flare to go. Yeah, the spike will be recovered and immediately planted. Largely full health pools as well for 2 of the 3 members for TSM. The only one who's weak is Vora, playing off the first piece of contact here through Halls. On out, deleted immediately. Blindly throwing out the salvo. Doesn't work for much, but does clear off the close corners, both at Halls and in through mid. First contact comes through, now the swing. Vora easy for the 3 eliminations as TSM win another pistol.
And they were feasting on that one. Feel super comfortable, and Winthrop, I mean, their composition with just a simple change of duelist is not nearly as geared towards just completely catching that execution on a site. Much more retake geared, with Infiltrator being able to kind of double back a little more easily onto a composition like this one. And of course, they look a lot stronger on A site than B, so TSM, they're gonna try and sink a lot of chips into this site before the going gets tough. No doubt. With this gun diff, they may try and switch that up, of course, but no, they'll start the B lane aggression early.
Seems to be pretty telegraphed as Sim played their all on the defensive side, and now he's showing presence on both rounds offensively. Shorty for Infiltrator in towards mid. Really the only thing that could pull a surprise card here for Winthrop's defense, and honestly speaking, Recoil may walk into this. It would only be a Sheriff upgrade though, so in terms of like value, even if they do find this elim, it may not matter for much. But second member now in the way. Infiltrator finds one. Tries to give him a schwacking. Not gonna happen, but ooh, come on, not quite able to get out, at least not for free. A little bit of punish coming through, and then he stands tall and finds 3 in the round. Leaving it now just to Boobs over True Connector. Not gonna happen as TSM put us tied at 7.
Bit of a quieter half in the kill feed, but when it comes to Pearl, GMD feels right at home. This Astra pick has been leveling up game by game, and he's just been so swift to collapse on top of his own smokes faster than a lot of other controllers you'll see in here. But of course, it's all to facilitate Sim, who has been doing a really solid job of pushing that front line so far without really going for too many like bamboozles or double touches or bluffs on this defense. I'm excited to see what he's got up his sleeve going into this attack against Winthrop University. They've clearly got a lot saved up.
Well, again, this opening salvo battle continues to persist. Follow up here, just a couple of spam shots. Not going to really deter this defense from standing tall forward. Moobs playing off of all their own utility. See what they decide to do here. There is a gate crash available for Sim to get back over towards B main. Instead, it's just the decoy that gets thrown instead. And the arc also gets destroyed. So now all of a sudden, it's really just Moobs by himself with Razors. It's going to be enough for Infiltrator to rotate over. You also are seeing Nasi just kind of rotating and leaning towards B off this playthrough connector, and the offense has not committed.
So necessary. Flare sticking around on the door just to make sure that if a rotation is through mid, they'll hear it. It will not be. Instead, it's just the 2-step over to the A lane to maybe try and bluff the full rotation. So Winthrop University lets Moobs be yet again on this weaker B site. Ollie stopping that early. Now the double back. It's clear Winthrop University, they've been 3-timed, and Moobs stands alone on a B site now, ready to get exec. But TSM hit by the vines, and 7 up paying attention. The flick, Moobs, you.
Not like that, not like that. The freest kill he's seen all game. 7 able to turn on him though. Couple of little help pools could make this still very contestable, and it is. Help was right there immediately for Winthrop. So a moment of embarrassment, but still the round win comes through, and you can shake that off quickly.
Great amount of cleanup, and again, great speed from Winthrop University. That's been the priority. They've always been just ahead of TSM here, even when they think TSM, or even when TSM thinks they have that leg up or that advantage or that mental up. have just been ahead of the situation every time and been able to slow it down faster than TSM has been able to try and take control. And luckily, yeah, everyone is here in the time it takes for that Vine to expire and moves to die. So no harm, no foul. We still take that bonus.
Find you.
More utility exchange over through A main. Again, it really hasn't resulted in too much. And honestly, I think it feels for Winthrop that they're fine exchanging this utility and still playing forward, which is exactly what happens for First Blood. Immediately countered, though, as Seven has opened up space now over through the B connector. Help on the way, or is it? Nasi was flashed up, trying to play for quick contact, not going to work. Recoil off their arc, just trying to find the angle, and the Guardian will land true. Free passage for TSM to jump on in.
Meanwhile, Sim is already headed back out all the way to mid to search for more, knowing that Winthrop is going to, at this point, just try and hold on to these guns. Skipping T's and I's. We don't need any punctuation for this round, but Sim is going to try and find 2 more exclamation points before it's done to fully put Winthrop in the drain.
I mean, Cash is not super comfortable, but if you can take away these rifles for Winthrop, could lead to TSM really starting to explode their economy just a touch.
A lot of faith you're putting in a guy when you're like going to eco next round if you die. That's a little bit of a lot to lose, actually, going into the tail end of this regulation. Winthrop, they still have a lot they can work with, and they can, I mean, they'll be able to rebuy up a majority of this, so still relatively even walking into round 17 here.
Yeah, I think this is largely Sim being the one to go forward because he could pull something out like a shotgun or an SMG here and just play off the dimensional drift, which I imagine is going to be part of this play call coming up, as Winthrop will take a timeout to talk about it. And it's been interesting, I think, to try to see what like the storyline of this game has been, because Winthrop has allowed a lot of TSM to take space. You know, I think especially down through B, we saw it on both sides of the spike to this point. But more importantly, Winthrop has not really been scared away from playing in and through A main, even though there's been salvos that have been largely thrown every single round from TSM. The issue so far throughout this half that we've kind of seen is how do we cleanly work our way through to dominate the map back in a different way? They've put a lot of focus in through mid, some of it working, some of it not. And now there's also the conversation of ultimates that you know for a fact TSM are going to use as soon as they possibly can.
Honestly, at this point, you might just want to play it a little safer if you're Winthrop University. The times where TSM is finding all of that power is in mid and like on the way to your rotation back. Once Winthrop has figured out that you're on the other site, they're able to intercept pretty consistently. So as long as they don't get chipped off along the way back and forth, and TSM won't be able to run them dry. But starting here on A main, it seems like they're going to try and get a battlefield going early to do exactly that.
Yeah, again, similar exchange going to be thrown from the utility, but the difference now is Winthrop have played aggressively through B. And in terms of trying to respond to a dimensional drift, if it were to come through at A, they're just backing off. So this is going to be one of those rounds where Winthrop are really hoping that they either catch contact in an unexpected angle here through mid or at B long, or that you just play for retake at A. You just allow this hit to come through if you assume that a dimensional drift will be used on the execute.
Sim just going to walk into this? No flash afforded? Nope.
I cannot believe that.
Thorns down.
Yeah, that's a little confident.
I mean, you've
Fully
got
walk back out. Infiltrator's right in front of the shear. Is he going to cross it? No way.
I mean, you've got 4 members there that could do anything. You could even just place a start and then recover it for a short fuse nebula just to try to get an angle. But instead, we're trying to peek quickly, and that's an immediate punish. And now Winthrop, with this push up through B main, they know for a fact that they could stack heavily over towards A. 2 stars in place, just in case they need to delay a little bit longer to get device in play. Nightfall will be called out immediately. Salvo behind it. Nova Pulse also to the backside of the site, but again, the razor wires are there, and Moves is still holding a corner. I mean, there's no entry. Now time's becoming a bit of an issue here. You gotta go if you're TSM, and I don't even know how you get into sight here. It's still being contested. They will commit on for the plant. The spam on the counter starts to come through, but the spike planter does get taken care of. Nasi with 2. More information and damage on the more. Can they fill off the clock? Yes, they can. And wow, Winthrop just bleed out the clock for a dub.
Ability, dedication.
A complete lack of options for TSM's push. Even on top of that Nightfall, all it took was just activating a couple vines. And just like that, TSM, they were completely boomed. They didn't move an inch. They didn't fight an inch. It was Moobs, the one with the shotgun, who decided to move just an inch and try to get that opening frag to what was going to be the remainder of the fight. But TSM, again, they're just allergic to completely getting inside, especially when Winthrop is already here to party. Playing off of advantage so well as well. Just continuing to show that confidence.
Unbelievable. So now the economy gets shaken for the side of TSM. Still on 2 rifles with 2 sheriff upgrades. And for the first time, TSM is actually going to get a pretty free walk up here at A, but Recoil, the one trying to pull the defense over, gets shut down immediately. And look how quickly Winthrop are already moving over to deal with this inevitable takeover towards A. Armageddon at the ready. Sim getting aggressive over through Art, finds one. That pulls Flare kind of into his Armageddon completely and actually does find the elimination onto 1. Again, but the problem is this Armageddon doesn't actually stop the plant from coming through immediately. The spike will go down, but the problem is it's a 1v3. Vora, the last one standing. Prowler able to find him. Should just be a double swing coming through, waiting for the salvo first and foremost, and hold on! Oh, Vora, just a bit too high and left. Nearly able to take down the 1v3. The timing of that challenge was not perfect, but again, doesn't make a difference when you win the round.
Finally, a TSM hero moment. We've been waiting for those here on Pearl. It's been so much of what made their attack so deadly previously against YFP. And Vora does get you so close there, but it's another round of denial from Winthrop University that they're able to cycle through. Of course, with the gun diff protruding, it's a little bit easier to do so. But even still, the fact that they were able to just sort of cap off that lurk and then immediately turn heel, understand where the stack's headed, great communication and great adjustment from Winthrop University on such a massive scale to be able to continue catching all these attacks. They've got to do it again.
Yeah.
Time to jump.
Well, Winthrop's going to get aggressive with 3 members through A main. Quick gate crash play here with the dimensional drift for Sim. Not going to see any defenders on the B side for now. Cosmic Divide will ensure that this will be a quick walk up through B. Then an extra flash comes through. Sim wants to try to play off this. Shorty out, just blindly fires it, does find Nasi. Armageddon also thrown over towards B-Link, and TSM will win this exchange. Held back for now off the Razor Vine, but still numbers advantage 4v3.
As that Cosmic Divide fades away, this is the round that TSM was looking for to find that stability. It took all too long, but now they've got to collapse on top of it as Winthrop University have so much to dump into this. Salvos, stun nade, stars galore, so much they have to prep for.
Yeah. Well, the drone will get triggered. Infiltrator a little bit off with the knives, allows Recoil to find 2 before dropping. Long-range shots from Flare, though, are decent. To the 1v1. Just needs a headshot on Vora. But the health advantage is steep. Vora just needs to connect once. And will. Holds down the ADS. No problems there. TSM bringing us back to within 1.
But it was a round to find a lot more stability than that, certainly in the economic department. Only keeping 1 body alive is not the future that TSM was looking for, and they'll still head into this round kind of dragging their heels a bit. That being said, Winthrop, this was the round to fully topple their economy, so this is the moment in which you claw your way back regardless. We'll say, Flare did a tremendous job of clearing out that back hallway with just the salvos. And again, all comes down to timing on top of that interception on the outskirts of it. Winthrop continuing to find the crosses, continuing to just be on top of one another at all times. This is looking like a dangerous team by the week. And we've been saying that since like mid-2024.
Yep. Not a team to be taken lightly. Especially considering that a lot of the squad has stuck together over the course of the last year or so, and Moops is actually going to take down 2 with the Sheriffs. Are we joking? I mean, Winthrop should have had no business winning this round. They just take aggressive angles through mid, and they get a double cleanup over through B-Long, and all of a sudden, Vora is left by themselves, and the weapon collection is going to be pretty significant here for Winthrop.
I mean, what? Was that just a double read that led to 2 double frags, or was that just Winthrop having a real come to Jesus moment? I mean, that was a miracle upon miracles, unless you had just the macro read of the century here. If you're Winthrop, I mean, I gotta see all those sheriff shots again because we didn't see nearly enough of them.
I mean, it happened in the blink of an eye. I mean,
yeah,
you feel for the observer team there.
We couldn't have seen all of them if we tried. They were all at once.
But whoa, that is not what you would expect at all Winthrop just take the double peek through mid, and you get that individual play through B main, and that's just the round right there. And all of a sudden, the economy is now starting to flip on its head. Here's Moobs. Yep, okay.
What?
Why not? And then, again, the stack up here at mid works out beautifully. So they get all the context that you draft up. It's just the impressive 2 shots for Moobs to give them the major advantage through B, because you expect to out-trade things at mid with 4 players stacked there, but you don't expect Moobs to get 2. And now it's just the hero rifle for Sim. If Steel Garden is in play, so again, you could force Sheriff and Ghost fights here if you are TSM, and you might have to consider that if we're being honest.
Yeah, the mid presence is a good call again, I'll say, with what they're rocking with. Sim is actually staying pretty close and personal with this rifle. Good reason. Whoever wants to pick it up next is going to have to ball just as hard. But the opening frag into the Armageddon. Does TSM shift course? You kind of have to here, or you just get stalled out. And Winthrop, again, they're ready to fully take this in.
But you do get the drone through to commit forward. Also, the Nightfall is going to come through on both sides. A little bit difficult, though, with the Steel Garden in play. Recoil able to find one. These trades are decent. Oh, but Flare, Infiltrator, finding a couple of key eliminations. We'll put this now just down to Recoil, who was pushed so far out of sight. Opening shots not going to be there. And hold on to your horses. Winthrop have found themselves on map point.
Block after block after block coming from this Winthrop squad, able to just detain and keep away and make sure that TSM has to take a full rest stop before being able to exact on site. And it leads to TSM questioning themselves going into every execution. How much are we really walking into for this? How comfortable is Winthrop feeling without the retake in mind right now? And the answer is pretty damn confident.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I just don't know what you say about it besides the fact that they're just continuing to play the game on their terms. That might be the biggest part about this is TSM are just playing a little too loose. Whereas Winthrop are real tight and they're really locking down on these executes. I mean, legitimately, TSM has not really been comfortable getting in towards site. And I think the utility usage has been really key in terms of how things have gone in the first 30 seconds on some of these breakdowns over through B long or anything in particular towards A main. And Winthrop have come out the better for it. And on top of that, there's also just the level of like shots are just landing. I mean, Moobs has had a couple of really impressive individual moments, and especially in times where you just don't expect him to. So really good stuff for Winthrop to just take advantage of the hot hand on the Moobs.
And guess who's at the top of the kill feed even still? It's your duelist. It's Infiltrator. It's the guy you're enabling time and time and time and time and time and time again. Every single time he's at the front, every single time he's going to go for that opening kill. He really is just ready to throw his body at the problem. And now holding on to an operator, he's ready to hold down Nazi's lurk as well, too.
All this is panic time here for TSM. And I'm not going to lie, these little looks in through B connector have been less than convincing. This time the Prowler allows Sim to catch a little bit of an angle, but Nasi's fine with that. And you've got Moobs still playing on this cross decoy through, trying to find a connection, but no. Instead, gets a little bit caught off guard, timing not there as Vora secures first blood.
Bring them down.
So now, again, do they decide to shuffle on top of it? Infiltrator's here, and he just peeks it and wins. And now TSM question themselves for the umpteenth time. Do they head to Art? No! Ollie's going to intercept that with an Outlaw 2, and Seven's dead now.
And the round might just be over at this point, unless Vora can provide. But problem is, the play through main does not find any success. So Ollie can back off this angle. Surely we wait for help here. Surely we wait for help. You've got Ollie completely isolated. This should be the freest kill this side of the Mississippi. And it is. So now that the 2v2, no ultimates available for either side, even after this plant. Haunt just to try to come through to get the defense some ground to work with. Infiltrator, though, is going to have to connect. And whoa, is coming in with a Sheriff instead. Vora punishes. Now down to Nasi for the 1v2. Knows he still has Vora on site, but the timing of what he finds for recoil is the bigger question, and it's not going to make a difference. Vora for 4 keeps TSM alive.
And I mean, that is the man that you have to thank entirely for this round. Every single other facet of that round went awry for TSM. No one being able to find their pick. It was entirely down to this fade. And it should be said, Vora, funnily enough, you see him use his util the least, but you see him most confident and comfortable on this fade pick on this map when it comes to all of the comps that TSM has vibed with so far. So odd to see his gunplay just increase tenfold without his Prowlers really even doing that much. But He's looked absolutely insane on this agent and has saved TSM for at least one more round. We'll see how far TSM can carry it, but Infiltrator already feasting.
Just sees the top of the Mohawk and tracks it the entire way through. You want to say character models don't matter? I'll show you a ponytail and a Mohawk. So now you've got a 4v5 situation. Oh, and Ollie, bad timing right there. Takes down the scope, only hits once on the recoil. So now it's just the shear that's in the way. 2 players able to push right past that. The Razor also right in play, but I believe it just got destroyed immediately. Stealth drone trying to come through. Moves immediately, feeling the pressure, calls out the Steel Garden, putting a pause to this execute.
That's great timing from Moves to get that ult off right before the drone is able to catch him. It was the only time that Winthrop is able to stall TSM, though, and there's still 45 seconds to go. They could double back if they want to, and it looks like Winthrop is going for the preliminary read on that with the spike moving.
Nasi on the corner. Double swing is not efficient. Nasi takes down 2. Just inexcusable protocols there from TSM. You have to double check that and go together. Or throw something, especially knowing you got pushed off, and especially knowing that Winthrop's going to know that you got pushed off the site.
Yeah.
Just not covering their bases. Good flash, though, from Rico. Makes up for it. 2v2. Infiltrator's going to have to hit. Knives are still at the ready, though, and it won't take much to find both these eliminations. And Infiltrator's actually going to push forward here. Salvo through. First knives are not necessarily as great as you'd like to see them. Flare trying to get in, able to find the first, though. Just down to recoil. 10 HP, has to pop off, finds the first. Chance to try to isolate. Flare knows that he's low, and it's the shorty to put map 1 to rest. Winthrop with a statement. Gonna take Pearl 13-10.
I think both teams are a little tired of this map because that was as messy as a final round can get, but Winthrop is going to be able to drag themselves over the line. The message leaving this map, though, is that TSM just needs to open themselves up a little bit more and start throwing util a little more often at these easy swings, because too often were we staring at door to connector, too often were we staring at art, and too often was Winthrop just getting the easiest pick and peek alive. It was so much connection off of so little work from TSM in the early rounds, and it led to such incredible interception in the late stages. Winthrop, on top of that, read after read after read of where TSM was going to head to every single second that TSM was making those calls. Just terrific IGL.
And I don't know, man. I'd be curious to see what the community has to say or what the desk has to say about this, because so far, our 3 top seeds in these opening maps have looked really sloppy, like really unrehearsed, which they've had 2-3 weeks to get prepped up, get ready to go. I think in particular, you've also had a chance to watch a lot of your opponent where they have not had any sort of recency. So it's just a bit odd to see our top seeds really kind of struggling in moments and things that you would not assume they would look sloppy on. But Winthrop punishes, come away with map number 1. We'll send things to a brief break and head back to the desk to give us our thoughts.
Shit, I think I'm gonna have to give that one to myself, man. I like little organic moments like that to get hyped up and to get loud. I think somebody who surprised me a little bit is probably Scuba as well. Scuba's a little quieter, but when something crazy happens, he's right there in your ear, screaming and yelling. So me and Scoob.
Yeah, I used to say myself, but I think it's got to be like probably pancakes or paint. One of those two would pop off the most. I think me, Brock, and Spaz are usually more low-key now, especially after winning a clutch. I mean, I'll look to my left, I'll see those guys like win a clutch, and they'll just be stone cold. So I'll probably say pancakes or paint on that one.
Probably Logan, to be honest. Logan's like he's like our hype man. In matches, he gets pretty hype after like a clutch, like a big round. So I definitely say Logan. Darkness gets pretty loud too. The other guys are just like, they're so like focused on the match. They don't really like scream or like do anything like crazy like that.
I don't know. I feel like everyone's kind of the equal, but if I had to pick one, probably Huen, my IGL. Yeah, he seems to be like, he just has tons of energy at all times. I don't know how. IGL for the reason, you know? So
probably between me and Steven. If you look at like the extreme outliers, like I think Steven just randomly, and it'll be like over nothing sometimes. Like we will like win like a 1v2 where he like shoots a guy that's 1 HP and he's like, ah! I'm him. And like, it is wonderful. Like, I love it so much, bro.
I feel like we're pretty nonchalant, but I feel like Mel reacts to everybody else's stuff way more than her own. Like, someone will clutch and they'll be completely silent and Mel will just be screaming into her mic like super hype. So I guess Mel.
Easily Guimon. Easily him. If you've seen Recoil's tour post of his clutch, the guy yelling his brains out. Our star smokes player Guimon. I swear it's him. Best reactions of all time.
I don't know. Honestly, my teammates are pretty ice cold. Like, it has to be Jakey, but it's not because he's over the top. It's because everybody else is just like, you know, no emotion in the clutch. So I would say Jakey.
We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeldris is reinvaded towards that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
A clear favorite and a clear underdog to be starting off this series, but it all gets a little muddy on the first map of Pearl, and in the end, Winthrop University to take down their map pick 13-10. So Roy, we're either having the big upset or getting the 3-map series, but either way, I am pumped with how the series started off. Winthrop looking good.
They looked phenomenal on so many different levels, but Sierra, I think there's a new potential theory that is brewing in my head here. The underdog playoff theory, perhaps? Perchance?
Perchance? Elaborate.
Just
What is
saying.
this theory? Like, it didn't fully come through yesterday.
Yeah, it's like Sozin's comments coming by, and all of the underdogs are just getting superpowers playing this matchup. So it's looking really good. They look fired up. There's no hesitation in the way they're playing. They're hitting their shots. They're calling well. It's just looking nice for Winthrop right now.
I mean, that work, the reps that they put in, I think that they've been looking better than ever. And on the opposing end of things, TSM, this was a decently close map, Ash. This was 6-6 at the half. It was also a TSM to win both of their pistol rounds. But in these big pivotal rounds, it was Winthrop University to find that upper hand.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy to consider the fact that, honestly, I feel like this map, low-key almost felt only close because of those pistol rounds that you were mentioning that TSM were able to take away. Otherwise, in that first half, that was 5 rounds in a row, or actually, no, 6 rounds in a row that Winthrop was able to find right after the anti-eco coming out from TSM. And it's just insane to consider how good they look on Pearl. When you look at, the last time these two teams faced off, it was a very different story. We didn't get to see them up against each other on this particular map, but it was a very dominant win last time from TSM, and Winthrop look like they're really coming into their own.
It's a very, very different game than when these first two teams met head-to-head in that Swiss Week 1, which I'm really excited for. I think that really highlights that journey that Winthrop University has been through. But for TSM, there's the questions. Is it just same thing as yesterday with a couple of our teams, Roy? Is it just kind of shaking off that rust, or what's going on?
Listen, I would love to sip a little bit on that. It's getting the rust off copium that we're going through, but the stats don't lie. 14 first kills for Winthrop University against the team that we have highlighted as one of the highest first engagement team in the league. I mean, there's really just are no excuses. I feel like Winthrop University did not fluke their way into this win. They played very well. They had very clear win conditions, and I think overall they came pretty strong.
I mean, you're talking about not being a fluke in that work that they've put in, and someone that I don't even know if we even got the opportunity in the pre-show to talk about, but we definitely did highlight in the green room was Nasi here, Ash. Someone that throughout for this team has been super, super solid. Even if the stats don't necessarily show it in comparison to some of the other ones, the impact in other ways has been instrumental.
Yeah, top of day, Roy was talking about how great of a caller he has been for Winthrop, how great of a leader in and outside of the server that he's been, and a good teammate. And you even see just, I think what was really important for the likes of Winthrop was Nasi's utility usage was great as far as, you know, being interchangeable sometimes depending on positioning with Flare, but for setting up Infiltrator on a lot of those deep lines when that op finally got into his hands, that was shutting it down a lot of first engagements. I know that we don't have that scoreboard up anymore, but I do also want to give like a quick kudos over to Moobs as well. I think that he was a really important part in shutting down Sim in a lot of these initial engagements to open up a lot of those rounds, and that's why we saw that difference in first bloods for either team.
Yeah, I mean, bro was literally tied with Infiltrator on the five first bloods. Infiltrator had 5 and Moobs had the other 5 on the Sentinel role, right? We talk a lot about the sort of the contrast of duelists and sentinels, right? Like they're both technically entry fraggers if you think about it, and they're both sort of anchory kind of playstyles. And I think the fact that both of these players are popping off simultaneously on opposite sides of the map is a massive buff to the Winthrop University roster.
And something that you highlighted, Ash, was how Nasi with this util was able to set up Infiltrator. And diving a little bit deeper at Infiltrator's performance and Flare, who also put up a really strong one, that impact in the teamwork that Winthrop University had, Infiltrator was pointed out as a big piece of this puzzle to start off the series, and we really got to see that come through.
Yeah, and to give you guys an idea of why we're highlighting both of these players, even though we were just talking about how Nasi was doing really well for setting up Infiltrator, who, again, we have to give him his flowers with this head-to-head up against Sim. That's where everyone's eyes were when you considered Sim's success, his experience as an opener for TSM, and Infiltrator absolutely stepping up to the plate. And then you also have to look towards Flare, even though not necessarily always next to Infiltrator looking to set him up. I think his impact, especially in a lot of these late round situations, was massive. Being able to close out these rounds and clutch things up for his team was absolutely massive, with how we were watching him actually close that down for the side of Winthrop.
Yeah, another thing to keep in mind for Flare as well is he only had 11 deaths in 24 rounds. Yeah. That just goes to, you know, support your statement that he had so much impact in the late rounds, because whenever he was alive in those situations, he was either closing out the round or he had massive impact on the executes, using utility to counter, you know, slowing down the pace of TSM, interrupting a lot of their gameplays, using drone when it was crucial. So I completely agree. I think Flare was definitely a key aspect. But I would like to just re-highlight Infiltrator, because 24 kills against a team that is so strong like TSM is no joke.
Yeah, and now we have to talk about the implications of that going into the rest of the series. Of course, we are headed into TSM's map pick. So if we are assuming we're going to win our map pick, then that's all fine and dandy. And we're going to Bind. So what's doubly interested for Bind, in my opinion, is Winthrop University and TSM have played on this map. When we are looking at this head-to-head of this team, this is going to be a rematch of the week 1. And TSM wiped the floor with Winthrop University. Yeah, but this is also a different Winthrop University on the day, and one that looked a little cleaner than TSM.
Actually, another thing to keep in mind for Winthrop University is that Bind match against TSM was one of their only losses on that map. They've actually played this map quite a few times. They have 5 officials on Bind. Obviously, not all these officials are in VCL. Some of them are in the collegiate leagues or like third-party tier 3 tournaments, but they're still 4-1 on the map. It still is a good map for Winthrop University. It's not like it's a counter pick from TSM's end. So I think this second map's going to be really weird.
Heading into the agent select, we'll have to see if this is going to be an exact run back of the last time these two teams faced, or where are the adjustments coming on through. And looking at this quickly, Winthrop University, they're not looking to be 13-1 again. They're not having the same run back. We got to switch up with duelists and a lot more here, Ash.
Yeah, these are massive changes coming out from the side of Winthrop. Obviously, you know, staying true to the fact that Flare and Ali have swapped those roles going forward, but Infiltrator previously has been consistently running the Rays on this map. And then you've also got just the adjustments in having the double recon-esque, I guess. You do have the drone within the Teo, but there is a lot more like space clearing with that Teo pick coming in, which is very different from the double controller setup that they had been running previously on this map. I like this for Winthrop. I think it gives them a lot more space clearance and a lot more control of the map as far as information goes.
Yeah, I think Tejo absolutely fills like the explosives gap, right? Being able to pressure corners, being able to pressure positions, and combine that with Yoru's, surprise, teleports onto site, bypassing a lot of the deadlock util that both teams have. I think this is going to be a pretty explosive match, guys.
And let's not wait any longer to get into it. It's time for Bind to see if Winthrop can, in fact, get what would be the biggest upset here in our playoffs, or if TSM can take their map pick and take us to a map 3. Back over to your casters now. It's Tenric and Shift.
Yeah, this feels a lot more meta-aligned with like an asterisk, I suppose you could say, if you are looking at this from the side of Winthrop, whereas for TSM, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think the curiosity point here, though, is largely, in my mind, down to what are we going to get between the Yoru and the Raze, because Raze has been a staple here for so long. Yoru, of course, is popping up in the meta very oddly enough, I think, across every single map. So that's the big difference maker in my mind. There's also the level of, like, suppression isn't as much of a thing for Winthrop. It's more about zone of control when it comes to initiating, whereas, for TSM, it's about, again, that burst play, fault line, flash, blast pack in. So we'll see what we get, I think, out of the identities of both these two teams.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I'm really surprised by Infiltrator's decision to go for the Yoru. He's been one of the best bind raises in Challengers for the longest time now. Crazy to see him, of all people, pick up this mantle of the new meta sooner than everyone else. But to that same regard, Ollie going for the comfort pick of the Astra instead of the meta pick of the Brim, also really fun to see. It shows the confidence that Winthrop, again, have walking into this.
Yeah, love that little timing play for Winthrop. We see that there's some utility tossed over through stance. We don't see the execute, so we just try to teamwork it out, and then they immediately retract back into sight and catch Sim out. It's a really good smoke placement on that Nebula as well. Ollie's doing a nice job, again, just kind of controlling the tempo, the pace that TSM can play at. Flashes, stuns, aftershock, all being tossed in. Right click, not fully gonna land as TSM are able to take this now for 3 straight eliminations, leaving Flare by himself. The Salvo trying to get a little bit of damage, if not kill off more time for him to rotate through hookah, but this is a very difficult 1v3 now, especially with the post plant set up behind the box. And yeah, you can kind of feel the stress right now that Flare has. That little jump peek for recoil will confirm that he's also playing inside of hookah. And this would have to be something Reddit-worthy for the 1v3.
Terrific timing from TSM. 7, of course, the majority holder of what is this execution in the pistol round. So good to see him follow through and pick up quite a bit in the kill feed. But so much more fielding out that had to be done beforehand, and it looked like Winthrop University were looking to get a little proactive on top of it. I'm wondering how brave they'll get walking down sand and short these next couple rounds at least. See what they can think they can get away with after walking away with that first map. I doubt it'll be much. I think TSM have a full mental reset going into this map, and everybody, everybody's been keyed into a map like this for centuries.
Well, disaster averted for TSM of the opening pistol round, and now has them feeling pretty comfortable with Guardians, Outlaws, 1 Phantom, Sheriff upgrade, move. Yeah, trying to be a little bit of a hero there with one of the 3 Sheriffs that have been purchased here for Winthrop. Doesn't really work out, though. Just a little bit of damage on Devora. And now TSM really still trying to feel things out, making sure there's no immediate pressure in through shower. There's also no push-up in through mid. This timing is going to be interesting, though. Recoil will drop. But Gumon and the rest of TSM are able to find some sort of entry in toward B. Salvo with the fault line just to make sure no one's playing from behind the box. And Nasi is in a world of trouble here. Or is he? Hello? Follow-up from 7 is good. And yeah, okay. I was about to say,
yeah,
Nasi, the one place you think everyone's going to check inside of the container, still able to get a right-click off. Flare, of course, knows that Boar's playing inside the corner, but doesn't look to his right before he crosses the street. TSM will secure the anti-eco.
Yeah, continuously moments of panic coming from this TSM dugout here. Really having to just reset and reset and reset and just kind of get a grip on the round over and over again. That wear and tear was what caused their demise on Pearl. And so if Winthrop University, if they keep trying to get ahead of the conversation and keep getting in their faces, as long as they're able to connect, I don't see an issue with them, continuing to try and go for ISOs and early reads. It's just, I would love to see them, come up with a little more connection than what they've been getting so far. Of course, after the bonus round, that'll be, we'll see that fully come to fruition.
This is a round that is less than comfortable in overall weaponry, as Winthrop, again, with those Sheriff purchases, really can't go into a full gun round here. And Uh-oh, this is not looking good to start. Winthrop dropping the first 2 members on this pinch through mid. Moobs is trying to stay alive, only has the Judge and a Classic to work. Nasi trying to help on his cross, but is a little bit late to the party. Follow-up shots off the Guardian, though, not going to be clean, so not done yet, especially if Sim tries to jail this and just kind of crouches right underneath the aim of Nasi. So just down to Ali. Classic Outlaw to work with for now. Weapon in front of him, though. That should be, I imagine, a preference, and it is.
No doubt.
Deletes the barrier mesh. Fault line comes through. There is no immediate challenge, though. TSM just playing to kill off the clock. And Ollie says, I'll just take the weapon and get out of here.
Really terrific work, once again, done by TSM. They really know how to flush out a short, and they're gonna start flexing that whenever the chips are down. Now, certainly, they are not 7. Also, so close to a Rolling Thunder already. I'm amazed by how well he's been able to just working on himself rather than enable others with these fault lines.
Yeah.
Been playing a little closer with the team lately on these XX, and I really admire it.
Winthrop on the other side, though, after the opening spree from Infiltrator and Nasi, are also close to Dimensional Drift and a Nightfall, though. So it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But the bigger news is the bonus is secured. So major advantage here early, especially in the economy department for TSM. Whereas for Winthrop, they are going to be limping, not just into this round, but depending on how this goes, they could be limping into the next because of the half-buy situation that have come through. Infiltrator, the hero rifle member, has dropped. Flare looking to still try to force this battle. Fault line, though, making a mess of it. Sim trying to follow up as fast as humanly possible. Paint shells in the corner by the bench, and that is perfect breakdown with the sky smokes from the Brimstone being played. TSM comfortable as they find another Elim back over towards U-Haul.
When it comes to hero rifle defenses, Infiltrator prefers to get it over with, and this round is no different. I mean, taking that opportunity, it's not really a sense of when you do it, it's just, you know, how much you get out of it, so. I appreciate the proactivity that unfortunately Winthrop will be unable to work off of here. He can get some occupancy back, go for a couple exits. Nasi does have a very clean angle it'll hold on to for just a moment to grab this rifle for free and make sure no one else tries to pile in on it, but that was a good excuse for TSM to do the rest of the damage. Takes a second, but there you have it. Probably just, yeah, gonna stick around and see what he can get away with, but that's another great round taken out by TSM, just continuing to punish, of course. Gun diff makes it a whole lot easier this round because Winthrop sort of came to them, but they've been doing that in every respect anyway, so we'll see if they decide to take a step back on this defense and go for more of a retake heavy push here with the Teho Yoru power that they've got.
The issue, I think, with this for Winthrop, you know, you can play reactionary off of the Nightfall and then retake with the Dimensional Drift, but it's going to come at the cost of giving away both Ultimate Orbs, which actually gives major advantages to TSM with the Rolling Thunder already at the ready. And you're close to an Armageddon, I believe was the other thing that was like only 1 away. I think a Showstopper's also pretty darn close. Yeah, Boris just 1 off from the Armageddon, and yeah, the Showstopper's also pretty darn close to being earned for Sim. So you don't want to just give away control of these orbs for free. It's huge advantages for TSM, but the problem is Ollie's already found through Hookah, and map control is steeply going to go the way of TSM again.
And they can lean on recoil as heavily or lightly as they want to. A lot less pressure on him to find something now. And anytime they've sent him out to find something on Pearl, he unfortunately didn't have as much confidence as he normally has. Really lit up that map last time around. But here in playoffs, he'll continue to play a little more patiently and actually go for the full-on flank watch against Nasi, who will reveal himself. Recoil takes that down.
Well, made to the backside of the site. Have TSM not fully being able to control deep. Rolling Thunder going to be called here, and this is going to be the push out from Sim, but he's stuck behind a barrier mesh. We're able to find one, though, on the cross. Infiltrator trying to get out with the Dimensional Drift. Flare, though, as he's shut down. Infiltrator, yeah. You're just hoping and praying you can find something. Good little pop flash over the stacked boxes to allow for 1, but no more utility available. How do you get the clearance over through U-Haul? And I just don't know if you do. Armageddon going to make sure that this post plant stays safe. Now the clock becomes an issue, and Infiltrator will try to force the gunfight and fall. 5-0 start for TSM, very comfortable.
God, but even then, Infiltrator, just as an individual, is just so special to watch. Just immediately sensing out that Sim can get choked up upon that flash and being able to find that opening kill, and then pressuring on top of that spike so much heavier than you see so many other players when it comes to that truck hold. He was really aware of everything going into that 1v2 and gave it his all. And that's how he approaches everything. He knows he has to kind of just put all of his weight behind that, you know, whatever foot he's kicking down the door with, and he knows the rest of the team is going to be right behind him. Unfortunately, that's not the case if you're able to catch Nasi halfway through. And TSM has just done a great job of finding these chokeholds and spinning them back their way.
All right, see what's next here. Zali's going to find first blood actually off the map through mid. Nasi also following up, so okay. You want to try to find a lifeline, this is a great way to do it. And what would be, I don't know if they actually get qualification for the Thrifty here with the purchases, but call it what it is. This would be a Thrifty round. So TSM in a little bit of trouble here early. And I don't even know how you reclaim the map right now. I mean, you have to wait for fault lines, essentially. You've got at least the ability to pop the sky smokes, but nope, can't do that when your brim is down. So pretty anticlimactic round here, all things told, as Winthrop find the opening eliminations, and now it's just down to a 4v2.
Yeah, Winthrop have no real reason to re-up on this, especially now that they know that Seven is potentially no longer by himself down lane. But of course, it's Infiltrator, so in he goes. Or it takes him down, so 2v3 now, as TSM will go for the entry. Ali gonna hold back and wait for the rest of this team to come through due to the gun dip that still persists. Gravnet on the site thrown in, and TSM still extended to make sure that they can defer off of that. Seven just really trying to make some connection with this Outlaw he's holding on to. Great haunt though, and now TSM, it's crunch time.
Nightfall comes through first. Ali, yep, just gonna try to track him into the corner. Oh, sloppy though. Follow-up is decent for the trade. Just down Devora, and he's been annihilated.
Nice.
Just stuck in a cocoon. So, yeah, good stuff for Winthrop here. This is going to allow them a really big opportunity to kind of reset the eco and have a chance at the round as the Thrifty still does come through.
Good weapons.
Yeah, I'm happy with how they were able to get those picks. The problem is it was what they were already trying to do. So the question is, do they continue to try and, you know, go for these early punishes and see if TSM just continues to not check? Or continues to not win? Or do they understand when TSM is going to start respecting them a little bit more, which has to be soon, right? Now that they've gotten a round on the board here on the map.
You would think, but like, I just don't know if that's even a consideration for these guys right now. Showstopper annihilation at the ready for TSM. Cosmic Divide for the defense of Winthrop. And honestly, a lot of these executes for TSM have come by way of just trying to find the first blood initially and then trying to flood forward. Sensor drones in place, at least initially for Winthrop, but not really going to stall out TSM too much. As this may just, if they find info, this may fall into Sky Strokes into a double blast pack Showstopper to clear out the backside of the site.
You can tell Sim is hungry for it. Searching for that first bit of information. Again, so many Winthrop members have been more than happy to walk into LOSs as it is, so why not let this first bit of the round give yourself some room for that? In the exec, primarily through short. Seven, of course, again, the one to get the opening frag. Now the TP coming through from Infiltrator. Gives the impression that there's two, but in reality, there's still an unoccupied B side. The impact is still felt by TSM's rotation. Sin the only one to fall. Recoil now all the way back too, but he can't find anything either. So actually a pretty wanted plant coming from TSM. Winthrop, they have everybody everywhere.
That has to be a win right there, flat out from Recoil. You've got the angle, you can hear the footsteps sprinting forward towards you. Now this contact at mid is everything. Okay, clean shots, takes down moves. Seven on the corner, good timing on this peak. We'll find two more, leaving it just down to Infiltrator for what would have to be a 1v3, and he's already committed into the site. Seeing it with the pressure on, Flash's fault line is going to be spent. Infiltrator just trying to get back around through elbow. He's actually going to get the info off the molly that Gamonda's still actually playing over towards Garden here, and will isolate for one. He uses this as a chance to exit. No, instead tries to come back to the play. And Seven will tally on to 4 for the round, immediately getting back the Rolling Thunder.
Another fantastic round coming from Seven. opens up that first fight, and then somehow the second one too. I'm really amazed at his confidence in particular going into this round so far. I mean, wow, that was such a great turn. But other than that, I'm still, I mean, TSM, they have a boatload of options to pick from now for the rest of this half. They've kept things quite clean. I mean, A Short has barely been touched with a 10-foot
Yeah,
pole
true.
in the past couple rounds. You can really do whatever you want here. Winthrop, no real answer. And it seems like they're trying to come up with one way too early with this gun diff.
Yeah, just kind of have to make something happen, just try to manifest something over through showers. Stim beacon down, allows recoil to kind of slide away from Infiltrator's potential double. In Nasi, oh, he's got just a little bit of real estate to work with. Stim trying to take a challenge, but a decent shutdown. Recoil stopping the flank from having to go over through Spices, and that should pretty much win the round here. 1v3 for Nasi. Tall ass to say it plainly, but ooh, sees the shoulder of one. The question will be, where are the remainders, though?
The only one this round really able to make any sort of impact. Everyone else very quietly shut down. And so the streak continues here for TSM with, again, same level of creativity, no ults they had to spend even for that one. A lot of these in-between rounds have just been TSM sort of just waiting for Winthrop to initiate and then winning out because of that gun diff. Other times it's, again, waiting for that window to open themselves when somebody wanders into that sight line or goes for the aggressive TP. It's clear somebody from Winthrop is going to start itching before TSM does, and they've been able to use that to their advantage far too often.
Yeah, Nolly's in trouble here immediately, right off the rip. It Sands. Yep. Infiltrator out. There's the cross in the corner. Looking to find one. There's the shoulder check as Sid has already pushed deep in towards sight with the showstopper. Throws it blindly into Garden. Doesn't really affect Flare too much, but the trades are decent. And Winthrop have held this off, at least for now. Extra shots coming through as Moobs will lock down Hookah, and now it's just a rotation back through the teleporter to A.
Sonic Sensor will again slow them down, and this is where Winthrop was excelling before on this defense. With the Dimensional Drift, they'll at least be able to scope out exactly where Vora is going to head back to post-plant, but Recoil still able to avoid this ultimate from Moobs. That is a total misread that Infiltrator should have scoped out, but even still Recoil able to re-peek it and find that.
I mean, oh, this is tough. You can see the consideration. Moobs is worried about something happening over through mid, but Infiltrator just kind of keeps wiggling forward, holding down the scope. The operator lands for 2, and Winthrop will catch a second round. Still not going to affect TSM too much in terms of the economy. Really, they're going to be able to purchase for the next handful of rounds in a row. Rolling Thunder stole it already. Armageddon stole it already. So an expensive round in terms of ultimate expenditure there for Winthrop. The only good news is that Infiltrator does take down 3 after getting out of the Dimensional Drift to allow them a chance to get it, at least a chance to get it back earned before this half comes to an end.
A lot of individual blunders in the meantime when it came to those ultimate executions. TSM wanted to turn this map into a little bit of a playground to really finalize this half and cement their chokehold on it, but Winthrop just now offered a lifeline with these ultimates in hand and with way more patience on top of your own util move, holding down this sensor once he realizes how much power it's been holding on these rotates.
Well, once again, we're going to get Winthrop feeling feisty on the opening. TSM going to allow this to happen. Is there any sort of a check off this? No, that's a total miscue. Winthrop, again, just trying to play for timing on the play through B long. Completely shut down, and I just don't even know what you do from here on out if you're Winthrop to try to save this round. Maybe Nasi on the flank, but he will take down one to put a little bit of a sense of either urgency or immediate pause to TSM. And yeah, they're going to read that there's no way Nasi continues to play through this. So instead, it's clearance of Hookah, and everything goes Infiltrator's direction.
I don't know if they found him, though, on this operator in the cubby, and Sim on the push, doesn't expect it. How does he get back out? He's going to continue playing this as Winthrop continue to skirt on back. Nazi ready to play the Hookah. Infiltrator already inside on this, and the shorty in hand. That's good for 1. Now Holly with a judge of his own.
How it ends.
There's no way. There's no way they pull this off. Bora doesn't really find much damage there. Armageddon up through the top of the window, and now it's just down to Bora. The pistol comes through, and the right click lands onto the head of Infiltrator. All around that seemed unplausible for Winthrop to pull off. They get a numbers advantage, but the problem is it's just shorties and judges remaining and up top at the window through hookah. They do not connect, and now Winthrop are back onto a broken bye.
Like piranhas. This stack of 10, this whole lobby is just seeing a potential kill and approaching it with such ferocity, such veracity. Winthrop, I mean, they're just heading straight to the sauce. They're taking the fight to them. And a lot of the time, granted, it's not working out here on Bind. TSM are able to win the close quarters. They're able to get behind. They've been able to predict most of these wraparounds to the point where the last one that actually does get a kill, hey, Blair, doesn't end up working too well for you.
I'm at a complete loss. This is another one of those maps that just feels so uncharacteristic for how these two teams have shown us
Round before the switch.
their play styles in the last couple of either matches in particular for Winthrop or weeks for TSM. But we find ourselves on the last round of the half. Rolling Thunder still at the ready here for TSM, but that will be it unless someone can find a way to get this orbital strike. On the other side of things, Dimensional Drift is at the ready for Infiltrator, plus the Nightfall, plus the Armageddon. So good opportunity here for Winthrop to get a third, and I think just based on how this map has gone, they absolutely need to win this round.
No doubt this is a must-win for Winthrop if they want even a shred of confidence in this map. And unfortunately, with what they have in the bank, they're not exactly encouraged to get too far in front of the fight. But even still, Moves is getting encouraged here by Nasi, who also can't kill Sim. And it's just another total collapse on the defense here for Winthrop.
Yeah.
I'll handle this.
Dimensional Drift for Infiltrator, he is going to have to be a hero. He gets the read, the commitment's already on. Trying to find some sort of deterrence on this play over through Garden as the Armageddon comes through. That pauses things for a moment, but avoiding a lot of this is TSM, or are they? Thought for a second they were going to read that Infiltrator was still playing behind B Long, but not necessarily the case, and now he's got a bit of a pinch set up, and he's still finding headshots. Decoy comes through, but not going to be able to find the fourth elimination. Orbital Strike earned, immediately queued in. Ali, does he have the shot to lock things up? Sure does. Now to the right click, and Ali saves the day. It's a 2v5 between Ali and Infiltrator. Winthrop get the third, the must-win round here at the end of the half.
Unbelievable ultimate by Infiltrator. The confidence to just retain your position in long to take the fight back up more easily on top of just one flash. And then he's able to find both of the kills off of it. That's the kind of proactivity. That's the kind of blasphemous proactivity you're searching for when it comes to Infiltrator. And he does it all by himself above all else. Unbelievable work to be able to get that round back after, again, it seems like other players were just throwing themselves at the issue with not a lot of regard for themselves or the team in general. It felt so disconnected, and honestly, Winthrop could easily have gotten 5 on the board here if not for all of that, excitement. But here we are, 3-9. They now have the attack. TSM, still a myriad of answers they can give to this to take us to map 3.
And the other thing about this is TSM have not lost a pistol yet, and the pistol and the follow-up is exactly what Winthrop need to get back into this game. It's just based on how things have gone, you don't feel great about their chances at being able to just win out gun rounds, being down 11-3. So, a lot of pressure here. TSM delayed on the stealth drone. That actually works out pretty decently, but Galan can only find one. Follow-up off the classic a little bit deeper. Not necessarily all the way there. Infiltrator still alive with Ali, and they know exactly where Gamad is playing. And yeah, follow-up from Ali's also good as Recoil tries to find the peak deeper in the sight. So, again, must-win round 12, must-win pistol, both coming true here for Winthrop.
About as scrappy as you can get, but it's Winthrop that has better timing on top of those nebulas that, again, Ali just feels so bloody comfortable throwing down, and Winthrop as a whole feels so much more comfortable working around as opposed to the brim smokes on this map. I'm really appreciating how quickly Ali is getting as well in between placing stars and actually utilizing them. He's as active as an Astra as they've come. On the defense in particular as well, funnily enough. He's just been placing nebulas on his own swings. It's been crazy to watch.
Where are you?
Well, quick execute here, down short. Defense nowhere to be found. Move, that'll work. Stop the teleport play. And a lot of this retake is going to have to be based on holding Moobs' attention and getting this long flank through caves. Sim is here, but Moobs, he had the read, but doesn't have the reload. Ali coming back to the play. Okay, good shutdown. And then the grab net behind us. Try to be a deterrent, but doesn't work out. Leaving now 7 in recoil by themselves, and now it's just recoil, and now it's just nobody. 9-5 to count. Anti-eco comes through, and this bonus will have a Vandal, an Outlaw, and a Bulldog.
Solid damage control, and again, fantastic game sense from Winthrop to read that wraparound just as soon as it was about to be procced. Clearly, they're still tuned in to how the flow of this will go, and they've been able to steal away that pistol. Momentum will carry following this round, of course. We'll see what kind of answers TSM has in the more passive play, but appreciate them trying to get in front of this fight as heavily as Winthrop did when they were down.
Well,
0
TSM,
early challenges.
Yeah, I was going to say, just kind of holding back here and playing for contact with the salvo out. Looking for a salvo and fault line combination. First blood's good for Kavan, and that is enough to completely shut down the playthrough be long. Barrier mesh here at Showers is also a little bit of an issue if there's going to be any sort of a peek in towards sight, but Nasi's still going to try to work his way forward, clearing off a couple of tough angles already, and actually catches one. Sim will drop, and now Recoil's in a little bit of trouble. There's the grab net trying to come through. Recoil with one of his own as the Haunt will lock him into place, but doesn't make a difference. Recoil is still good for the win, and now help is on the way. Moves though. One of the shutdowns, barrier mesh deeper, and has a chance, and whoa, through the wall, connects onto another, leaving 7 by himself inside the site waiting for help.
That's the key word here, is by himself. Again, TSM's members continuously taking fights on a solo level when there are friends available to help you. And there's time that you can let your friends get to you as well. But here you can't risk the stack, of course. 7 has to let Vora hold down to B side if Winthrop decide to change course, which they don't. They get the kill, so now it's 1v2 walking on to site. And Vora is called out already by the stealth drone.
10 seconds left.
Well, the salvo gives enough delay to give an opportunity at this, and the spam shots are really close. That would have won the round if he finds that elimination, but not the case. So now decision time here in the 1v2 with no utility. Are you going to give this a go? Good information here to Ali, though, and a good prediction on the final swing out, but Flair is right there just before Vora can lock down the shots, and Winthrop putting together a really solid start to this offense. Exactly what they need to get back in this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, continuing to look nice and clean. And TSM's members not really coalescing as much as they need to be here on the defense. But that's one of the glaring weaknesses we've seen on the few times we've seen TSM play bind so far. This this tournament is that they kind of got called out on individual levels, and before they really were able to go for the set plays once they all come back together after they're able to take it to a 5v4. If you're able to kind of stick a wrench in that before it gets going, you're able to continue, again, that slowdown that made Winthrop look so terrifying over on Pearl. And, I mean, that's how Rankers beat TSM most recently here on Vine. That's where I imagine Winthrop is getting most of their game plan walking into now, funnily enough, despite the fact that Rankers play like absolutely no one. But TSM is favoring that play style a little bit, letting themselves, you know, take that responsibility, having that, yeah, I'm him mentality, even still to a degree. And, you know, I admire some of the hero plays that are coming out of it, but it's not nearly enough for TSM to warrant cashing it in this often.
Well, major advantages for Winthrop after the bonus comes through. Also, the ultimate economy is looking pretty solid on top of that for some ults that you really want. So, could be a potential for this. Wow, that is a deep fault line, and Nasi is going to recognize that hookah may be an issue for us, but TSM, all they do is throw out the fault line, and they're going to force Winthrop to have to spend some utility to re-clear out both B-Long, and if they want to peek into hookah, they're going to have to spend something for that too.
Drone does all the deadlifting down lane, and the Prowler will confirm Vora's presence. So you've already moved the line already all the way up to where these two initiators are holding it. And you've only had to use one piece of initiator utility each. Nasi off. The second one is going to push in, and Vora somehow holds the line. Now, how dryly do you peek this other line from Winthrop, or do you change course entirely?
Well, the problem is hookah's not an option anymore, especially knowing that you've gotten a weapon selection for Vora to pick up. That, or they're just going to have to re-clear it again and just put the weapon out of commission immediately, which looks like that very well may be the case. I mean, you could grav net this. They're still holding at a corner before. Oh, just a one-tap comes out. They try to combine with a salvo, and they eventually get the kill that they want, but it comes at a very steep cost. 7 on the cross. Not fooled by the decoy.
30 seconds
Infiltrator
left.
still holding, but the smoke blocking off the angle. 7 can still hang. TSM trying to rotate over. The orbital strike spent here for TSM to stop the plant. The big question is, how does 7 utilize this position on elbow? Oh, and he's going to find elimination and stay safe from the trade. Absolutely massive here for TSM. The follow-up looking good. Shorty works out for the Infiltrator, but he's running out of time. Has to find these kills and has to find them quickly. Trying to play for the plant. Recoil will find him for the easy follow-up, and it's a thrifty for TSM to get to double digits.
Certainly the round you're looking for, and once again, it's 7. That is the fulcrum of it. Of course, GMD providing him with the timing of that ultimate to let the smoke dissipate at the perfect time for 7 to be able to go for that approach, but to be able to get back out on top of that and reset the fight for your favor, that is insane work. Infiltrator, unfortunately, no time left on top. And from there, TSM had enough to work with. Does that protrude for 3 more rounds, or does Winthrop have their finger on the pulse? TSM already getting Nancy down. Shower, they'll get netted, but not killed.
Yeah, Sim, big connection on the moves. That actually shuts down the formidability of this potential post plant. And yeah, I think Winthrop had to give this up with not having the ability to toss on a barrier or a grab net. This post plant becomes very vulnerable. Nightfall still gonna be committed. On the cross though, recoil not affected. Trades are good though, at least for Winthrop to keep the play alive. Just comes down to what happens next to this next point of contact in. Even though Sim loses his angle, Comanda's right there with him. 4 through U-Haul. Not necessarily clean, but still effective, and TSM will hold down the A site.
Absolutely everywhere that round. Felt like Winthrop didn't have a lick of proper coverage for crossfires when approaching there. And a lot of that, of course, does have to do with the fact that Moobs was already dead. So all you could really do is throw that Nightfall in and then check the rest of those corners. But yet again, TSM get ahead of it and open that frag first. Well timed by Recoil to be able to get that first and just, again, slow them down just a hair. Force that advantage to sink in heavier, and now you carry that into the economy to make this a potential easy 12-6.
Yeah, not looking positive here for Winthrop. Stealth drone right down short. That gets queued up. Sim has to drop his position topside truck. Molly to block off showers as smoke start to come on through. Sim still looking for contact, but honestly, Winthrop have gotten in a pretty decent spot here. There's the flash. If Infiltrator can find this elimination, that would be massive. Sim still trying to hold on, but the kill comes through. That's now a scope picked up. Can Infiltrator use that? Armageddon, though. Flare's caught completely. Suppressed, stunned up, nowhere to go. Oh, nice snap from Gamon. Still playing inside the site. We'll line up 2 more. And it's all down to Infiltrator. No scope connects for the first, but nothing beyond that. TSM get to map point.
Definitely a more fun round from TSM that time around, and only having to spend the 1 ultimate on it just for, again, that bit of damage control means dividends against Winthrop, who chose to let Ollie's ult fly this round. Really limits your options for exec timing here. Of course, that Armageddon's still available to flood away at least half of a site, but from there, it really doesn't seem like there's that overarching control we were talking about coming into this map from Winthrop University. TSM, they look really leveled up at this point, ready to take it to map 3.
Could be there pretty quickly. Annihilation immediately. Recoil is able to gouge Nasi, but this Armageddon puts a little bit of concern. Recoil just barely able to get out of there. And that's another elimination to follow up behind the play as well. So, yeah, this is just complete trap. Grab net down. TSM just completely stormed through the teleporter and find every single elimination. So now it's just down to Ollie. No spike to play with. And, well, let's start talking about Haven, it feels like.
Yeah, if you weren't already comfortable, if these teams weren't already comfortable, then
go ahead and let that recliner go and grab some popcorn. Because at this point, I think both these teams have kind of reeled themselves back in, gotten those reins attached to the horse heads, and made sure that no one gets too big for their britches. We got a map 3 on the horizon here from two teams that have definitely looked better, but definitely don't look like they're on the road to becoming any worse.
Yeah, true. But all things told, that was very comfortable for TSM. So kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another when it comes down to the map selections, because so far both teams have looked pretty darn good on their map choices. TSM a little bit sloppier in map number 1 than I think we would have expected, but no such instance here on their selection of Bind. So Haven will be what has us kind of foaming at the mouth here for map number 3. Not the worst map really necessarily when it comes for Winthrop. So again, talking about how this upper bracket round 1 series has often led to upset potential, definitely feels like it's still on the table. But we're going to take a little bit of a step away, get ourselves a break, and set things back up for map number 3 at the desk when we come back.
Oh, it's a big difference, because back in the day, I could say like 2-3 years ago, franchising I don't think was around, or was like in its just beginning times. So like lots of teams are still investing their money. They had lots of academy teams. The competition was a lot, like, I'd say more fierce. Like in my group stages back then, like I was going against either signed teams or academy teams. I had like really passionate players, people that were still playing. A lot that have quit now. That's the big difference now, is like I don't see half of these tournaments being like being played. A lot of teams are pulled out, and this tier 2 scene is kind of like the top of our talent. Instead of playing in all these other tournaments, we're only really seen in like these VCLs or these tier 2 tournaments. And I think that's the biggest difference, is the competition is more, not scarce, but it's more like tightly knit. Like in these teams, like these 16 teams are like where all of tier 2 has ended up over the course of a couple of years. And that's the biggest difference I see. I don't think it was like that big of a difference. I played a lot of ranked for years. I competed before in a team environment. So like you kind of just need to understand how to work your role and how to work around other people. And if you have that down, you're like able to take criticism and learn. I think it's actually not very difficult. It's just, you just gotta drop the ego and grind, you know what I mean? You just gotta try and work around your teammates and try and work together. You're a team, no one's against each other. And I think with how my personality is, I think I meshed into most teams pretty well. And you know, these guys liked me. They liked what I bring to the team. And I think it's not too difficult if, you know what I mean? If you just mesh well in any team, it's pretty easy to fit in. No, it's like they're a core 3 for like a good reason. Like Gimon keeps the energy. He's like, I don't want to say older, but he's like the big brother of the team. And then Seven and Sim are like, you know what I mean? Like initiator and duelist, right? They have that chemistry they built over a long time, right? It's like a good core 3 to have. You have the guy who like keeps everyone in check and bounces emotions, and then the 2 people that are just insane fraggers mechanically. Like these are like the tier 2 gatekeepers, as some people would say. They're insane mechanically, and they're insanely good like when combined together, right? They can just open up rounds together easily, right? And I think they're a core for like a very good reason, because like why would you give up these players, right? These players are literally like insane, and they work together so well. So there's no point of getting rid of them, right?
Doesn't really need to do much work though, now that that's toxic. Alone doing a good job holding it down on site. Challengers is reinvaded with that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
All the way back in week 1, we got to see TSM and Winthrop University fight against each other on Bind, and it was pretty rough for Winthrop University. They get 6 rounds this time, but still not nearly enough, as TSM, much like Roy after finding a booster seat, standing just a little bit taller, now a little bit closer in this series. I mean, good stuff. Both on TSM and Roy. Good job.
Yeah, it looks like I'm not the only one getting boosted. Yeah, TSM doing a great job. I think that this turnaround was massive. It's great for their confidence as well. Securing their map pick in a pretty convincing fashion is a really good way to start things off.
I mean, looking back at this, it was TSM from the get-go, Ash. A TSM that maybe there is something a little in the water in that first map that didn't quite work out, but they got really quickly off to the races here. It was a different TSM. That's what we need on the day. Some good stuff.
Yeah, I think that's something that I also just didn't get the chance to really highlight before even going into Bind, because we had so much to talk about, right? Is the fact that this is one of TSM's best maps historically, like even outside of this split, and you do have to give them that respect. I think that, you know, there were moments where we did see maybe some risk taking that you wouldn't expect, but overall the game plan I think that this team has as far as that space taking, that space creation with this composition, and a lot of those really potent combinations that can come out with that utility as well, whether it's recoil or Seven, Vora, Sim as well, just with like a plethora of like nades to combine with is always really great to see.
And I think too, this is a TSM that I want to see more of. Maybe again, even if you didn't believe in it, Roy, maybe it was just the rest of the first series and we get to see a little bit of more confidence in everything going on through. I mean, even look at this, 13 rounds won, 15 first kills.
Yeah, that has to be the most one-sided openers I've ever seen, I think. 15-4 is crazy, guys. But I mean, aside from just like the statistics, I do genuinely feel like TSM looked phenomenal and they looked a lot more dynamic with their utility this time around. A big criticism that I have for teams that run the breach on this map is they tend to find themselves a little bit too rigid with their setups, and they get this like ultra like very trap style play style where they're always waiting for people to come in and they're using their utility from these perfect positions, and things just get a little too rigid. But I feel like the way that TSM was approaching things was a lot more fluid, it was a lot more dynamic, and there's a lot more room for people like Seven to pop off because he's not restricted to these like off kill positions, very supportive positions. Like he had a lot of freedom to pop off. He was very close to the action consistently, and we're finally starting to see him pop off a little bit.
Yeah, I think even taking a look over towards GMD, having the 4 first kills on the Brimstone is also massive as far as being able to, you know, lock down that space on defense, and then even being able to find some of those openings on the attacking side as well. But overall, like you were saying, I think that the reps that TSM has on this map really shines through with how dynamic they are. And we were talking already about Seven. We had to give him the highlight. He had so much impact on this map when it came down to that positioning that you were talking about, Roy. Ensuring that he was consistently alive late into the round, able to, you know, spam that utility for his team to help create so much of that space, whether again it was used in combination with the salvos coming out from Vora or the nade coming out from Sim there as well. It speaks so much as to how he's playing for his team and looking to set them up, and it really opened up a lot of these rounds here, and that was all on Seven.
And Seven also had a very good first map. We just didn't really get to talk too much about him because Winthrop University stole that first map away. But he's just continuing the train. He had a great first map. He's been a player that we've highlighted a lot last year. We've been a little bit more quiet about him this year, but I feel like he's finally starting to come into form again.
And I mean, someone who is able to step up with that much performance is always great. But then, Ash, you were also talking about being able to set up the team. And this is where we have to go back to this duelist head-to-head, because when we look at the second map and what Seven was able to accomplish, a lot of this too is being able to set everyone else up for success, including Sim.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we initially touched on the fact that TSM had 15 first kills on the entire team up against Winthrop's 4, which is abysmal. Yeah, that's like over a 3 times multiplier, but you know, all good. And that has to do again with the fact that Seven was so consistently setting up his team, that space creation that him and Vora were able to make, even the stim beacon coming out from GMD as well. And for Infiltrator not having as much of that support, I think it becomes a little bit more difficult, because when you compare it to the Yoru, you're looking at Infiltrator being a little bit more self-sufficient because he does have flashes of his own, but that space creation just wasn't there for Winthrop University.
And I think a crazy thing as well with Sim's stats for this map specifically is, yeah, he only had 14 kills, which is, you know, a little bit less than standard from what we expect from Sim, but 7 of his kills were first kills. That's half of his kill participations were openers for his team, and that's almost half of TSM's entire openers on that map. So despite him not getting a lot of kills, he's definitely still having that impact, and that's the thing that we highlighted definitely about, you know, the interaction between him and Infiltrator, which definitely came to life during this second map. Now we're going into Haven though, which is a very duelist heavy map. There's really just no other way to put it. It's a very interactive duelist map. There's so many things that you have to accomplish on that map. And I feel like that sort of performance between Infiltrator and Sim, who have both been playing pretty well, is going to keep going into this third map here. And it's going to be an important factor for us to consider.
I love the players that you guys were able to highlight too. Then going into Haven, when we are looking at what TSM ran last time for the composition with 7 back on the breach and being able to set up Sim, who had a little bit more of a quiet series last time that they played. And this for Winthrop University is a map that looked decently strong for them. But of course, we've only seen TSM play it once, Ash, and that was up against NV rankers on their undefeated streak. So I definitely don't want to put too much stock in the TSM loss. It's what they can do right here, right now.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of fun because you look towards, you know, how we had that Raze versus Yoru over on Bind. It'll be a little bit of a swap because if they continue on with the compositions that these teams have previously run, the expectation is going to see Infiltrator actually back onto the Yoru, and then we're going to see the Sim Jet, which I think is always really fun. And with how well Seven has been playing today and expecting him to be back on that breach, I feel like it's again going to have a lot of eyes on that dynamic duo for opening up these rounds, being able to take this space. But I don't want to take anything away from Winthrop either, because I know they didn't play on Haven, but they did play on Lotus, another three-site map. They're up against YFP, and I felt like their map control and how they were looking to play that push and pull was actually really dynamic, really nice on Lotus. I need to see them replicate a very similar macro here on Haven to try and get that edge up there on defense.
Agent select for map number 3. Winner gets to keep moving along in the upper bracket. Loser, unfortunately, has to battle for their lives. And when you're looking at the first round of playoffs and the possibility of Winthrop with this big upset, a lot of pressure on them going into here. Going into the map, though, Ash, you're excited about the Sim Jet, so I got some bad news for you, but good news if you like the Yoru as well.
Okay, I'm not mad about it. I would imagine that this choice is because they were expecting moves to actually be on that Vice, and we had that conversation of the Yoru versus Jet trade-off up against the Vice Sentinel, and you do have that ability. Again, I think the clone is super important as far as being able to take value away from that wall, that passive information out early on, especially on a map like Haven where the rotations can be a little bit longer depending on how you're trying to cut the dice.
Yeah, and we're seeing Winthrop University running a composition that is a little bit different. It's more of a modern composition for Haven specifically. We're seeing teams like M80 pulling this off as well. And it's a very strong composition. It trades a little bit more information and a slightly wider information network for a lot more utility and a lot more stopping power while maintaining that Yoru's map-wide presence and being able to teleport back and forth and kind of get established offlines.
Like the other switch coming out from TSM, recoil to Cypher instead of the KJ. But it's time to see if these choices are going to be the difference maker as we head into map 3 of these series. And I cannot wait to get started. So let's send it back over to your casters now, Tenric and Shift.
Yeah, this is, I think Roy's final statement there is the appropriate one, where Winthrop is not going to have the ability to get themselves as much overall info. But again, they could just dump utility onto sites. I think especially from the offensive side, also their ability to hold off TSM approaches should be pretty significant, because let's be candid, looking at the TSM composition, their hits are going to be pretty telegraphed. You're going to get some sort of a recon, whether it be a bolt or an owl drone, followed up by some sort of a fault line flash combo and a paranoia, then Euro is going to jump on in. So it just comes down to how well, I think, in this first half, can Winthrop set themselves up to react to that? And are they even going to allow that to happen in the first place? Or are they going to try to play a little bit more on the aggressive front, which we have seen them try to do in the first 2 maps?
Yeah, this is a lot of confidence that TSM have in their ability to manage fights. This is, I think, the first time we've seen GMD on Omen so far in this split of challengers. Like, he has not played this character so far. And I imagine that he's going to get a little more aggressive because of that. He wants to be a little more mobile and start shooting for himself, considering how well he's doing it. But Just so many risks being taken by TSM going into this final map. Winthrop University, like you said, they have a lot they can throw at the issue. So anytime that TSM doesn't let themselves be their best, they're going to get suppressed, they're going to get killed, they're going to get smoked.
Salvo out towards A lobby as the Tejo Flare rotating back in towards B. Plenty of utility for moves to hang on to C with. So the major threat for the time being is what happens over to B. And yeah, that little double peek from Sewer as well through lobby and long works out for first blood for Winthrop.
Now you're just able to sort of repeat that, reallocate, send more members of Winthrop over to the C push where it's looking like it'll be the loudest, no doubt. TSM, like you said, telegraphed as can be. They're going to sort of just have to waltz in on it and diff whoever's there. They have no idea who it could be, though. So as that smoke dissipates, they'll just be an audience to what will no doubt happen up A short, which is a whiff from Sim.
Follow-up also going to connect for Vora. So it leads to now this execute over the C site, and wow. Wow, how about that? As they go on, looked like he was dead to rights in the first contact, and he's not. He's alive and kicking. 3 eliminations. Now leads to a spike plant, and it's just Gumon stopping up, hitting the classic headshots. And Winthrop, after a strong start with the eliminations at A, now find themselves completely stuck.
The man wants to duel, and he will until Flare is able to fully silence him, but still so much more in his way. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't even an implant. It wasn't that much of a push either. It was just kind of walking on and killing. And that's what GMD did. That's what he's been doing a lot this match. He clearly wants to lean into it a little heavier. And he'll be able to with these TPs that he'll use to hopefully get in front of a lot of the util that is getting dumped. A lot of cycling we go through here on the post plant. Flashes that'll infect both Vora and Flare momentarily, but TSM will keep 2 standing in the pistol.
Okay. Heroics early from Gumon. And now with the spike plant, this will be an anti-eco round that you would assume was going to look pretty nasty. Guardian to Ghosts, Vandal. Still decisions for what Gumon wants to do with his cash. Just a Ghost there as an outlaw will be passed over. So trying to set themselves up to potentially purchase rifles into the next round, depending on how this next one goes. And I think for Winthrop, this is another one of those moments. I did see 2 sheriffs purchased, so they're stacking, thinking that we can hit our shots here and still win this anti-eco. Yeah. 2 sheriffs are purchased. Early peek and walk down through mid-grass. 3 members large on this play. Gate crash back. Fault line out. Ali trying to follow up on that. Does connect for 1, but Sim has opened the door at C, and that has to be some sort of a track back. But Ali still hangs on, finds a second elimination.
No way Ollie decides to double up on that and gets punishment too. The rest of TSM do have a little bit of extra homework to do now. There's still no gun diff. And so Winthrop still have to find an artificial way in despite the fact that it's even. And that's why Ollie's going for this long-winded flank, praying that it's not checked. You know what? 50% of the time you wouldn't be too far off so far this match, but wrapped up in a neat little bow. Sim worth 4 this round, already on the road to a dimensional drift.
Wow. Okay. 2-0 up. The bonus, as mentioned, with those Guardians, or pardon me, the Ghosts that were purchased will now be upgraded into major rifles. So again, this as a quote-unquote bonus is going to be very powerful for TSM. Dimensional drift also 1 away from being earned, which honestly may come to play here if they can just grab an orb for Sim. He's already off to a hot start. And another moment where you kind of look at this round from the perspective of Winthrop and say, we should be 2-0 up. I mean, we get a couple of nice eliminations in the middle of the map here in round number 2. You would think that that's enough to give you the numbers advantage and maybe a couple of weapon collections, but it just gets stifled as soon as the spike gets planted. Infiltrator looking for some aggression through A lobby. Similar setup to what they had in the opening pistol with Ollie down low. Trying to see if they can bait out a couple of shots as this dark cover should fade here in a little bit.
Leaving Infiltrator in this 1v1 that continue to anticipate recoil, is quicker to the draw, and now tries to swing on top of it. Ollie can at least cover fire, and now down to half is forced to take that step back. TSM, perfect excuse to go exploring again. Now see if there's another solo that they can force to dwindle. It looks to be potentially Nasi. That's why he'll take the step back from the garage window and just hand this B site over, wants to be able to stack a little heavier.
Well, I'm interested to see, will this dimensional drift be called at Seward to get through B Link?
Yeah.
But no, instead they're sitting here saying, all right, no one's home. We can just jump our way on. And with Sim already fully controlling the A site, Winthrop are going to have some issues here. You got a couple of flashes available for you, but not a lot of stars. The salvo's already called in. Sim's found the first blood. That's a big one, 2 on Ollie. Follow-up flash, try to delay Winthrop a little bit further. Secondary one also tossed out as the spike will be planted. Sim still staying underneath the aim of this Winthrop squad. Takes down more, and Moobs is going to have to try to survive through this, but he's stuck topside heaven. TSM aware of that. Teleport comes through. Sim's rampage comes to an end, but all members will drop as TSM find themselves 3-0 up with a bonus win.
And that was very respectfully played by Sim the entire way through. Of course, being on a bonus round, you would hope that that's the case. But even so, refusing to dimensional drift, understanding how close these defenders could still end up, being to that link door, doesn't want to give them an excuse to rush in and kind of segment this attack, making sure that the rest of TSM is already here. And getting in front, understanding the distance the salvos had to travel, understanding he has a microsecond to duck back, and then double flashes to try to play keep away. He understands the threat that he's facing, and he still goes in to try and fight it, ends up nabbing 3 for himself. Really respectable play from him the whole way through. I'd love to see that kind of discipline carry on. That'll lead to a world of hurt for WU.
Yeah. Wow. Not a strong start here for Winthrop. Stealth drone getting deep in towards A. Doesn't actually get any reveals, though. And Winthrop are not going to go down the typical route, which has often been kind of these gamble stack, maybe even aggressive push-outs, just to see if they can catch someone on a first blood. Instead, they're going to play a little bit more reactionary. Aldrone actually does not tag Flare, so he can still hold this angle. Sees one on the cross. Keep in mind, Armageddon could be really valuable if they get a read on where this hit starts to come from. The spike is not a part of this walk down at long yet, but it is on the way with 50 seconds remaining.
Options becoming limited. Still could move past this. No, Sim's just going to swing it all. Lee, ready as can be for it. Paranoia's going to try and catch him, and they're going to chase this down, but not before Ollie can at least strike back and grab one more. Now GMD has to, again, press the issue a little bit harder, and will at least refrag to make this even, but now questions if this is the right move, if this is the right site, at least until the rest of TSM makes their way over. There's only 20 seconds to go. This is your only option. You've got to fight it out, and now with advantage, you have the potential to.
Infiltrator right on top. Can he find a way to stall this a little while longer? There's the flash, but no. Recoil plays the anti-angle, and that's easy enough to find the elimination that will likely put this round out of contest. Moves 1v3. Sheriff to work with. Spy cam up and ready. Just outside of the start cover, and yeah, trying to check the close corner. Come on, able to find himself another. He has had a solid start to this map. Already on from the shadows, and more importantly, 4-0 up for TSM with a lot of comfort.
Yeah, the first emergency contact for most of his own smokes, and it's not self-destructive until Winthrop is actually able to shut him down, which they haven't been able to so far. And it provides so much more agency to Sim, who can just walk into this knowing that there's an Omen right behind him who has his back and is willing to dump everything in to go for that refrag. If it means generating that crucial bit of space that he went for, which, hey, Sim walked onto site, so there it is.
Who's next?
Well, dimensional drift can be popped here for Sim. Problem is, Infiltrator is holding things down towards A long, so this will be enough to confirm that there will be likely a C execute behind this dimensional drift. Well, Sim just pops out of it in a really strange spot, trying to maybe set up the fault line connection in towards Garage. That doesn't work out. Ollie's also still here to try to fight this off. So yes, the spike is planted, but numbers are looking really good for Winthrop. And this was another one of those rounds that you just don't assume is going to be this messy from TSM.
Yeah, Sim, again, getting a little cray-cray with that TP play for raw intel without having to use up a flash. I don't know, man. I think you just toss one into the situation there. But beyond that, a shout out to Ali in particular that round, who was able to lock down 2 of the opener peaks and then still hold down the front line on top of that. Again, the bravery that both of these controllers are showing so far this match, you can see the the duelist wolf that is inside of them at all times.
About there. That should win.
Well, pivotal round here early as Winthrop are trying to kind of take this pattern to this map back. And I don't even know if I can really count round 5 as a round that Winthrop are sitting here like dominating. I think that was just a really bad round from TSM.
Yeah.
But it's going to be TSM quickly trying to put some force in towards B, teleporting in for the plant initials. Come on. Armageddon's going to be baited out with this, though. That's the entirety of the play as he hits the from the shadows to go back over to C. And yeah, Moobs is completely caught off guard by that. Paranoia also making sure Ali cannot contest. Yeah, that's just a really good bait of the Armageddon straight into the quick wrap into C.
Planted.
And whatever shreds of time GMD had to waste, he did so effortlessly, only throwing a Paranoia and a TP into things, and now it's just standard a plant can get.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of entry here. Not a lot of vacancy to make their way through. A couple of spam shots coming out. Yeah, fault line trying to get them in, but that's utilized on top of the actual spike itself, not over to this actual post-plant defense deeper in towards C. So Nas is going to have to watch this round come to a pretty anticlimactic finish as he gets his head ripped off and TSM are up big early.
Everyone doing their job that time around. Sims Dimensional Drift paying off and making all the space necessary. But after the fact, yeah, GMD able to once again go crazy in the kill feed and be the first point of contact for when Winthrop University actually decides to descend. I mean, fielding out everybody there from Link as well. That was just such a terrific TP to the block first. And then the double back after the rest of TSM comes forward. That's such a that's GMD entirely putting himself first, but I mean he's able to fully connect on it.
Hunter's Fury right off the get-go. TSM to connect with that. Infiltrator able to find one response though, as the execute looks like it's trying to develop pretty darn quickly here, but Nasi's still in a pretty solid spot to hold this, especially with help now here and a pinch on the way. After shotgun to clear out Nasi, there's really nowhere for him to go. But he survives through it. Bora deals with one member on the flank, but does not expect a second in the same moment. The pinch from the front is good. It's just like, how do they win rounds like that? It's like,
yeah,
you've got everything going for you in the previous ones, but they're pulling off like these weird, like broken by rounds. It just feels a lot like yesterday.
It's a very slippery hold on this map, and then Moobs, you know, decides to wrap around a little bit early. Nasi decides to hold himself a little bit closer to entry on site, and all of a sudden TSM's plan, it completely falls on its head. It makes it seem clean, but very fragile. And so I'm wondering, does this mean that TSM is going to get less confident in their initial approaches? Because we haven't seen too many doubling back. I mean, we've seen TPs, but that's because there's a lot of them at your disposal. But we haven't seen just the good old let's go through the courtyard and see how many kills we can get, which is where we'll see they'll go window shopping here to get that opening kill this round.
Still a chance to get Nasi a little bit deeper, though. Does Vora predict this? Wow, what a read. I don't think he's looking for that initially. He's looking to see if someone tries to peek outside a garage, but still will be happy to collect the elimination. Infiltrator, okay, that's a bold peek again. Teleporting back in towards B, knowing that there's likely going to be some sort of an execute behind this, but patience is the name of the game here for TSM in the 4v3.
So many moments just coming down to connecting the dots. And brave ass swings. Do we exec onto this? Do we really go for it? Is GMD, yeah, GMD could TP in front of it, so you could stunt your timing if you want. That's exactly what they're gonna do. We'll get on, we'll use everything, and then we'll util dump, and then we'll kill Moobs. Beautifully executed.
Yeah. Moobs had a chance to fight there, not getting affected by the first bit of utility, but that Paranoia lands perfectly for the deeper pick from Clement. Infiltrator just hoping for some spam. Not going to connect. 7 for the plant. Salvo down. Allows Infiltrator to stack up a couple. Wow, nearly found 3, but regardless, Flare is right there to secure his trade. So we go to the 1v1. Vora playing up against Flare. Initial toggle on the spike, but Vora right through garage finds the connection for the quick shutdown at TSM. 5-6-2 advantage.
Still just enough to hold on to, though. Infiltrator making it as close as can be yet again. And now finally even in the kill, in the scoreboard. But still, reset after reset from Winthrop University and TSM, it's clear, yeah, they can throw so much into whatever site they want to go for, that they can throw everything into the site and just one and done it. They don't really care what's there. They can overload it and claim it as their own. And then it just comes down to gunplay on top of that. Are you able to actually win your fights? Because Winthrop's University, their timing for these retakes is going to be superb, and you're not going to have all that fun stuff available to try and counteract it. So it comes down to where TSM decides to plant themselves after, and that's still looking like it needs a little bit of help.
Well, a little bit of a feel out here for TSM down mid again. Last time they were here, they did bait out the Armageddon. There's really nothing to bait out now as Nasi drops. Maybe they're looking for the Rolling Thunder to get pulled, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Decoy will go through, teleport back into the middle of the map, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to play for something into the year, especially with who they've already taken down. I mean, without having the breach in play, you were able to get some guaranteed space on B, but instead they're going to try to continue to take this battle over to Garage. Aldrone to follow up behind this, and they're going to read that there are 2 members here. So yeah, this is the time I think that TSM make a decision. Do we just commit it to B, or do we want to wrap this thing out to A, knowing that you've got 2 defenders playing on this close corner? But yeah, that'll make life a little bit easier as a couple of extra eliminations get tallied. It's just down to Boobs and Flare.
Yeah, either TSM were waiting for the pinch from the Garage, or they were waiting for the step out that Sim was holding on that A-Link door, which he gets to do single-handedly with that breach gone. Both actually happened, so TSM very happy with taking the B site now, and they'll clean this up pretty quickly. Yeah, Moves can't even find one this time around, so I have absolutely nothing to complain about that round. That was perfectly flow-charted by TSM. I think they waited out just as long as they needed to, and then a little bit extra to get even more punishment. So,
well, trouble starting to brew here as Winthrop will call a timeout. Have enough to full purchase into this round, but not a lot has gone their way. And I think a lot of it is, you know, talking about, again, just bringing back up what Roy was talking about on the desk. Winthrop should have the ability to have a lot of stopping power once they get a read on TSM's execute. But flat out, it just feels like Bind all over again, where it's just they're not getting the first bloods in these key gun rounds. And you're down in numbers. It's calling for people to step up heroically. And to be fair, there's been a couple of moments, but that's not going to get you a map win. Not against this TSM squad that looks a lot more polished since the first map that they played here in the series. So it definitely feels like we got to decide, are we playing purely for retake and just allow them to get on the site a little bit more freely and then just use our utility to stop that? Or are we going to try to get a little bit more aggressive, get some early reads, not having the ability to use information gathering tools, and then just hope that we can connect on our utility to stop them from getting executes in the first place?
yeah, we're seeing that indecision lead to a real drought of like round-changing util coming from Winthrop, which is what we were begging them to be able to come with heaps of this time around. We haven't seen a lick of Nova Pulses or Gravity Wells that have had any sort of impact so far. Granted, being defense, it's a little harder to find those pockets, but even still, Ollie could 100% go for more of these retakes cleaner down these lanes with stuff like that. And even so, I mean, Nasi in particular, unfortunately, the kill feed hasn't been too kind to them, but that's not really what I'm worried about. I'm more worried about the fact that he hasn't been able to hold down with any fault line, with any aftershock. Only the blinds have been really able to find any purchase, and that's not even activate him. That's been to activate like Infiltrator when he doesn't feel like using a curveball.
Yeah, I think they also just to kind of, you know, separate the conversation and look more towards the individual nature of things. Like, look how dramatically different the kill death tallies are. You got essentially double positive for Goman, Sim, and Vora. Recoil and Seven are just kind of hanging out. Like, Recoil is just making sure no one flanks, and Seven's just tossing in his utility. But on the other side of things, like, Moobs has not been able to stand tall at all over towards the C site, where he has been largely trusted to kind of play by himself. Nasi has not been able to kind of move across the map and get his utility to stop any of these plays. So positionally, there's also issues here with how Winthrop are setting up, and you're seeing, I think, just the kill presence and the first blood presence for TSM has just been so much higher.
Has Nasi held back B around yet?
I don't think so, no.
I don't think so.
No.
I think he's held front B, if anything. I just, you can take so much more time with this. And we've been talking about this the whole bloody match, haven't we? Can Winthrop just take an extra second and let TSM come to them a little bit? That's how they lost so many rounds on Bind. That's how they almost let go of Pearl. It's been the tail of the tape this whole time. And it's leading to TSM finding so many excuses to get just free extra frags, and then these hero moments have to come in from Nasi and Infiltrator and bleh. It's just so messy.
Yeah. The bleh reaction is perfect, I think. Now, small tech pause here as we get things ironed out. And again, it's just like the stakes on round 10 right here is, they're really high for Winthrop. Because you drop this one, you are essentially zeroed out in your bank account. You assume that means you're down 11-2, fighting for your life in round 12. So expect to see things like Rolling Thunder's called. This is actually going to be a pretty, I think, pretty messy round, just based on how much clutter is going to be on the screen. We've got dimensional drifts on both sides, Cosmic Divide, and of course, you've got both Rolling Thunders. So I assume we're going to see probably the majority of that as we get off our pause. And now we look at TSM. Heavy stacked at A main. I mean, this has been one of those plays that Winthrop have tossed the salvo. They've tossed in the fault line. Are they going to get that again? Aldrin immediately out. Salvo does get called in. Ollie playing inside a sewer. This is not new. He's done this before. Nova Pulse comes through. Now they're Rolling Thunder. And Winthrop are trying to take the fight directly to TSM. They're going to get the spike carrier. That's massive, but TSM trying to rewrap around the backside of this. Shut down by Flare. And Winthrop's aggression is going to pay out.
GMD still TP'd around though, and they're not prepared for a second flanker off of that double ultimate. And so TSM do have at least a little bit of engagement potential back in the garage, or sewer, excuse me, but with that dimensional drift from Infiltrator, he'll be able to crunch that right back up, and so Flare can encroach. That'll be 4 kills for the Teo, and that is a great excuse for Winthrop to get ahead of things. Not only do you not use all of those ultimates, but you forced TSM's hand way earlier than expected. I was going to say, I expected TSM to try to go ban for ban this round and not just let Winthrop University get away with dumping everything and grabbing a free one. TSM understood they could diff. They understood, you know, that massive gap in the scoreboard, and they were ready to go for that double TP, say, hey, we'll leave it all out on the table too. Winthrop doesn't, and they still grab everything they need to.
Yeah. But Rolling Thunder and the Dimensional Drift had been spent, so now you're dealing with a Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury combination for TSM. Just the Armageddon and the Cosmic Divide available for Winthrop after that Flare 4-piece. And Winthrop may get a good prediction here. Pop flashing as the shear gets triggered, but no one is in front of the wall, and that's enough for TSM to say, all right, we know where Moobs is, we know where Infiltrator is. Let's try a different part of the map, see if we can spread this defense a touch more.
I know where Flare is too. Honestly, both sides look a little frustrating, and with only a minute to go, it's not like you can like default. You're gonna be, you know, 2 in the weeds at that point. So you got to explore the second channel, and who else to send but Sim to go searching first. At least make a little bit of extra noise to keep Ollie stuck here, as the rest of TSM will make their way down B long, but no smoke, a blind available, moves, easy pick.
The thing is they have to commit. Nice paranoia, cuts across the side. Infiltrator still playing backside platform. Nah, should have waited, really. I mean, you've got a perfect combination with the fault line and the Armageddon coming through.
30 seconds left.
But Sim will still drop regardless. Now you're down to underneath 30 seconds, and Vora may have to pop Hunter's Fury here if they still want to try to force this in to see. Does he get an angle to open up the site through long? Do they even commit to this? Kawanda's actually looking to make a play in through mid. I mean, this is still a round you can go for 3v4. Rico's just going to walk up. If he finds one here, there's a realistic chance they can pull this off, but no, it doesn't check the corner behind the double stack boxes. And now Recoil doesn't have enough time to make a play. Winthrop find a couple in a row to keep this half more manageable.
By far the most telegraphed push we've seen so far this half, exactly what Roy was talking about on the desk. You could see that coming from a mile away, and for a moment their moves actually did see the entire push coming from miles away and got a free kill out of it. So TSM, unfortunately, nothing in the tank at that point, playing for distance here. Not allowed to do that at this stage in the half. Winthrop is too prepared. That being said, no more dry peeking either, guys. Come on, let's wait for the rest of our team.
Well, big round 12 here.
So many
holding
openers
on to a
for
couple
TSM.
ultimates for TSM, yeah.
Blocking vision.
Quick play, try to once again, maybe try to get isolation over to Ollie. Salvo's called in, a little bit more on the delayed front. TSM, ooh, Hunter's Fury gonna get called here as they know Ollie's playing, but Flare will take his position. Oh, and if he can find 2, that would be an incredible save. Maybe more than that, but 7 trades it back, 3v3. Sim looking to get aggressive on the front side at A, but once more, Winthrop just stacking up at sewer.
Nasty bait to equalize, and they'll do it a 3rd time on top of the Rolling Thunder. 7 can't even grab the kill off the blind. And apparently, this is the hometown that Winthrop was searching for on Haven. It all happens in the sewers. And the Rats will make it 5-7. Sim trying to go for this 1v3. But the spike so open and available. Only one flash, only one decoy. Infiltrator, the opener. Not the finisher, though, Sim. One more before the going gets too tough. A great recovery from Winthrop University, truly able to read. And then, I mean, the conditioning worked perfectly. They inserted Ollie, and then TSM was like, oh, we've seen this before. We're so ready for it. They get, and then Winthrop, they drain the Hunter's Fury on a free body that they know they don't need. Because you know why? Because Flair's here now. And he's able to immediately equalize. That was so fun. I absolutely adored that from Winthrop University. And then the fact that they go in again on it a third time with the stack, just disgusting.
Big bounce back late in that first half. Puts us right back into a very tight game, which this series has largely been outside of the opening at behind. Pistols have been evenly exchanged between both teams at this point, really, as well. So not much you could look at in terms of major advantages going into round 13. TSM, also the question will exist in terms of how do they want to play this defense. Again, this composition is not exactly what I'd call new, but using the Yoru instead of what has often been a Jet in the history of Haven could be interesting. And well, Sim just takes the peak, finds the kill, and that's enough to allow an opportunity for Vor to stay forward. But good discipline for Winthrop, secure a trade, we go 4v4.
Yeah, just making sure that nobody gets caught in the thick of that, and the fault line, good coverage the whole way down, so that something like that can't catch you off guard. Winthrop doing a great job of making sure that no one from TSM gets insanely greedy, and at this stage in the match, you got to be prepared for absolutely anything. I'd rather Winthrop University be over-prepared than what they've been a majority of this match so far.
Got the spike.
Oh, moves. Gets some information over towards Command. Frenzy in hand for him. This could get nasty, depending on the timing of how he gets this paranoia. Tossed out. Salvo behind this. Winthrop still stacked up, though. Command is not going to be affected by that fault line, though. This is a really good angle for this Frenzy. There's the follow fault line, and he gets flashed behind that. So shut down. 7 trying to follow up to stop this spike from being planted. Defense also rotating quickly with Sim around the backside at Long. They need to get here quickly, though, and they do. Just down now to the player at Long, but Sim drops. Nice shots for moves. Right back in this game is Winthrop with the pistol win, looking to tie us at 7 next round.
God, yeah, they really did have so much to throw at the site there, didn't they? I really thought they were just continuously out of blinds, and GMD was finally able to breathe for a moment, but they just do not let up until this thing is clear exactly how they should be and exactly how they're willing to orient themselves. We got a full bank again walking into this follow-up. And Winthrop, yeah, they're perfectly fine letting go of 1 or 2 here as long as they're able to punish as frequently as you're traded away. From there, you can just keep your standard flow, your standard plan going, which is find a site, find the weakest one, and just let it all out on the table.
Over Winthrop. Stealth drone gets all clearance at A long, and moves will make matters worse here for TSM as first blood gets tallied. You've got to stack up here on the cross. There's the team shots. Moves able to find one more. And uh-oh, recoil. Ooh, he's heard this though. And he's gonna be able to call the defense out of A. And do they actually push through the star? Yeah, Paranoia's gonna cut through first. Now recoil's behind this. Oh, and what a setup this could be. Quick response though from Flair. The pinch from the inside B, not fully gonna work out, but the front line is held. Unfortunately, there is just no ability to rotate out. Gamon's just gonna try to stack this over their garage, and well, the re-rat back to B is gonna allow Winthrop to actually go deeper than that as they head back out a window, and they're gonna get an A plan.
Gundif continues to permeate TSM. Great ideas the whole way through, but you just can't fight something like this. This round, unfortunately, we'll see what GMD tries to do, but it's,
30
again,
seconds left.
pretty understandable where he's going to be coming from for the most part. Ollie's going to check for it out the gate, in fact, and we will be tied up. This is the attack plan that we expected Winthrop to come into this map with, and it's exactly what they intend to exit it winning. This bonus round is going to be one of the toughest tests of strength from them we'll see so far. That being said, I mean, they will still have everything in the kitchen sink to throw at the situation, so they can at least slow it down. They can make it disruptive. They can make it so available, a barrage of opportunities for TSM to fumble. The more instances of action, the more instances of decision-making you force TSM to go through, the more often that TSM is going to find something or slip up on something, and WU can find a way to slip through the cracks and just let everything go.
There they are.
Decent reveal off the recon bolt. It's going to allow Command to push a little bit further down too long, but watching it passively is Ollie. So that's another first blood here for Winthrop. TSM still kind of banking off of the setup at A. And you're double stacked with the Cypher, and you've also got Vora playing right on top of them. So a lot of trust that Sim can hang on to his ground and Seven can hang on over towards B.
And a ridiculous amount of trust to be placing in a player that can be one-shot by an outlaw, walking down C long when no other presence has been confirmed. So now you get a free C site because there's no way anyone from TSM is going to move until any inch of intel is given. And that's going to happen when they dump all the util onto this site. And yet you still got moves inserted. So you got to do a bunch of triple checking anyway before you even get there. It's a road trip for TSM, a long and bumpy one.
Hush up.
And moves on the alert makes matters a little bit worse. Sim able to respond though. Problem is, they don't have any access to play through C long, and Ali also punishes the rotation. Reveal in towards Cubby, but it might not make much of a difference just with the sheer force that you have to hit a shock dart here, honestly, if you're Vora. Well, that'll help. Cubby does get cleared out. Vora now starting to defer his walk down. Infiltrator, though, coming back over through Garage. Yeah, good flash play. Infiltrator will find the final two eliminations, and Winthrop will take the lead here. I won't say late in the map, but they do take their first lead regardless.
And it looks strong. It looks like you're able to... It looks very casual from Winthrop so far. Of course, C site looks to be their strongest site by miles. It's not like you can replicate the same thing for an A post plant. TSM is going to be a lot stronger for that thanks to the Yoru Omen. But yeah, I mean, if you keep punishing like this and then just moving in on the weak site, then you're made on a map like this. So Winthrop doing everything right at the moment, just allowing TSM to make as many mistakes as there are available.
Well, TSM just going to play a little bit of a crossfire setup at window with a double stack inside a garage at the same time, so lots of focus through mid. Just a flash to see if they can move anything around. Winthrop just holding, paying some respect, not challenging anything yet. Stealth drone, oh, that's enough to reveal. Infiltrator also up top. Ooh, this is his window right there. And Recoil still fighting, but no, surely not. Surely not. TSM still cleaning up as Recoil finds 3. One more to grab. That's Vora inside a window. Moves completely revealed here, and now all of a sudden Guamon can jump on the way to try to assist as Vora will find a rifle to play with.
Recoil, I'm aghast at how you're able to continuously creep up and find those. I'm amazed at TSM's ability to want to still push that after Sim finds absolutely jack.
Yeah, for real.
And that took actual seconds to move up those stairs. And TSM, it looked like they were like, oh, well, here we go again. Let's go in and fight this. And yet, you're able to find from the crevices, Recoil going absolutely berserk.
Moves does have a winnable situation in front of him. Recon Dart will flush out the site. Has the Steel Garden to play with, also a Razor Vine. He's going to catch one for free. I mean, we're just running on in there. Very odd. There's the Steel Garden. Also going to throw a Razor Vine down. Moves now looking to get aggressive. Vora trying to hold the angle. Both players avoiding one another for now, but Moves will lock in the 1v2 clutch. And Winthrop will hold on, if not only just barely, to the weapon advantage that they had going into the round.
I'm hitting the Guinness World Record of they should have won this match. Because it is just so flip-floppy and based on how much TSM decides a piece of like clearing util is worth. Just no smoke, no blood, no nothing. From when you know a Steel Garden was just thrown from that very area. I'm really amazed at TSM's inability to take that seriously after Recoil gave them such a dying shot.
Oh, wow. Sim opening angle through Garage. Looked good initially, but Moves. It's a little bit too slippery. A wider peak. Has him now collecting first blood, and hold on a second. You convert this 5v4. Winthrop's going to be on 10, and TSM are going to be in dire straits financially. But come on, evens the odds. Recoil tags onto the decoy. Flash still coming through. Spy cam deleted, though, as this cyber cage actually allows Infiltrator to stay on site. Help also on the way from Garage. Aftershock coming through, but 7 gets on top of Logs. And all of a sudden, Winthrop has been stuffed on this playthrough C.
And now with the Cypher ult, you're able to deduce whether or not Winthrop is actually heading out or not, something that has double-crossed them so many times. And you're also able to read that Flair is still here for the lurk watch, and this time GMD can wrap that up. So 3v2 entering the plant that Moves first has to clear out, and he's doing it dry. But Florida can't win that initial fight. There it is, Ali now alone. Operator in hand, you're gonna push this? Hell yeah, he is, at least for one. But that'll be TSM. They stopped the C push, and so all of a sudden Winthrop looked a whole lot weaker. That's what you need to do.
Don't give them time to reposition.
All right, now we get back to essentially an even game, especially when it comes down to the overall economy. Kind of last legs here for Winthrop for the time being. They do have an Armageddon to play with, though, most importantly. Have not really seen that come into play on their offense as of yet, so see how they try to manifest something on these executes, which, again, it just opening first bloods just either A, have been rare to come by, or B, just really haven't been followed up on by Winthrop. They've missed a lot of opportunities with numbers. Recon bolt over towards A-Long. That'll get the angle 1 for Sim, but the focus is very quickly with Dimensional Drift already playing in towards C. Smokes are down. Here comes the hit to follow, but there's not a... Well, someone's at my front door. Someone's coming through here as the spike is now finally making its way on, and that's enough for a plant, but the defense is already here.
Yeah, Sim is right on top of this and will go for the body block and Infiltrator to force out that TP. Now the Cosmic Divide from Ali to split this back in 2 and get these attackers back up and close with this fight. Moob's still on the lurk as well. WU going for a crunch themselves.
Oh, an Infiltrator just stays alive. Aldrin doesn't scout him out. That turns into a double with the Bucky. Or probably with the Judge. Flair with 2 of his own. And after what was essentially, whoa, unavoidable mess on the C site, Winthrop just gonna get a little bit blessed. The last piece of utility left is the Aldrone. It doesn't see the key player sitting right on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. And now Winthrop take themselves to a 10-8 tally. And TSM to talk about it.
That's unreal connection from Infiltrator after he got fielded away by Sim as well. TSM left for the millionth time, not fully prepared. And Winthrop faster to the issue than we could possibly realize. Again and again, the snowball we're seeing develop right here, right now, could lead this collegiate team to winners round 2. And this would be by far their most prestigious win in Challengers history.
Yes. You also got to talk about the fact that, like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like TSM have been in a lot of these rounds that they've lost, but at one point this was a 7-2 game.
Yeah.
Now it's 10-8 the other direction. It just kind of feels odd that TSM haven't taken a moment to talk about it until now, when they're going to be on a broken by situation, and you've got a lot of key ultimates coming up here. So I don't know, man. I'm starting to continue to consider the fact that, like, these top seeds that were so comfortable in their opening matches at the Swiss stage are coming out and just giving away too many rounds. Winthrop now, again, a chance to put themselves to 11. And there could be a couple of key ultimates for them to earn up here in this round of the next. I think in particular, I'm looking to see what they want to do to try to get Nasi maybe a couple of orbs, because if he could get that Rolling Thunder online, that'd be huge.
Yeah, try and run it up this round. It's like you said, the mentality we're seeing is these teams getting so comfy that they sink into the couch. Lose that activity that these teams that were fighting and fighting and fighting throughout the Swiss are holding on to. Not the shots, though. That's for Nasi, but he's red early on thanks to how far away that line is procced, and so Sim tries to get on top of it, can't get that kill early on, but TSM also don't lose any personnel in the process, so ultimately, space gained for the defending side. A great trade of util as well. The move's now in front of this B site to try and go for the second leg up, and there's way less in their way.
Well, there we go. Finally, we're able to tally a first blood in towards B. And shots, yeah. Infiltrator just holding his ground. Wait a second, the reveal comes out. Ford's able to find one. Follow-up from Sim on the opposite angle. And now Recoil's got one in the corner. Whoa, he hits the headshot, but it's through the box. Oh, how pivotal that elimination could be. Shock Dart makes this even more manageable as Sim's still hanging on back of sight. Nobody clears this. Flair, again, dancing with death at the moment. And honestly, Winthrop are stuck on site all of a sudden. Nasty. Oh, he gets the turn and burn. Unbelievable. Takes the shots versus Sim. The flash was there and then snaps around and takes care of 4 to get the 11th round.
Unbelievable sequence by Nasi to recover that round from Winthrop University after TSM had a cork on the entirety of Haven that whole way through. The share of shots yet again ringing out just long enough, and Recoil having one hell of a snap. But even still, Nasi is prepared enough, and there's just not enough in the way. Sim doing a world of work to get back onto this site, and it's shut down with a turn like that. 2 rounds away from the match, but down early on, GMD holding it.
And you've got to follow up the Hunter's Fury sent over towards A lobby. That's going to be enough to get Sim in position at window. Let's see if Winthrop are privy to this, because that first blood, you should know. And whoa, okay.
Time to jump.
A couple of stray shots and then an immediate teleport back. Sim is just going to hold down the number situation here for TSM 5v4.
Here.
Very standardized A-hold out of nowhere all of a sudden.
Here.
Meanwhile, 7 just holding it back on that B site, prepared for Winthrop to execute, and doesn't want to be hit by too much of the artillery. He still will, it's just, it'll take a second, and that's the second that TSM needs to be able to get back on. Still, Winthrop CB is the tastiest, at least for now, and they'll get to this front door and see what they can throw at the problem.
Stealth drone gets a little bit of information on 7. Rolling Thunder immediately called upon this, though, and Bora is right there with it. Oh, man. Nasi trying to hang on. Sim on the pinch, though. How much delay can come through? Yeah, Nasi will be the last one standing, and they don't even know that Sim's on this pinch yet, and he will take the round for TSM. Ooh, okay. 11-9. And you're in a weird financial spot here if you're Winthrop. A couple of the players can purchase, but most can't.
That definitely was off the backs of 7 being able to just Rolling Thunder back onto the site, and Winthrop not really being prepared to fight it out. 7 even found a kill post-stun. Like, he was double stunned, and they still tried to approach him. Yeah, that's a little ridiculous. So Winthrop, they definitely still see the potential in this B site, but I don't think they're going to approach it with as much candor as they will this C lane and A long. B will be more of a final resort for the majority of the rest of this push. We'll just head right into garage, look as confident, as strong as ever. We're already in here. We're already having a grand old time. We're already killing.
Wow. Again, Winthrop just full flooding. Rolling Thunder to be called behind this with the offense also forcing the Steel Garden into the play as well. 7 avoids it though. 7 finds 2. Uh-oh, not what you want here if you're Winthrop. The follow-up is decent. Numbers advantage still carry with Winthrop in this post plant, but again, the weapons are still darn even. The only one really kind of hurting here is Flair. He's on the site with the Stinger. Armageddon going to be called through. Vora doesn't check this corner initially. That's going to be enough for Flair to find the elimination. In the same breath, Nasi takes care of the other, and Winthrop is on series point.
Match point.
Microseconds of indecision. Micro moments of misplaying. And it's Winthrop University having enough problems, enough BS in your way to be hidden among the rest. And this plant from Flair to just stay put the whole way through as this rages on. Unbelievable discipline coming from him. And Winthrop, once again, their strongest site gets taken strongly. Sim trying to get in front of it early as the A push tries to net an early kill so that Winthrop can punish.
Tense moment here for TSM. Offense taking their time for Winthrop. But no one wants to make the first move. So do we go to something a little bit more default here in terms of how Winthrop want to execute? I mean, they don't really have any information anywhere. You're getting a little bit of a wiggle peek over through C long, and that's coming out of Ali with the Outlaw. Dark cover gets placed, though. And so you really don't get too much information.
Who's next?
Are they going to try to show force at C and then gate crash something back? No, instead it's just going to be the dimensional drift. It's going to get popped Infiltrator. He's already cleared out most of Garage. Sees the sole defender inside of C. The lurk from moves. Caught, though, by 7. But the commitment's already here. And Winthrop are going to commit for the plant.
Have to go for it, even on top of the dimensional drift. It's now or never for TSM. An Infiltrator is playing keep away in the garage. Ollie able to land the shots early on, and Winthrop is staying put on this site. They are not scared.
And now they've got the eliminations that they need. Recoil, last one left, but no, not able to stand tall. And Winthrop catch the info they need, even off the little delayed play through B not fully working out. Infiltrator opens up the space, stops the rotation in, and Winthrop have provided another major upset. This time, taking down a juggernaut in TSM who looks so darn good in the Swiss stage, only losing a match to Rankers. But add Winthrop into the picture. I don't want to hear from Sierra anytime soon, I'll tell you that much. I know she's beaming right now with her prediction, saying Winthrop's going to find the dub in this one.
Man, Winthrop playing an upsetting Storm Cloud up until this point with Infiltrator as its dagger of a lightning bolt. But this was a thunderstorm from Winthrop University. Every member of this team truly firing on all cylinders. Just so much game sense as well. Just such smart play coming the whole way through. Continuously respectful, but more confident than anything else. The most confident I've seen all 5 of those players rather than it just being Infiltrator. Just really beautiful stuff.
Another one of those rounds and games, though, I should say, just as more of a general broader stroke. We could label it from yesterday into today. Top seeds making a lot of mistakes, a lot of sloppy plays that are getting punished by the squads that had to fight for their lives to get into playoffs in the first place. But Winthrop with a massive statement to open up our second day worth of Valorant Challengers playoffs here in Stage 1. Head to a break, and we all have to bear with Sierra gloating when we come back. Don't go far.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature as electronics.
get all the way to 3 map in this series. It's a close one in the end. None other than Winthrop University to take the dub. I'll keep it short and sweet, guys. I am a genius. Winthrop University take it. Y'all were doubters. There they are. They stay in the upper bracket.
She's so humble. She's my humble queen. My humble queen. I'm a genius. My humble queen. You know what? I got to give you the props though, Sierra. You saw it coming. You had faith. You've had faith in Winthrop, honestly, like throughout this entire split, to be honest. I got to give you props for sticking to your guns because they pulled up. They showed up today up against TSM in this revenge matchup.
I'll say I didn't have faith in the beginning. I don't think I predicted them a single time in the beginning, but they made these changes. And since then, they have looked so good. Ali on the squad, Flair switching to initiator. And this is a Winthrop University that seems pretty well coordinated and going up against this TSM squad. I mean, Roy, of course, the clear favorites into this. There's this core of this team we've seen so much and are so strong, but Winthrop able to take them down.
I mean, honestly, Winthrop University just looked like a really scary team. Yeah, there's some dysfunctions with the way they're playing, like some of their defense sides, but when it comes to the attack side, you can tell the level of confidence, the level of play that they're playing at. It's not fluky. They just have so many layers to the way they're approaching the game. Their compositions look a lot more refined now. It feels like there truly is some sort of fire within the team, and the level of confidence, the level of micro awareness that this team is bringing to the board is impressive, to say the least.
I think it's crazy. I feel like it almost makes you wonder, like, is it a case of these teams like Winthrop, like M80, who defeated Rankers yesterday, having more of those reps within that Swiss stage that's giving them this confidence and this experience within the server playing up against each other? Because, again, they've continuously looked like they've been elevating the way that they're playing on the side of Winthrop. And consistent post plants for them as well. You look at that 7 out of 7. Sure, TSM, you know, they had good post plant stats as well. You have to keep in mind Winthrop, they started down initially. This is a map where TSM had a 4-0 start, and Winthrop somehow, you know, they bring it back to 7-5 at the half and then continuously propel themselves forward off the back of that round 10 timeout. They find 7 rounds in a row, and TSM really struggled to stop that bleeding.
TSM was 7-2. They literally had a 7-2 lead at one point. And of course, that was Winthrop University's defense side, which can be a little bit awkward on Haven sometimes, especially with Vice. It's just, the Vice meta just hasn't existed long enough on Haven for everyone to have all the defense mechanics down, to be honest. It is a very difficult half. But when I saw the half end, I was like, wait, they have enough rounds going into this attack side. That's enough for them to work. But because now when they're on attack with the Vice util, with the Yoru, with the Breach, with the Astra as well, there's just so much zoning pressure and so much control that is just, and just like post plant power that they have.
Yeah, I think even on defense, it took them a while to figure it out, just being able to, you know, go for a little bit more of that map control, not giving TSM as much respect as I think that they were early on in that first half. And then that complete shift, like you were talking about, on the attacking side. I think Winthrop had really great timings. We kept seeing moves taking those opportunities as well. But Flair is a player that we have had our eyes on, I think, throughout the entirety of today. But on Haven especially, he looked absolutely insane, managing to bring out even 3 clutches for this team. His impact for this squad has been absolutely incredible.
It's especially funny because Flair was somebody that, even at the early on in the day when we talked about these changes, was someone that, Roy, you had verbal that maybe we hadn't been talking about as much, hadn't seen as much from. So then to have this huge step up, especially now here in this map 3, I think is insane. And definitely an impact too, that when we are looking at a game where TSM at one point was up, could have gone a very different way if that isn't the performance coming out.
Yeah, I mean, Flair just played phenomenally well. I think there's so many layers to it as well. The fact that he's not only popping off statistically, but the util that he had, the timing of it all, the way he was using his drone, the way he was just allowing Winthrop University to flow throughout all the phases of the round. That is really the true strength of the initiator role, right? It's like you just have so many tools. So the fact that he's maneuvering that and putting up the stats that he is incredibly impressive, especially against such a hot TSM, because they came in, we thought they were one of the best teams in the league, and look at them now. They absolutely got destroyed by Winthrop University.
So now I am happy to talk to Winthrop University and talk to Flair, who is ready now for our post-match interview. Big congratulations, like huge victory coming out here. Like, how do you feel not only making it to playoffs, but taking down TSM?
Feel great, considering the first match where we went against TSM, we just got completely destroyed. But after today, I feel like we're just better. Like we just wanted revenge.
I mean, yeah, I wanted to talk about that week 1 versus now because it was complete day and night difference here. Has it been
Yeah.
like the changes with Ali into the squad? Do you think Winthrop University as a squad just needed the reps? Like, what was the biggest change heading into it?
So we had Ali, and he came in as a controller. So I just switched to Tejo, and I feel like our team synergy was just easier, and everything would just flow better with me on Tejo and Ali on controller because he was a controller player. And yeah.
I mean, how are you finding the Tejo? Because your performance, especially on that last map, we're a big fan of it. But I want to know, like, was this a little bit of a difficult adjustment? Do you feel like you slotted right in?
I feel like Tejo is really fun and he's really good right now. But I only started playing him like 2 weeks ago, and I feel like it's just pretty easy, like bringing it to the team and learning it.
I mean, that just means that in the future, we're just going to see more and more. And now I want to talk about this Winthrop University squad in this playoffs in general, because I feel pretty safe to say that a lot of people think that you're the biggest underdog in all of this, especially with their early split performances. I want to know, do you think that the other teams are kind of underestimating you a little bit in this playoff run?
Kind of, since we're like a university team or whatever, and everyone just thinks we're like bad. But yeah, if they keep like underestimating us, then they're just gonna keep losing.
I love that. Last but not least, next up, you're going up against Qbert Academy. Any thoughts?
I think Cubert's really good, and I think it's gonna be a fun game. I have no like bad blood against them. No bad blood against anyone. I think everyone's good.
I'm definitely excited to see you face off against them, especially on the heels of today's performance. Player, congrats
thank
yet
you.
again. Have a good night, okay?
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, thank you. What a crazy match. The playoffs has only been like top tier craziness, expect the unexpected at any point, and still one more match on the day. Quick break, and after that, our last quarterfinals match. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. One more quarterfinals match here in VALORANT Challengers. Shopify Rebellion Black going up against Blue Otter. Honestly, I don't know what to expect with any of these matches anymore, except for just pure entertainment, Roy. This has been amazing. And starting off talking about the Shopify Rebellion Black, this is a team, too, that we've only seen the up and up. I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, before we get into the specifics, I just want to mention something really quickly about the fact that so many of these players will say like, yo, we are the best, and they'll deny the fact that the competition is close, but then everything else is pointing to the fact that everything is pretty tight. There's teams losing in playoffs. There's matches going to the complete distance. Everything is pointing to the fact that the competition is much tighter than what people might want us to believe. But that being said, yes, I'm a huge fan of this roster. I think even when they lost Mr. Brock, it did feel like a massive loss, but oddly, I feel like they're clicking a lot more with Monty.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, right? Is just the shift in identity for SRB since Monsi has like taken the lead for this squad. I think we had the chance to get an interview with him last week as well, where he's just chatting about how we didn't necessarily have the most faith in Shopify on the desk when it came down to our predictions, and they were happy to prove us wrong. And I think that's what's been so fun about this split is that every single team has had this opportunity to have some of those upsets happen, and the newfound confidence I feel like in Shopify as well, where you have BCJ alleviated again, similar story from what we were talking about with TSM, from those IGL duties, Monty taking full reins there. It's a IGL that's been around the scene for quite a while, and his experience is really shining through, I think, with how he's having the whole team to come together.
I mean, if any players have something to say about the predictions, just show up and win, and you'll shut us up real fast. It is as simple as that. But it was awesome to see Monty and just the influence on this squad. And as Monty says, the new fire in the team. Monty is someone who's very vocal, and being able to bring that energy to the team, a team that Roy definitely has been, ups and downs in terms of this clicky. And I'm definitely a fan of what we're seeing.
I'm a huge fan of what we're seeing. And I think the really interesting thing is BCJ was saying that they've had a fire within their team even before Monty. So I think Monty was just like a catalyst for this roster to like kind of change their mindset, change the way they're approaching the game, and bring a sort of clear idea and a varied vision to how maybe the coaching staff want to approach things. Maybe other people have say in the way they're approaching it. But I feel like Monty is sort of the glue now between all these different POVs. And it feels like that they're really finding their form. They're really finding their stride. And the come up has been immaculate to watch.
And for a team that is then losing such a big member so late into the split and then switching IGLs, I feel like it's very easy that a team could have fallen apart in those situations. But for Shopify Rebellion to go through all of that here, Ash, and then come out stronger on the other end, I think is really exciting. And I don't think then we've even seen them at any sort of final form, because this is all so new and so fresh. Looking back at the game history, what they've gone through, it's so weird because like looking at that beginning half, like that's a different team. That's a different story.
A completely different story. The team that 2-0 to M80 is not the same team that went 1-2 up against Burger Boys in the first round of the Swiss stage. And we keep talking about the difference that Monty has made. I think that what's important to remember is that this core of Shopify Rebellion Black has been strong throughout. Again, it's just a different voice. It says a lot to the experience again of Monty to be able to slot into the system that was already created by this team and take down an M80 that we thought would be honestly even better with the expectations, considering Seto was just coming in for the fray.
Yeah, I mean, they beat M80 during almost like peak M80, right? That was only like 1 week less of practice M80. Now we're seeing M80 in a completely different form. So I think that speaks a lot to the level that Shopify Rebellion and Black's at. But I think the addition of Monty isn't even just about him. It's the fact that it feels like everyone's strengths is getting more solidified with Monty relieving them of this responsibility. BCJ doing what he does best, mid-rounding, right? Mid-rounding is some of the hardest things in the game to do. But if you have to think about the early round, you have to think about the economy, you have to think about all of these different ults and all of these different things that throughout every phase of the round, it is mentally taxing. And that's coming from somebody who's IGL'd at a pretty high level. And it just is mentally taxing. That's just the ultimate truth. So the fact that Monty comes in, takes a lot of that IGL tax away from some of the teammates, allows everyone to have a say and allows everyone to be vocal in the right time. That is what's really clicking, in my opinion, for this team.
I mean, they got some big brains on the team. So you have Monty to lead the charge. Obviously, VCJ was praised for like these ideas, which is why he got that chance to IGL at the beginning of things. And Pancakes was someone, even if the teams didn't necessarily do as well, he was always like a great IGL. So a lot of talent in that department on the team. So that's going to be a tall task for now opponents of the day, Blue Otter, to go up against. Blue Otter definitely up for the task, because when you're looking at people with potential, this team is full of it. I mean, I've said in the past, when I see Bob and Zelders on a team, Ash, I'm not betting against them. And it's more than just them. Like, this team is very rounded out.
Yeah, I think that that's the big thing is that on this team, everyone's able to step up to the plate in this game, no matter what. And, Zeldris has been, I think, at the forefront of the conversation when it comes down to how flashy of a duelist this player is, the firepower that he brings to Blue Otter. They looked good with Bob on that duelist role previously, and now allowing her to go back to her roots on that initiator, no loss in performance in that kind of regard. And very much so knowing how Zeldris is going to want that space to be set up for him, I think is great synergy on this team.
I think the initiator is Bob's best role since she's so like macro aware and she's so strategically minded. I think being back in that role is going to allow this team to flow a lot better where before maybe they found it to be a little bit more sticky. And of course, now they're bringing in Zeldris, a super flashy, explosive duelist. Not that Bob's duelist was bad in any capacity, but Zeldris is just bringing in a lot of that go in, full confidence, take a lot of fights, and allowing different people to have different saves in different parts of the round. And I think the room that Bob switching back to initiator, that is really the key component of this roster and why they've looked so good.
Bob has just been such a highlight, and I feel like could play any role, but then being able to go onto that initiator and have Zeldris be able to do what he's do best is great. Zeldris talking about taking advantage of some of these gaps that their opponent's core had before, and it's a team then, if they're able to adapt to any sort of gaps, be able to come out on top, and then have that fragging power and capability behind them, Ash, even if they're, I think when you're still looking at things, still more of that underdog in today's story, I still think that this should be fairly close with how high the ceiling is for this team.
I definitely agree with you on that. And again, you're talking about Bob, but you also have to have a conversation about Zeke too on the side of Blue Otter, because it really all comes down to, again, we're talking about how flashy Zeldris is, and you're only as good as the sum of your parts. It's the fact that he has that support coming out from both Zeke and Bob for creating that space, allowing him to go for those aggressive entries, and also even just like having the follow-up, being so quick behind him to guarantee that even if he does fall, the space that's created can still be taken because the trades are coming through.
Just so nice. So this will be a really fun one to get into on today, and I wanted to say that it'd be our closest series. If I had to look at all of our quarterfinal matches, I think that this would be the closest, but every one has been really close in a really weird way, so I don't even know what's going to happen for today. But the final people to highlight, we already talked about Zeldris, but we didn't really talk about the duelist for Shopify Rebellion Black here. So I wanted to pull up this head-to-head and look a little bit into this because Paint going up against Zeldris, I think, would just be a really good one on the day. Zeldris is someone we've praised so heavily, but Paint on the other end, Roy, definitely deserves respect.
Yeah, this statistic gap is actually a little surprising. I mean, of course, we know that Zeldris is an overperformer, but 182 ADR versus Paint's 154 is not really a testament to that Paint's a worse player. I just think that they have a completely different team structure, right? Shopify Rebellion Black, Paint is a big factor within that team and their team's success. He's not. It's not really a matter of Paint versus Zeldris. It's really about the level of performance that both of these teams are bringing to their respective rosters in very unique ways.
Yeah, I think you also have to consider even just like the difference in duelists that they're running. Sure, they both share both the Jet and that Raze, but you have the swap off between Zeldris having the ability to play on that Yoru as well, where he can be a little bit more self-sufficient, very quick to reposition. And speaking of speed, you've also got the fact that Paint can also pull out that Neon on the other thing. So a bit of a dichotomy there when you're comparing and contrasting these two duelist players, because for Paint, I think it relies a lot more on some of the setup that he is going to be getting from the remainder of his team just due to that agent pool.
Whereas for Zeldris, even though Zeldris does have that support and being able to set up for the team, someone that we've heavily praised throughout any time we get to see Zeldris, including even last year. Zeldris is someone that it kind of still surprises me that a team that, maybe a little higher up hasn't seriously kind of called him up, Roy. So I definitely excited for the showdown today between those two. And even just in general, heading into the map picks and bans, that's going to be the biggest thing. Because I think when I look at the series on paper, I do think the vetoes is what's going to be the biggest make or break. And Split for Blue Otter is going to be the first battleground of choice.
I am actually not surprised to see this pick at all. I feel like Shopify Rebellion Black has, although they fixed a lot of the issues they've had on that map, it's not really been their absolute best map and their holes have been quite clear. I think Blue Otter sort of picking up on that, and the fact that they're pretty solid on that map themselves.
Yeah, I think too the fact that like you're looking at the difference in comps for the side of Shopify Rebellion, like you were talking about, they've changed comps every single time that they had played on Split, and then you look over towards the Fracture pick coming in again, a non-surprise, right? For the side of Blue Otter, it hasn't been a great map for them. They had a really tough showing, that 3-13 up against YFP versus an SRB who have taken down an M80 on Fracture, who have historically looked really good on that map. I think it speaks volumes as far as their comfort goes there.
I'm just looking if we do get a third map in this series, which the fact that every map has gone to 3, it says statistically we probably should, this Lotus pick, because this is something that is very comfortable that we've gotten to see a decent amount come from Blue Otter, whereas on the other side for Shopify Rebellion, this is a different Shopify Rebellion again, but we've only seen them once on the Lotus, and that was going back to that very beginning when we did see this loss versus Burger Boys. So it's going to be, Ash, for me, the growth for the team then, and I think it would be the most evident on that map.
No, for sure. I think you talking about the fact that we haven't seen it since round 1 of the Swiss stage coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black means they've also had ample time to workshop this map and see what mistakes they were making up against Burger Boys, and even reviewing a lot of the tape that you can have for the Blue Water side of things, where that's one of their most played maps throughout this particular split of Challengers. And it'll tell you a lot about how, this is a team that for Blue Water, they took down Rankers, 13-9 earlier on in this split too. So a lot of opportunities for growth, like you were talking about there for the side of SRB. But on the flip side, things have been working out for Blue Water on Lotus. You got to be curious too to see what improvements they've been making to their game plan that's already been good.
I think one thing that I'd like to iterate that you said, Sierra, is how close this match is going to be. I completely agree. I think after everything that we've talked about, after all the things that we've pointed out, the duelist head-to-head, the initiators, the sort of stylistic kind of enhancement that these teams have had throughout the season, I think overall, this is probably going to be the closest game, or we're going to see either Shopify Rebellion come out with some just like godlike powers and just absolutely blow them out of the water, or it's going to be a completely crazy 3-mapper that we've seen.
All right. Well, in terms of the official predictions that we put in, I'm the only one correct on the day, by the way. Just got to throw that in there. Looking to keep that going, but it's Ash against the world now.
Ash?
She's found the strat. She knows the strat.
Wait, she's on to you.
Taking a page out of the Sierra Dawn playbook right now. But yeah, you know what? I gotta put my money where my mouth is. I've been hyping up Blue Water throughout this conversation. That's no shade against SRB. Like, I really like the new Shopify Rebellion that we've seen under the helm of Monsi. But for me, in Zelda's we trust.
Okay.
I don't blame you for that, because last time when Blue Otter took down Core, I said that I was never betting against Elders and Bob. So to backtrack on that feels so bad. But I just think with the Shopify Rebellion Black that has gone through the changes, then have just started to click so much better.
Yep.
I feel like it would be dismissing that recent growth that we've gotten to see by saying otherwise. But I still I actually put a lot of thought into this one. I didn't just click the predictions button and move on with my life. This was tough, Roy.
Oh, I definitely believe you, and I completely agree with you. I think Shopify Rebellion Blacks had ample time to just settle into the pressure, settle into the how they want to play the game. They've had time to practice. And just a quick reminder that the only losses that SRB's had were in the first 3 matches that they played. So ever since then, they've been on a win spree, taking down Nightblood Gaming, a team that I would consider a very consistent team. They've taken down M80 towards their peak. I mean, this is a very, very good team, and I think they're about to show us something crazy right here.
I think too, when I look at the map vetoes, I think it kind of solidifies my choice just a little bit. Because when we're talking about Shopify Rebellion Black and that evolution, sure, if you look on paper, their recent split performances, it might be like, oh dear goodness, this isn't a great one to start. But it was a Nightblood they lost to in overtime.
OT.
It was a paint that dropped 34 kills. So when you're looking at that duelist going toe-to-toe, I don't know. This is going to be explosive and fun. So let's head into the agent select and start getting that official, because on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, Roy, when they've been switching things up, that included the comp for this map. So I don't know exactly where their mind is headed at today.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if they're going to make any changes. So Shopify Rebellion Black is pretty much running the same composition that we've seen from them last time, if I'm not mistaken. It's the Tejo, it's the Breach, it's the double controller, it's the Raze, yep, Blue Otter as well. I think overall we're seeing a very similar thing. It's really just now it's really just about tightening up, right? How many evolutions have they made to their setups? I mean, they're running a mirror matchup, so it's really just about, you know, do we understand the win conditions? Do we know how to counter these win conditions? And do we, you know, are the duelists going to be popping off?
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned the duelists there, that being the only difference in these comps, right? The Yoru versus the Raze. Again, that conversation of, okay, you've got Zeldris who, yes, his team will support him. But again, that opportunity and that dynamicism of being able to be a little bit more self-sufficient with his kit, as opposed to a Paint who is going to be heavily relying on Monsi, Pancakes, and BCJ to help him clear out that space and be able to create that space even for him to get a lot of those satchels in deeper into these sites for those initial engagements. Of course, maybe looking more towards some of those trap plays, though, since they're starting on defense first.
It's the final quarterfinal match here to start off our playoffs. Let's get to it. Map 1 of split between these two teams. Let's head over to your casters, Tenric and Shift, yet again.
Yeah, very similar ideas for both these two teams. Just comes down to obviously the difference in preference for Duelist, Shopify Rebellion Black running a more, I would say, long-standing composition for the map, whereas, of course, Yoru is Yoru right now. It's just so crazy to see how fast he's risen into popularity as a duelist for a lot of teams. Blue Otter's going to give it a go. So, you know, it's interesting because I don't really look at this map as being heavily favored one side or the other. Both teams have played, I would say, equal value worth of opponents. Both have very similar records as well. So I think if you're looking at this one for both sides, you're thinking that this map is definitely winnable without question.
For certain. Yeah, either of these teams has a crying shot at this. My biggest standout player is the same as yours, Shift. It's going to be Zeldris on that Yoru. The past 2 times that he's been allowed to play him on this map, he's gone absolutely ballistic. He will be the catalyst for Blue Waters' win here on this map, which they desperately need considering it's their pick.
That's a quick little dive in towards Vents, though. Could allow for some significant pressure in towards Mail. And, ooh, Zeldris. Yeah, he's just looking for a little bit of information off the stealth drone. There's the flash. Extra follow-up playing through Aftershock to delay. Good exchange of utility on both sides. Zeldris actually taking some damage here. Down to 56 HP. Now the retake for Shopify Rebellion Black, and they do clear their corners. Paranoia also cutting across the site as BCJ will confirm that there will be a swift rotation into the A site.
We'll see if Zostal is able to pick off anything here. Doesn't look like Shopify Rebellion Black are going to chomp at the bit that heavily. We don't expect them to, but Blue Water has to make sure, of course, that everything is covered until this spike goes all the way down. Everybody else outside of Shopify Rebellion Black staying outside of screens.
Yeah, and the salvo could be very menacing. Waiting for the fault line to come through first. 1v1, delayed over to the middle of the map, though, comes out. Bob does well. Holds on to elbow really nicely. Plus the salvo elimination for 1. Flash behind this, but Pancakes literally jumps forward. Right-clicking with the classic. Zeke, information up top with the sound cues, but that's now mutual. As Zeke has to go and double check. Wait, the right-click action next for the headshots. Now it's just in and around. Knife is out here. What is happening? Monzi just able to pull the ghost back out, find the elim, and secure the pistol for Shopify.
Little too terrifying there for a little too long. Monzi keeping us nice and terrified. I mean, Zeke popping out in the tail end of that, but Blue Water's approach really didn't look too bad. It seems like Shopify Rebellion Black are just really geared towards retaking this site with all of that heavy artillery on the backs of those frontliners. And we'll just clean up the rest here. But you're clearly not able to do that when Blue Water is able to divest themselves so much among the A site, which they are very ready to do, and the speed behind which they can do it with Zoe on these CPs, Zeldris, one of the fastest Yorus in North America. They will infect you very quickly if you don't get a leg up.
And speaking of trying to get a leg up, looking for timing after this little show of force through B main, but holding strong is Spaz. Judge kind of defaults what this angle is going to be for the remainder of this round for Spaz. So Blue Otter, do they try to set up some sort of a clearance play? I mean, they don't have the paranoia, which is the big issue. So you would have to hope that Zeke can hit some sort of a flash if they do want to push through this and try to get Spaz out of position, but no commitment on what they want to do yet with the minute to play.
Spaz just hitting that laundry list with the snake bite, making sure that Blue Water can't get too ahead of themselves without less time to go. It's a slow setback that actually gets fielded away. The salvos are what do the damage, and FlyQuest Red Bobsta is able to get her first kill of the game.
But not enough pressure to get full control at B Tower is the issue. Mostly due to the fact that Pancakes had tossed into Paranoia initially, then supplanted it with a dark cover. Stealth drone to clear up a ton of space here. Paint's gonna get revealed. Bob up top, looking for an angle. Not able to track down anything as of yet, though. Time to come get an issue. Paint able to connect onto the first. Second shot just a little bit wide, though. So Zostal able to convert a key elimination to allow the plant to come out. Here's the fault line for Monzi. ECJ trying to re-clear out up top. Both players essentially playing off their own information. Salvo coming through, just trying to see if it can connect for something desperate inside the site. Not to be the case. Bob still holding close, but a little bit of spam to the dark cover. Finds the Elim. Special delivery found in the corner. That actually finds a little bit of damage onto Sean, and Monzi finishes off onto Zostal as well. So good stuff here from Shopify Rebellion Black, taking their time and securing a 2v3 retake.
Super admirable attempt from Blue Water to stave off that mentality from Shopify Rebellion Black in a world where they come with such billowing strength when it comes to the retake game. Blue Water says, well, what if we just find a world in which we are in constant purgatory and never really have a full retake fight? How about we just stay as non-committal as possible, even while the spike is ticking, and force out every inch of time we can? Of course, gun disadvantage gonna permeate, gun disadvantage, blah, 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 blah. But still, Shopify Rebellion Black, they were clearly staved off. They were clearly stumbled a little bit because of that. Their timing was slightly off. Blue Water is able to zone out one or two of these members if they're able to find the right timing, which, considering how much stall they're able to do, they can kind of make their own time.
Time to jump.
Well, we're gonna get some conflict here in front of A ramps. Lots of utility being exchanged. Paint shells just delay, but Paint is actually in a lot of trouble. Follow-up from the salvo defensively doesn't really deal much damage. So in terms of the exchange, small bit of favor for Blue Otter, but not enough to deter this defensive setup. And as this takes time to rotate back through the offensive spawn, you're gonna get Spaz in a spot to likely rotate back over. The only problem is Spaz doesn't have any utility to play with.
To be fair, it's not like Blue Water has a lot of wall-breaking potential for this other side either. All you've really got is Zeke's util. Everything else, I mean, you're waiting on a timer for Bob's salvos to come back. And, I mean, Zoe can maybe flush out half of a site, but it's looking pretty strong on every angle here in the bonus round. Blue Water's main stack still over on A with the spike. Shopify Rebellion, they have really read it almost too well. And they are mega stacked in the doldrums of A. Be ready to intercept this. None of this extra homework that Blue Water is going to have to do for themselves in the tower. SRB ain't worried about all that. They're worried about holding on to these guns. So let's make sure that these crossfires are clean and these shots are deadly.
Yeah, the thing about this, though, is that now that you've cleared tower, you can throw fault line salvo combination in towards backside elbow. But Paint, Spaz, beat the timing, find the first eliminations, and everything just falls apart from there. Oh, not a good start here for Blue Otter. Paint for 3 in the round in particular is also gotten one away from an early showstopper. So the bonus comes through successfully for Shopify Rebellion Black. And yeah, that's just, I mean, Blue Otter, you should have had all the info. I mean, you clear out tower, you should be looking at a salvo fault line combo towards elbow, but it just does not get there in time with Shopify just forcing the fight first.
I'm amazed that Shopify were the ones to end up being the aggressors a little more heavily there. They reopened their own vulnerable corner that, like, Blue Water had narrowed them down to, almost like a bear trap reopening right as you were about to go pick it up. It was a really great just swallow from Shopify Rebellion that had everyone firing at the right times. Gun dip no longer an issue this time, and Paint's gonna get that opening frag.
Paranoia for the offense, looking to commit a little bit further in towards B main. But again, all it takes is a dark cover to block the entryway, especially with one more player still holding on the close corner. But a key 1v1 lurking win from Sean allows a chance to quickly rotate through sewer. And Shondex, with playing off their own wall, could actually clear off the majority of A heaven as well. So this is looking decent for Blue Otter to find a desperate rotation back into A.
Yeah, a lot of space already cleared up. These stealth drones in this tournament have been so integral to re-clearing out these sites after these Challengers teams place so much heavy pressure on one side at a time. Spaz opener, Paint just gonna let the showstopper fly so that no one gets excited on Blue Water, but he'll actually end up isolating himself in order to find some purchase with it. He does not, but we're on.
Bob damage, Rolling Thunder for the offense, pushing this off as the Paranoia was cut through. So that's going to be one of those retake tactics already staved off. Good high ground control for Zostel as well. Oh, but misses the shots. Paint somehow, some way, goes from low to high and then from far to close to take down the final 3 eliminations. And after the showstopper was spent for just a little bit of damage, it's already back to about halfway charged.
Full-blown collapse yet again from Shopify Rebellion Black, and Blue Otter still does not have an answer to this full-blown backyard brawl that gets initiated every single time. And what do you really do if you're Blue Water? You don't go backstage. You don't start the fight before you get the spike down. And you certainly don't util dump onto your very first site, especially if SRB is stacking 4 1s right now, not even placing people in vents or anything occasionally. It is gamble after gamble here for Blue Water's attack. Funnily enough, everywhere except for the pre-plant, which is looking as clean as ever.
Yeah. Oh, salvo combination with the spam just to find Spaz as soon as the Viper's Pit was placed. So that's off the table. And Spaz, who's been largely the sole responsible one defensively for Male, with him out of the picture, now you have to kind of forfeit Paint's flexibility because you have to win back this mid position. And Pancakes with no dark covers is kind of left by their lonesome. And yeah, I like this idea for Shopify. Instead of keeping someone planted in defense, let's try to get aggressive and take some space away and get some prediction on where this hit's coming from.
Especially when you know Blue Water is going to be as mobile as they are. There's no way they're going to stay in one place, especially when they've been losing every single fight that they've been staying put for. They'll move back to whatever is most vulnerable, and this time it's the A side. Of course, they have to do a multitude of clearings in order to get there. So Shopify are actually going to have a nice visage onto this. They're going to be more ready than ever for this fight, and Pain might go for a wraparound, question mark?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, you don't have A control, or A tower control, so you got to do something. Armageddon staves off the play as the defense in towards screen. Cell just looking to get risky with it, but no shutdown. We got to win those gunfights flat out. I mean, we just got to have them.
What?
Too many key 1v1s, just not going the way of Blue Otter. Spike planted, but now here's the flank. Can Zeke keep his attention forward? Yeah, sure does. So now it's just down to this hit from the front. Flash, followed up with salvo. Monzi, another win versus Zostel that should not have come through. But Blue Otter still hanging. Dynamic on this post plant. Bob in trouble. Cannot stand tall enough, but the pinch from Zeke is good. That's their third of the round. Pancake's going to try to hold this to halfway at least. Going to maybe try to hold it for the whole way through. Stops off. Pancakes for 1. Not quite able to get the second. Shondek saves the round, and Blue Otter get on the board.
I think I'm going to be sick. I'm like, this is such a turbulent game for Blue Water in which every moment that they are not stretching their legs is a moment in which they are the most vulnerable team I've ever seen in the history of my life. Shopify Rebellion Black, they can collapse at literally any point in time. They can start the fight whenever because they're winning it every single time. Just some of these shots should not be happening. Like you said, it is unacceptable, the level of duel that some of these members of Blue Water are losing on occasion to occasion right now. And the fact that Pancakes just holds that halfway, he probably could have held it all the way. And Blue Water might have been too spoofed, straight up. It is a touchy game right now that Shondex is not making any better.
Pancake's a little bit of trouble, has help though from Spaz up top. Really good with the snake bite from the low ground. That completely separates the offensive attempt as the trap play at A also, of course, as you saw, found success. Zeldris going to teleport deep into the backside of the B site, but Shopify Rebellion have a full read on this. And there's just nowhere to go. Yeah, I mean, Blue Otter is getting bullied in this map right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a total smattering. There is always one part of the story that Blue Otter is not ready for. And in that case, I mean, you just weren't looking at tower, really? So there's clearly a lot of cleanup that needs to happen, and it needs to happen, like, right now. It's so tough. It's so tough analyzing how Blue Water are making those mistakes because they happen so late in the round. Up until that point, their macro seems clean enough. They are well aware of like whatever the weaker side is at whatever point in time, and they're rotating to that pretty quickly. They're getting on top of it really fast. Zeldris is planning himself very quickly. Bob is doing a great job of flushing out. It just gets to the point where you actually start fighting and you actually start trying to look for people that Blue Water are just, I'm seeing so much inactivity in the middle of all of these fights that Shopify Rebellion are taking. And you're not seeing enough value come from the util they throw. You're not seeing enough value come from these double swings. It only comes when, you know, these last couple players alive are able to pick up the pieces just barely that you're able to get something done.
Yeah, I mean, this has been very one-sided, and it's not getting any better from here on out, at least not in this round in particular. I mean, you got a lot of ultimates around the corner as well here for Shopify when they get into round 8 after this. And honestly, it's one of those things like, how much does the playbook revolve around a dimensional drift to clear, followed up by almost an immediate Viper's Pit for the offense? They need some legs on these post plants because they have not been able to do too much as of yet. Decoy not really going to bamboozle too much. Pancake still holding on a corner. He's got help this time. Monzi close by. Spaz still playing up top at tower. There's all the utility. Paranoia gets sent out first. Sees the gate crash, waiting for the potential sound cue to turn and deal with it, but now they get pushed off as the aftershock comes out. There's the teleport in for Zeldris. Flash on the corner. Countered, though, as Monzi's right there waiting for it, and then the snake bite to delay. It's just too easy for Shopify to deal with.
It's such an artificial clear. It is completely empty with the glossiest casing imaginable. You're expecting Zeldris to pull 3 out of his butt, and he's just not going to do that. You don't have that power behind your swing.
So now you're trying to 2-2 split hit B again. Paranoia gonna miss up top at tower. Look at the refocus from Monzi, putting himself in a spot too. If they need their Rolling Thunder, they can use it, but they may not need it. Pancake shuts things down from the front. Good read from Spaz down low, and it's just Shondex up top.
30 seconds left.
Well, Zeke opens the door for maybe another opportunity, but no. BCJ winning that gunfight now has Zeke completely trapped. He does have the spikes trying to play off of. Special delivery. Oh, thought about it, but Zeke rips the head off. Any follow-up? Paint Shell is going to push them off. 1 HP for Monzi, so you don't want to fall here, but now off the reload, the time is also an issue, and the shots are just not going to be there. So Monzi will take down 3, Shopify will get 6, but Blue Otter make it a little bit more punishing than you would have thought.
Yeah, Zeke continuing to be able to be the one player on this attacking squad to be able to sprinkle some uncertainty into this post plan. He's pulled some level of espionage like 2 or 3 times so far in this on site itself, and he's gone undetected. I only wish Blue Otter had the same level of lastability as a whole player-wise when they're able to take these fights. And again, it's not even Shopify Rebellion Black launching that much util in. I think they're going blow for blow when it comes to throwing stuff from your kit. It's just Shopify Rebellion Black are quicker to the shot, they're quicker to the angle, and they're hitting more stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the analysis is as simple as that. Just hit your shots.
That's my color, chat.
Yeah, just hit your shots. Blue Zeldris. Woo! Okay. Decent opportunity. Armageddon does cut off and loosen some of the play over towards Boba, and now the Rolling Thunder behind this has Shopify Rebellion looking to collapse on this execute play. Still kind of hanging around his Pancakes, who did hit a shot with the operator to start. Viper's pick going to be called in as Zeke gets to work, though, on the plant. Space to be taken here. Aftershock trying to separate this post plant just a touch, and Spaz, woo, had an initial look at Zeke, but doesn't win the gunfight, and now it's a 3v2 the other direction.
Shondex can extend wherever he really wants to, but Zeke is caught early by Paint, and now Pancakes is already on the scene with a rifle in hand too. All of a sudden, this is as close quarters as it gets. Blue Water.
Oh no.
Breathing vapor. Paint spots Zostal the second he steps out, and so Shondex is forced to too. Why doesn't Paint just take care of him as well?
I mean, again, that's just a complete beef of how to play in the Viper's Pit. You've got it set up in such a good spot to contest over through ropes, the drop off of Catwalk, and then in particular over through dirt. But all it takes is a boom bot to clear off half of it from the close side of the spike. And then all of a sudden, everyone just kind of gets a little bit too finicky, a little bit too panicky, where you leave the Viper's Pit, you leave the only blanket of safety that you have, and Paint just feasts off of it, and then even gets the read a little bit afterwards, like we saw there, just a little up and over with the shorty.
Yeah, you see how Shondex, he circumnavigated that Viper's Pit the second he heard shots in his direction. He should have stayed put for at least a couple more seconds in that corner. Blue Water is so terrified right now.
Yeah, this has been a beatdown to this point. DCJ a little bit troubled, deals with the gate crash, decoy out initially, but all of the littering of this choke point has Blue Otter really just resorting to having to play off ramps. And look at Spaz, already in position. Has a stake bite still to play with, try to delay and just make sure everything stays clear from the front. Also has his own wall to play off of once again as a stealth drone will just check to see if anyone's there. And yep, now they know for a fact that ramps is completely vulnerable.
Toxin screen down.
Not too much adjustment necessary here from Shopify Rebellion Black. They know what they want out of this, but Paint is already headed to this back door on tower just to make sure there's not too much of a flood in any direction. Blue Water have to be aware of how many people are here at this point. They're still going to go for it.
Also, this next you come through. Showstopper should be out, but no, they don't even need it. BCJ just spams through the toxic stream and takes down 2. It's just so unlucky for Blue Otter. So Smoke will replace the initial choke point. Paint's still in a really good spot to work with Spaz on a crossfire setup if Monzi sees anything from top window. And yeah, it's just too simple.
One enemy remaining.
Just down to 1.
Down A.
Bob stuck inside the dark cover. Snakebite flushing them out. And there's not going to be enough time in while BCJ just gets the timing around the backside for the easy freebie. That's now 3 in the round for BCJ. You still have a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper at the ready. Shopify very well may be fishing for double digits in the first half.
Yeah, the assembly line has really started up at this rate with Shopify Rebellion. You're just able to pass off the kill responsibility to anybody, and whoever else just micro rotates to wherever they need to head to the next choke. They've had such a good idea of how much Blue Water wants to contest, which apparently the answer is always, dude. The way they continue to just try and press forward in that fight, I understand the situation economically, but just, I mean, you know, waiting like 30 seconds until the stack gets there and then you initiate into a spray. It's just so tough.
Well, can they find something at a Thrifty? Otherwise, you're looking at most 3 rounds. This will be the first time we've seen vacancy at vents like this. But that's going to be voluntarily given away by Shopify Rebellion. Just Monzi playing off of a corner to see if they can catch any information. You've also got BCJ playing deep off the A site. So definitely feels like this is a known quantity that Shopify Rebellion would have to have something in the picks for like being able to get a protocol to reclaim or contest this A site in a reactive way.
Monte gets fully fielded away by the smokes and the salvos, so Blue Water again to continue to play distance, and BCJ still finds a shot through the smoke onto Shondex. Unbelievable start to a round that Blue Water are desperately clamming for as it is.
Oh, now you get the Rolling Thunder in. Nice teleport away, though, actually, as Bonzi only finding 1. Maybe a chance to reclaim some spots as Bob has found a weapon, but inside the site, BCJ just takes over. That's 4 in the round. Armageddon already re-queued up, and Shopify are up 9-1.
That's BCJ popping off finally this game. It's been very consistent with these openers, but hasn't gotten as active in the kill feed as he certainly like to be. Good to see him have a chance to be able to actually hold down a site and get a full sight line before the rest of the team eats away at this crowd for him, which they've really gotten to do. I mean, you're playing Teo, you're gonna be playing from the furthest most of the time, and everybody else from SRB is so lit right now that you don't really need to do too much more, but still BCJ is such admirable work from him.
Oh, mercy me! Everything blows up, everything explodes. Wow. And Spaz even gets a read of the play through mid. Oh, not good. Initially, you thought the flash idea to kind of spam through that back screens position on B was gonna work out. But now the desperate rotation towards A has to come through. Monzi is going to find timing here into Shondex. And these last 2 members for Blue Otter are completely separate. Zeldris may catch a 1v1 here. Paint seems to want to give it a go. Monzi quick to make sure there's not a rotation back off this position at A, at least for now. Oh, and this is just going to come down to timing. And Monzi finds a perfect read on the situation. Zoe, last one left. Yeah, shoulder will be enough information to come out. Paranoia actually does also land. Into the recovery goes, and it's a shorty to finish you off. 10-1, 1 round to go in the half.
Last round before the
And what have we really learned, right? I mean, what have we accomplished as Blue Water making our way onto site when we're just losing the fights? When we're losing the swings back in? I mean, how much studying are you going to be able to do going into the swap? What can you fix? There really isn't much to. The stacks are fine, the rotations are fine, calling's fine. Up until you start, 3v5ing, and then it's a little...
True, yeah. it's just, I mean, again, this is just map number 1, but this is Blue Otter's selection, and it's so weird that this is the 4th, 5th versus 5th seed, and we're getting our biggest blowout yet in the 3-4 matches that we're having here in Winners Round 1. That is not how I saw these first 2 days going.
Really a stunner of a game is this one, provided that Shopify close it out nice and soon. Which, stacking an 11th on the board would certainly be helpful in Zeldris' first attempt at a TP. This round is quickly stifled away again, and they still can't fully punish the guy. I mean, you don't make any progress.
What is, I don't understand that usage of the Armageddon in the backside of the site when you don't even have clearance up towards top tower or at the choke point. So Monzi, who's supposed to fall to that, he stays alive. Zoe can't quite teleport away. And now it's just down to 1. It's just Bob in the corner. Guardian shot does land, but still a lot of work to be done, including recovering the spike first and foremost. 30 seconds on the clock to do it.
Both salvos
30
back.
seconds left.
Pancakes having to stay uncertain, but Monsi can just watch your high ground back up again, so this should be the coverage you need.
Opening shots, just a little bit too low. Looking to try to clear off the side. It's Pancakes up top for an 11-1 half.
Switching sides.
So Blue Otter are going to have to win the pistol and the anti-eco, and there very well may be a couple of 4 spies in the mix if they were to pull this one back. Golly, Tenric,
yeah.
5 and 24 combined for Zoestal and Zeldris.
You ain't gotta do him like that, man. But yeah, Zeldris being at the bottom of this really speaks to where Blue Otter is faltering, because that's not the case when Blue Otter wins. I'll tell you where Zeldris is, at the very tippity top, like 10 kills ahead of everybody else. This is a stunning lack of damage and ground and intel and everything made by this duelist. I'm really not sure who's primarily at fault for something like that. I don't know how much confidence he's giving himself or whoever is calling it for him, but there is just never enough behind these TPs to make it worthwhile. And another 2-for-1 that Zeldris is now gone for. Paint's already in sight.
Zeke hanging on, spammed out by the Frenzy. 3v2 situation. Shondex and Zostal could be trying to play this from opposite angles. Spaz not initially checking, and gets 1 shot out before dropping 2v2. Zoe also able to find Pancakes by surprise, leaving on Monzi by himself. 2 flashes to play off of. Also has Shondex low in health. Crossfire set up, and okay. Blue Otter do survive through the pistol. Nice little 2v3 moment there as well. Gets them in the mix, kind of.
Bit of a meditative round there from Shopify Rebellion. A couple moments where we were staring into space a tiny bit. Just not enough checking to go around, and Blue Otter are able to take swift advantage of it. Well timed. And well fragged. 21 HP separating them, and a probable 13-1 though. So you can bet Shopify Rebellion are going to stay this respectful on these execs with Paint, getting the amount of height that he did on that entry.
Yeah. I want to go back to the point though, and again, I don't want to sit here and just like talk, negatively in certain ways, but just to kind of throw the comparison and talk about like overall what's happened through the Swiss stage. Zeldris is your number 2 rated ACS and KD leaderboard.
Yeah.
Like right up in the mix with Kane, who has been unbelievable. So it's just so odd to see this.
Specifically on Yoru, specifically on Split too. It's
Correct.
like this
Yes.
this is his stomping ground.
Yes.
And he is completely flubbing. Or flubbing. Rest
And I
of
think
Blue Otter
this
though.
Yeah, there's just a level of like they just haven't been able to set up Zeldris in the normal ways that we had seen from before.
Yeah.
Now this round should be pretty comfortable. 2v3 moment. BCJ does have weapon to work with, tries for the transfer, but doesn't have the ammunition to finish off either kill. So that's a little bit more like it. Blue Otter able to survive, collect the Spectre, a Bulldog, and hold on to the Outlaw as they go into their bonus, which needs to be a purchase, by the way, as well.
Yeah, we've got to continue full sending here as Blue Otter. It is just nonstop go, go, go. And to be fair, that's what they were able to manage to a degree on these opening rounds, is just getting a little bit ahead and stalling SRB until you could gain that control. But it still had to come from disadvantage. It still had to come from taking fights that Shopify was sort of handing to you to give back. Yeah, a trade war that Shopify, they could actively win at like a moment's notice too. So still walking on eggshells going into this bonus and beyond.
Yeah, the purchase is formidable, like we mentioned, though. It's going to be a Judge and a Vandal that's purchased behind the 3 aforementioned weapons. And there may be some sort of a set play here towards B main, trying to maybe get some intel before the wall goes up from the offensive perspective. And the decoy will also come through here. It's not going to fool anybody, but it does at least throw some consideration to the direction of Shopify's offense.
Poison's off. Not going to ring up that mid presence immediately. Zeldris is going to stay back on this tower watch with this outlaw in hand. Big hole here from Blue Water on the A site, and it seems like they're going to try and re-add their presence up here, but that stealth drone should get picked up, so we should see, yeah. Shondex is going to start waltzing back over, which means Shopify will start going towards that lean on A.
Yeah, that's a really good adjustment in the mid-round here for Shopify. You know for a fact that Blue Otter are not going to allow tower to stay open for free, so when you don't see anything, you're banking on some sort of a rotation away from the backside of A, and they may have predicted that correctly. Zeke on site with a Spectre is not to be taken lightly, though, especially with the kit that's still available.
30 seconds left.
Salvo, fault line trying to come through. He survives it. Also delays the hit in through main. Shondex now here up as a part of it. Aftershock also could have split up this offense. Here comes the take on the way in, but Shondex and Zeke do hold nicely. That is really good utility from Blue Otter. Pancake's only able to find one. And Spaz, who's lurking up top, has been flashed and seen. Not enough time to do too much with this. There's the paranoia to follow, and Zeldris will find another elimination as Blue Otter secure their bonus and will get a little bit of free upgrade with weaponry as well.
Shopify Rebellion Black doing what Blue Otter actually avoided, which is continuing to knock on locked doors, entering these sites that have all the world's util ready to dump on them. And Blue Otter, the timing this time, more than secure to net a lot of kills, a lot of bodies still standing, and all the momentum you could ask for in the remainder of regulation. However much more of it you're going to be able to play with 2 more rounds for Shopify Rebellion in the cards. All they have to do, find one vulnerable site, and it's curtains.
How are they going to set this one up with the Stingers? It's going to be some sort of a flood. Zeldris, smoked, stunned, still trying to hold. Oh, able to get one connection, did not teleport away. And actually the salvo connects onto another. So that's 2 free weapons now collected if they want them for Shopify Rebellion. But no, they're going to let the sniper stay down. BCJ caught on the play through ropes. Zoan just in and out of the own dark cover. Finds another boom bot, actually teleports into it. Takes a little bit of damage there, but still alive. Spaz trying to chase. Oh, and just as soon as the poison cloud drops, Spaz now able to try to upgrade. 1v1 up top, Spaz able to win that first. Now Bob trying to push off. Poison cloud in play. Both players gonna back off. Salvo out. Bob gonna put the pressure on. Did they get the right prediction? Oh, saw the barrel of the weapon. And Bob gonna try to step up and find the headshot up close and personal. No chance for Spaz. Blue Otter stave off the Stinger push. And now they're on 5.
Got all the faith in the world for Bob to be able to win that fight, but that was nothing short of a team effort from both ends. I mean, Shopify had a real solid opening there for a moment onto the B site. Sure, Zeldris still gets that first frag, but they're able to cement that kill onto him quickly. BCJ, beautiful salvo into the vents to stave off both the push and still find a kill in the meantime. And Spaz, definitely the one on site who did the most of that attacking damage, but Zeke continued to stay standing. Zostol, tremendous patience on the site yet again to be able to hold it down, let the rest of the players back on. And of course, Bob, that closer, you can always count on her.
Heat gun round here. Uh-oh, that's danger. Trying to teleport away. Paint following up. Doesn't even need to find the trigger. Armageddon also going to be tossed in. That's going to force all Shopify Rebellion Black forward. But losing out on one of the opening defenders, and Zoe now has Shopify Rebellion able to just reset the map completely, especially considering that that's your smoke player out of the picture. So a lot of the map is going to be open for the taking here for Shopify.
And you'll see Shondex immediately head back over to mid and try to retain this wall control as much as possible now that it's kind of the only coverage you have left. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they are ready and willing to dive into this B stack, however heavy it may be.
Going out.
Being said, Blue Otter, it looks like they're going to read that A rotation, and Shopify, it is potentially there for them if they don't catch anybody with this stealth drone. Could psych themselves out. Nope. There comes the dump, and they know there's not too much in their way util-wise, so here we go.
But Bob is in the perfect position. Can't quite lock down the shots onto the second contested, though. Nice shot on BCJ falling from the high ground. But the problem is Zeke does not expect that there is a follow-up a little bit more delayed through Mail. So Zeldris trying to delay the spike plan as long as humanly possible to get Sean Dex in a position to help out. Dimensional just going to fade away as Zeldris will hold ground towards B main. Snake
Spike
bite
planted.
down. Doesn't really affect the post plant as of yet, though. And now it's a double walk up forward. First shots are good, second not going to be there. Zeldris, can you hit? Sure can. Trying to fade away from this. Does he get another look at it? To the 1v1. Oh, the shot just a bit wide as Monzi able to find the win, take Shopify Rebellion to map point.
The chutzpah on Zeldris to be able to find those 2 op picks is legendary, but it again comes at a time where the timing just does not favor you, and as a Yoru, so much more is expected of you when it comes to your timing. Unfortunately, it devolves into a 1v2 that is just incapable of winning. But yeah, let's talk about this pre-plan for a moment. Able to scope out Zoe so early on after that first bit of patience and trying to turn that into a full-blown collapse. Blue Water can scrape away a lot along the way. This is not exactly an easy attacking side, you'll come to learn. But Zeldris, good catch on the paint so that they don't get too big for their britches with a 7-round gap among them.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion still stacked up in this dark cover. Likely just the flood utility behind this wall and then try to jump on in. So completely overwhelmed. And you know for a fact that there are still defenders up top on the rafters. Oh, down low, Zeldris has been seen, but the judge is just too strong. What are we talking about? Stunned up, flashed up at mid-range, doesn't make a difference. Chump, hit him, fall him. Blue Water still alive and kicking.
And it's been 5 seconds of fighting. That means everybody's here to play now. So Blue Water, the second that stun doesn't work, the second that gun stays alive for 2 more seconds, boom, everybody's here to party. And Blue Water are able to capitalize on that fully. Of course, it did take so much. It did take a lot of, again, very scary moments. But that is a great roadblock that Shopify Rebellion Black are now forced to hit. So I'd like to talk primarily about where paint fits into all this. Because, you know, normally for even the split pushes, he's been so much more consistently that opening body that Zeldris, you saw, was so, you know, clearly trying to be on the attack. But to find maybe a little more lastability than the sort of one-and-done push that gets shut down so quickly, you'll see Paint either just going in by himself or doing a lot more lurk check-in or just not being as excitable as you see a lot of Raze players these days. And I gotta say, I don't know if it gels completely with Paint's playstyle. If anything, I kind of want Paint to go in a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call. Because, like, you know, you do have this moment where, you know, especially in that last round as an example to it, like, you break the timing completely. It's just Zeldris has a shotgun and you just can't hang on. You're trying to break the Viper's pit there. So, like, I understand the idea. There's not a lot of opportunity for follow-up, but yeah, there is a level of the combination between Monzi and Pain has not been as effective as you would normally assume would happen between a Raze and a Breach in particular. Snake fight up top. Here comes the hit very quickly for Shopify. No nonsense. 2 stingers and a frenzy. Monzi able to combine for 2 eliminations with Pancakes. Spike going to be instantly recollected. Paint's still holding onto the back line, and this is good. Showstopper now earned. Viper's Pit also a part of the play as Paint is going to kill off some time. Pancakes in the corner, sees the barrel of 1. That is a Rosa squared ult right there. He threw it into a decoy, took himself out, but it doesn't make a difference. Zeldris will still drop it. It'll be a 13-6 Shopify Rebellion. Take it away, Blue Otter's map selection.
Sure, if that's the round of all rounds, this game that you decide to be your last, sure, why not? SRB go for the full rush down. They find those early kills, and they're able to spin it up into the spider's web that they had so often on that first half. They definitely did have us there for a moment. Blue Otter fizzling out over and over and over again. Signs of life displayed, though, in that second half that we will hopefully see carry over into map 2.
Very well might, but Shopify Rebellion off to the races early, following up just with what they need in the second half. Has Blue Otter, I'm sure, sweating right now with Fracture as map number 2. Definitely going to be compelling, definitely going to be interesting. Let's see how these 2 teams square up when we come back after the break.
think bringing back Brock from last season made a lot of sense. He's one of those players that fits the initiator role pretty well. And so when we were looking to build past him, the coaches kind of looked at, you know, who kind of fits the same mold of like, does their job, really good comms, really good shots, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of what we were looking for in the offseason. And so when we found all those players, you know, they meshed really well with the coaches. I meshed really well with both my coaches. I'd say some of the players have, you know, either worked with some of the coaches or, you know, talked with them before. So we're all pretty friendly people to each other, and we're all like, you know, likable. So when we go into this thing, we knew like we were going to be committed from the get-go. Like, unless something seriously goes wrong and some player just stops caring, which I don't really see with this group, we should be fine and we should be just full steam ahead. So I think for us from the get-go, it's always been just improve as this 5, really focus on like this 5 and being like the best 5 you can and go all the way to Ascension. I think the biggest improvement has been on the fundamentals of the game. I think a lot of us came from different teams that kind of were taught different fundamentals. Some not taught at all. You know, that's just how it is. You know, you come straight from ranked, play on a few teams, that's just how it is. So for this team, it's really just about combining all that experience together to kind of get on the same page. And that leads into our struggle. I think that was our struggle in the beginning, is just trying to get on the same page at all times. I think the view that each of us have on the game had been slightly different because we came from so many different teams. So now, you know, we've had a few months to, you know, get on the same page, probably like a month, almost 2 months now. Practice has been going really well. We were consistently beating like all the franchise teams. So I think we're getting back into that, you know, all of us on one aligned goal mentality. I think you can expect a lot of firepower and a lot of like highlight reel plays. I think we're one of those teams that likes to do crazy shit all the time. Like we're gonna have some crazy plays this year, especially with some of the coaches on board. They love cooking up these crazy plays. So we got a lot of like star power on this team, and I'm hoping to see a lot of clutches. Don't see us in the clutch, let me tell you. Holy, we got a lot of clutches in the team. Got a lot of like star players, a lot of 3Ks coming your way. So hoping that you'll get to see some of that this season.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Verona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeldris is reinvaded. Where's that operator? He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
First map in the series heading on over to Split. And this was a series that we teed up as probably the closest of all of our quarterfinal matches. And that is not the outcome of the very first one. Only victory for Blue Otter, it wasn't a 13-1, which kind of looked likely at one point. In the end, they get the 6 rounds, but geez, like Shopify Rebellion Black just kind of ran them for a bit there, Ash.
Yeah, you're gonna throw that one to me for sure. After I predicted Blue Water.
That's all you, Ash. Best of luck.
I'll talk the thread after, but I just like, geez, like Shopify Rebellion Black, they came out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, an 11-1 start was insane. I think that when you look towards the defense that Shopify Rebellion had, I think they had really great trap plays. Monty was locking things down on site, but a lot of it also came down to, you know, Blue Water's approach to the attacking side. It felt like we saw a bit of a rinse and repeat of this A hit. There was a lack of global map presence too, which over time, SRB, I think, got a really good read on that, and they played dynamically. You know, they go for a bit of that mid control, a bit of that B main control, and made it really easy to call those reads and stacks.
And I think the big thing for SRB's success as well is how often they were changing up the pressure that they were like applying to Blue Water, right? Like some rounds they were challenging a lot of space, some rounds they were kind of just playing in their trap setups. But most importantly, I think the thing that for me that looks very much in control for SRB is how comfortable they looked in retakes. Like they're completely fine just giving up space when they needed to. They knew exactly where to allocate their utility. They're very confident in their retakes, and they're totally down for these like late round, low man, like low man player situations. And I think that's where SRB kind of claimed their win on the first half.
I think, too, a lasting impression from this is Blue Otter is a team that I really like, actually. I know, like, I'm messing with Ash over here, but I really like this team. And I think a big part of that compliments was the fragging capabilities, because the shots have always looked really clean. And it was something, too, with the pressure that Shopify Rebellion Black was exerting. Blue Otter kind of fell short in that department a little bit from the get-go. So if they can bounce back, then we still have that possibility of a close series. But Roy, when I just think at the beginning of the match, like that's where the ball was kind of dropped a little.
Yeah, I mean, 11-1 does not leave you with much room to work with for sure. But why was it 11-1 is really the big thing, right? And when you look at things like the first kills, first deaths, you're looking at 14 for Shopify Rebellion Black and 5 for Blue Otter, right? We talked a lot about the duelists head-to-head. Ash was hyping up Zeldris, saying don't sleep on Zeldris. He was having a bit of a rough game. It really did feel like the things that we highlighted going into this match that we thought were very important, contention points for Blue Otter. They weren't able to actually claim any of those things.
Especially going up against the Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, you're talking about Zeldris maybe not having the impact that he would have wanted and that Blue Water would have needed him to have. But we did that head-to-head with him and Paint at the beginning. And Paint, especially for that first half of things, Ash, was doing a fantastic job. Yeah, there was multiple multi-kill rounds coming out from this guy.
Yeah, I think that Paint was looking electric when they started out in that first half, like you were talking about. The multi-kills were absolutely massive. And it just worked so well because he had, Monty setting him up. You also had BCJ helping him clear out a lot of that space so he could get those more aggressive entries in and whatnot. And unfortunately for Zeldris, just falling short there. But wrapping back that conversation over towards Monty, it felt like we saw him anchoring down, bunkering in on a lot of those sites, especially towards A with his util in hand as well, just being able to play for a few more of those trap setups. And even though Blue Otter had a bit of a rougher go of things, especially in that initial half, Zeke was the kind of the shining light, that even gave them this chance to try and make some sort of comeback happen in that second half. And it was Zeke still managing to, put out numbers while being on this supportive role. And I feel like it says a lot for both of these initiators on either side.
Yeah, this isn't meant to be like, look at Monty doing this over Zeke. Like, Zeke was the person that kept them in this. And even if Blue Otter at the end wasn't able to chain the rounds together on ultimately falling short of being able to go for that comeback, Zeke is the only reason they really had that in the first place. But when we look at who was able to kind of stop that, I mean, Roy Monty coming into the squad, these ideas that he's bringing, this fire, like it would be wrong to not highlight that performance he was having throughout this too.
Absolutely. I mean, I think how often do you see an IGL drop 4.1 KDA so casually? Like, I think we almost have to highlight it. He's top fragging. He's IGLing. It looked phenomenal. The defense calling was top notch. I think overall he deserves the flowers he's getting. But for me, the big concern point is that was supposed to be Blue Otter's map pick. Are we going into a case of map pick switcheroonie where Blue Otter is going to sweep them out from Fracture, or is it just a swift 2-0? I'm not really sure at this point.
I'm a little worried considering where we're going for the second map of the series, because it is Fracture. And when I'm looking at the recent history here that we have in Challengers for Blue Otter, it's only been the once, and it was up against a YFP that, well, I mean, YFP had a very, very strong victory. And for Shopify Rebellion Black, they've had a really, really recent strong win up against M80. So if you're looking at the pure data, Ash, this is where I get a little worried for Blue Otter. It has been almost a month since their loss. It's very different times. So it's how much progress has happened behind the scenes on this map here.
Yeah, and I think, again, it comes back to that conversation of the win conditions for Blue Water, right? The fact that a lot of what Roy was talking about just not too long ago, the fact that, Zeldris is such a big win con is him popping off, not just numbers-wise, but being able to open up these rounds in those initial engagements. And that's something that he was falling flat on over on Split. And it's going to have to be a really big shift in identity for the team. I think to go back to their roots and being able to help him open up these opportunities for Blue Otter. And I think that that's where you really got to dry your eyes. And we talk a little bit about Monsi and Zeke as well. They're expecting them to both be reprising their roles on the breach, heading over to Fracture as well. They've been playing consistently. I'd love to see them keeping up with that, but now it's about having that synergy for Blue Water coming back together to actually be able to have Zeldris pop off in the way that we usually expect him to.
It's a Blue Otter that is more than capable, but can they stack up going against the Shopify Rebellion Black that has only been scaling? That's the biggest question. My follow-up question, Agent Select, is there a change from Blue Otter considering that loss to YFP? Since there is the opportunity to kind of reflect, is it a play issue? Is it a comp issue? So heading into this, switches, on outs.
Nah, this is completely normal. This is what we've been seeing from both of these teams. We're seeing paint on the Neon. They've looked phenomenal running it on this map. They've actually looked quite drilled, and I think they have a very established idea of how they want to deal with the Vice too. Getting Neon to just run down the lane, try to bait the Vice util. I think overall what they brought in last time versus M80 was impeccable. It was very drilled, and they looked clean doing it, and I'm slightly worried here.
Yeah, I think that this is really scary, especially considering, the fact that there are no changes coming in. So there's no real fresh look compositionally for the side of Blue Water. But maybe that means that they've also, worked on fundamentals when it comes down to what they were lacking up against YFP and getting a better understanding of this map.
With this composition, there's definitely the tools to be able to make this work. Zeldris on the Rays on our maps has been electric. We've praised Bob so much for this Tejo, and of course Zeke with that last match. So all the tools are here. It's whether they've learned from their last loss and can make this happen, take us to a map 3 against a Shopify Rebellion Black that's looking so clean. It's time to head to the second map of the series and back over to your casters now. Tenric and Shift, have fun.
Yeah, I think as soon as we saw the map selections come through, this did not look like a map based on the small sample size for Blue Otter that you're going to feel very confident in. They got absolutely smoked when they were playing up against YFP. So them coming back in with the same composition would lead you to believe that they've just kind of polished up and done their homework on what went wrong in that series to allow this map to come through in the first place. But for Shopify Rebellion, they have looked really good on this map. In particular, their offensive side has been dominant. So I think if you're Blue Otter, you got to come out and really set the tone here in this first half.
Yeah, this is a real decision maker of a half for Blue Otter. We need to see some semblance of progress made on this map with this composition. It really needs to all gel. And Shopify Rebellion's defense needs to be very early staved off. Make sure that Pain doesn't find any ground and doesn't feel the freedom to be able to run in like I think he's about to do. Yep.
Yeah. First blood is clean, polished. Ooh, and we're going to rotate through mid here. This is bold. The longer this takes, the more it's going to be red. And Spaz is in a position at top tower that's going to be very difficult to supplant him from, especially with Pancakes helping out through Arcade. So now you're going to get a surround here if you're Shopify Rebellion. And Spaz doesn't even get looked at tower. Oh, no. Talk about just not doing your diligence here if you're Blue Otter. Follow-up also looking decent. Spaz taking a little bit of damage, but it's just not going to matter. Convincing pistol win here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that just felt like we were going through the motions at that point. Once we were trollopsing through mid, everyone from Shopify Rebellion was ready to go, and Blue Otter was already aware of the fact that they were going to have to quadruple check all 15 of the angles that they were walking into. They didn't even bother to check one. Let's just get that spike down and hope for the best. The best is Shopify Rebellion Black handily winning that round and carrying a whole lot into this next one. Already a tremendous start to their defense. They can be as aggressive as they want on north side. They can be as aggressive as they want on south side. Doesn't really matter too much to them as long as they find the weak side first.
Okay. And I think the other part about this here for Blue Otter is, I can appreciate the tempo that we're starting to see in that opening pistol. We kind of came across, talking about how you get Zeldris into his form. And to be fair, things were lighting up on the offensive side, but this is not what you want to see. Flash with Relay Bolt coming through paint, trying to get aggressive over towards Ditch. Aftershock with another flash behind that. Although, trades are decent. A little bit of follow-up damage as well, but BCJ is going to step up and just reduce this play to nothing. Spike also down, and the last one left is Shondex, who's lurking, and going to lurk right into the waiting arms of Pancakes. Easy follow-up for Shopify. Pretty much a true bonus on the way.
Good to see Shopify Rebellion nip that in the bud. BCJ understand that the longer that this fight is extended, the more dangerous and more opportunities Blue Otter gets to get some BS headshot in there. So he'll just go in and finish that cleanup without too much else decay. So now it gets a little interesting. Now I ask, how aggressive is Shopify Rebellion Black going to choose to be? How confident is Paint right now? How is he feeling about running it down? Because with how much it is very clear that Muncie especially is willing to facilitate whatever extension he goes for right now. The sky's the limit until Blue Otter has some sign to consistently stop it.
Well, just play over initially. Yeah, we're
That's
just catching them off guard with
That's
this aggression
disgusting.
now.
The stealth throwing to get rid of the shear? That's so gross.
Yeah. It's just everything looks complete. And now you're going to get a Marshall shot as well through smoke onto Zeldris. Pancakes, realizing his trap wire had been deleted, just pops the cyber cage to delay a little bit further. And the hope for this round feels like it's pretty much already out of the sails of Blue Otter, but maybe a chance to rewrap this back over to A. If they can find some sort of an angle, maybe an elimination of the BCJ, that'd be huge. But yeah, you can already see the calls coming through. Aftershock is seen on the wall, and the defense is rotating quickly through mid.
Everyone's here to go. This doesn't scream anything different from what we've seen so far, and that means Shopify Rebellion Black are on the precipice of taking that bonus round away. But with that one Brim smoke, they're at least able to get on site, get that spike down, and reposition to who knows where.
Well, here comes the fault line for Blue Otter, trying to get some control back over and through Halls. Not going to work out as Spaz finds Zeke. Bob up top. Could be a decent angle for this. So hard to lock down the Neon, though, just jumping in towards sight. And then just coming up the stairs and returning back in as Ostol just completely caught off guard. Bob just trying to survive with the weapon. Does better to catch another elimination, but the defuse is going to come through, and Shopify are going to win their bonus. Not the start you want to see for Blue Otter.
Really speeding up this game, and whenever Shopify find that moment of vulnerability for Blue Otter's, util defense, they're just able to completely puncture it. And of course, who else but Paint, who is going to be the one to initiate that? So the question is going to get at, I mean, what does Shopify Rebellion have in store for when Paint goes down, if he ever does? That's, I mean, that's the first problem we got to deal with, and then we'll figure out everything else. Because the rest of the team is shortly following it, and Pain is just not dying quickly enough for it to really matter.
Well, not dying at all at this point. Like you said, only 3 eliminations right now for Blue Otter. Just hard pressed to come across much success on these breakoffs. Another quick tempo here towards the B site, but Halls is already gone. You've got some delay tactics in play here with the 2 defenders for Shopify, in particular, looking to see how they want to use the molly. Actually, they've already spent it. And wow, Pancakes is through smoke again.
What?
Able to connect. That Shondex who drops, going to make this post plant a little bit more flimsy. Paint shells up and over the top, has Pancakes running for at least some sort of safety. Tagged up pretty heavily. But here comes the retake from Tree. And again, Paint is already up and in, ready to go. Hiding inside the smoke. Does not expect it to Zeke. Zostel still on top tower as well. Has to commit through this. And there's just nowhere to go. It's already halfway through. Fast lane is up. Zostel able to find one. Help now on the way. BCJ still holding in the corner. And yeah, with this thing being toggled to halfway, it just puts so much pressure on this defense. And there's just nothing that Blue Otter can do. 4 in a row for Shopify.
Such a complete clear every single time. And it's not like Blue Otter doesn't have all of this preventative stuff. I mean, that's what surprised me so much about this comp is how much preventative stuff there is. I looked at this going in and I'm like, I'm still amazed that Shondex continues to play the Vice into this when you already have the salvos and the aftershock and the fault line and your paint shells to play keep away. To have a whole site's worth of stuff on top of that really hasn't, I mean, unfortunately, done all that much for the post plants. And it's just, unfortunately, like, just still somehow not enough.
Yeah, and I don't even know how many of these rounds Shondex has really even been alive still since the post plants. I mean, first blooded in that last round.
Yeah.
Armageddon coming through the fault line. Wow. This has been a BTA start.
It's like an
If you
abyss
don't know what that
pistol.
means, ask an adult.
I mean, yeah, just none of the puzzle pieces are coming together right now for Blue Otter. There is, there are so many different angles and problems that need approaching on such like singular levels that it's really tough to go into round 6 head on here. You have to prevent Paint from finding his way forward first. If he is not the first person in, then Shopify Rebellion Black immediately becomes so much weaker. But on top of that, this setup just it doesn't look complete. The team is there. The team is letting stuff fly when Shopify get on site, and yet they're just walking past. It just all feels so hollow. I'm not seeing it all come together on the site. I'm not seeing nearly the kind of presence that this meta is so boastful of more often than not. And then, yeah, every connection is just tenfold for SRB as opposed to Blue. It is a stark contrast.
Well, that was a pistol. I mean, it was a save round anyway, so again, it's a dramatic look and one that definitely feels punishing, but I think that doesn't really cripple your mental if you're looking at this from Blue Water's perspective. This is the round that matters off the timeout. Close to a rolling thunder, orbital strike at the ready. Plenty of tools, plus, of course, the full rifles. This has to show us some signs of life, though, because like we've talked about, you can see it in the timeline. 3 plants, no successful post-plant holds, and none of them have really even come close to being successful. So you could say what you want about the quick executions leading to plants, but they're not getting into spots. And even to make matters worse, you talk about it. If Paint's the first one forward, now the map is gone. And that's indeed the case. Zeldra's the first one to drop.
Paint didn't even have to do that either. He was so by himself for that, and he still finds the 1-for-1. He's just so confident and able to beat Zeldris at this. Again, such a stark difference where we were just in a map where Zeldris is arguably the best player on his best character on his best map in Challengers. And now we're here where Paint's Neon on Fracture is probably up on that podium too, not gonna lie. And he is coming through in every respect. There's another one.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about this. This is another one of those moments you're looking at it. It's just, there's just so much disrespect coming through. Orbital strikes go both called at the same time and makes a mess of this setup at Arcade. One falls from each team. Sean Dex, opportunity there, but it's missed. And now Zostal is just completely stuck. Yeah, Stim Beacon to get away, but 30 seconds in still what would have to be a 1v4. Desperate times still looming.
You haven't got much here if you're Shopify, so you're actually going to take this fight early on. At least until the fault line comes back, which now it has for Monsi, so you can reset for the retake. They just wanted to see if they could get away with not getting that plant out of Zoe and just really disrespecting Pancakes is still going to try to. Oh, in fact, they're just going to carry on throughout the fight. Yeah, Zoe just accepting it. So that'll be the round. Yeah, it doesn't really matter how many stay standing for Shopify Rebellion Black. They have everything they could ever ask for. It is now 6-0. Where do we go from here, Shift? Genuinely.
We go into round 7. It's about all you could say. I mean, it is one of those things, like, again, like these executes have not been terrible for Blue Water. It's just they're not able to keep up with how quickly the decision comes out for Shopify Rebellion to be able to combine utility with the Neon pushing up. To make matters worse, like in this round in particular, it is one of those, like, you get 2 kills out of Paint just by playing an opening angle by Dish and then pushing through that. Like,
right.
It's tough because you kind of chalk the round at that point, and it still almost becomes nearly winnable. But it's such a lost streak that the purchase is still decent. But yeah, now we're just getting to the point where that's just overconfidence. Paint could just heat check all these barrier breakoffs whenever he wants.
He's buying an Outlaw? For when you're swimming in, when you're Scrooge McDuck? Creds-wise? And you're buying an Outlaw?
Scrooge McDuck is crazy.
Down and out.
And another dry hold. This is just, again, every cylinder.
This is the first time, I think, you start to look at this and say Blue Water are playing frustrated.
Oh, for sure. You're absolutely right.
Taken down.
That means determination. And that'll mean some extra ground. Just pouncing on it. ECJ up the back line, though, and so Blue Water, they got to continue surging forward.
Yeah, that's so tough. I mean, I understand you want to try to keep tree in your hands for this post plant, but once you give it up, I don't think you can really go back to it. There's just not enough information off the long play through A. Zeke, another window missed here, and now is caught inside Canteen. Zeldris, last one left. Has not had another strong start here to this map in, oh gosh. Oh gosh. quickly 7-0. Very quickly 7-0.
There is no room for error when you're mentally boomed. It is a warehouse's worth. Blue Water, just such clear dissonance at this point. The inevitable feels like it's on the horizon, and we're still 6 rounds out from it. But when there's this much of a diff on every single level at the moment, and no sign of real change other than just getting a little bit angrier and a little bit more aggressive off of that, I mean, congratulations. Now you have one person with 6 kills, and the rest of you have 1 or less.
I mean, we're dealing with a combined 9 eliminations through 8 rounds.
Unbelievable.
Molly over the top, looking for a set play right here, and that works for the showstopper for first blood. BCJ trying to hang on to ropes. Significant damage dealt, though, by the paint shells, but the position could be more superior. Pancakes flashed out from the angle. Monzi dives on in. Oh, no. I mean, the moment of pause, the moment of hesitation, you get the first blood up top, you should be flooding forward, and they just wait too long. To be fair, the defensive smoke coverage was great from Spaz, but still, I mean, we got to be thinking, we've got a 5v3 at worst on site once you get that first blood. You got to be running through that.
Like lemmings at an airport, like checking their watch in the queue, like, oh, is it my time to die yet? No, I'm 3 gates over. I still got to stand here for like 5 more minutes while I wait for all this util to get thrown out. There is no level of urgency in a game where you are down 8-0, and if you lose, you are in sudden death mode. I'm not seeing no pile driving on top of that paint kill. It took you 5 seconds to get there. That's long enough for Monty to get there, and he gets 3. There's no consistent answer.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is. They just aggro through smoke. That's all it is. So now you're back on to pistols and a couple limited utilities, and oh, mercy me. Rolling Thunder into the Steel Garden. Doesn't really do much, doesn't get down in time. So Shopify find themselves now 4v2. Zeldris still in a position to maybe find contact with Monzi. These brim smokes are about to fade, but getting into sight is no easy feat, especially when your barrel pops out from behind the wall. Oh, boy, this is not what you want.
This is really, this is just so painful. We're just seeing a total collapse of a team that is so filled to the brim with potential and life normally. I mean, you want to talk a team with individual excitement. This is your candidate, but we are just seeing none of that from any of these players. And in the meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, they have the blueprint every single round, just hopping right into wherever Blue Water are prepping for, and they've been given more than enough time each and every time. 9-0 now for Shopify Rebellion Black Shift. We are quickly making our way into pub stomp territory.
Yeah,
they're blind.
We've been there, I think, for a couple of these rounds. It's just, again, like, this is the 4th versus the 5th seed. Both teams who have seen the extent of group stage really come through. Thought this would be a real tight one, but it's been anything but. 13-6 on the first. Now you're looking at a 9-0 start. Full weapons in play for Blue Otter at least here, but they spend a lot of their ultimates in the last round.
Doors activated.
And are now they've already lost A halls. Again, just the proactive gameplay from Shopify is taking away so much space in the map.
It seems like Blue Water are willing to hand that over at least until somebody tries to swing the shear, because they understand that Paint will be confident enough to do that every once in a while at this point. So they have to prep for it. Of course, Paint now holding an operator instead. He's holding the drop peak, which the stealth drone can't parse out.
No.
So Bob is going to walk up this alone, unless, you find that the Spike is going to find more purchase up arcade.
This is starting to develop, though, nicely. Yeah, even more so that you get both defenders off the B site. So should be a win here for Blue Otter. 5v3 situation off the post plant. Paint.
Spike planted.
I think it's one of those situations they would need to find a pick first before they try to commit into the overdrive. But that is the only real possibility for them to swap off this operator. No reason to save. I mean, you've got offshore bank accounts right now if you're Shopify.
Yeah, we'll give it a whirl, I suppose, after this smoke finally clears away. It was hesitation from Blue Water that won. Let's see if it nets them the whole round, too.
Paint is just running into top tower with an operator. BCJ, though, drops. Yeah, nothing from Monzi and Paint.
There you go.
Okay, nothing there. Flawless round for Blue Water. Finally on the board through 10. And most importantly, you're able to build up a little bit of that bank account. And you also collect the operators. So it's going to pull that into the next round.
Yeah, very profitable round. Exactly what you were looking for from so much of Blue Water. Patience is definitely the key word. Just waiting a moment until Shopify gets a little excited and stepping out and finding those opening picks to take out what they know is that weaker site still. Now, can you do that every time? Can you hope that Shopify Rebellion Black are going to get as antsy every time? I don't know. Maybe there's only 2 rounds left in the half, so
Exactly,
you could probably get away with it.
Yeah. Well, this time, no aggression for Shopify. Paint has pulled out the operator again. Zoe on the offensive side is looking to see if there's going to be some sort of a punish for over-aggression through Arcade. Smoke holding them back for now. Spy cam deleted. Zeldris also going to drop the boom bot, seeing if they can try to pull this defense over just a touch. Can't find the trap wire, though. That might be an issue.
Targets.
Once again, heading towards that Arcade presence that Blue Water found the most strength in. And it's where their pushes have been consistently the strongest before Shopify actually comes in to invade. They have the right idea, especially if Paint's going to get that excited. And you find your opener. Now you enter.
Also lands. A Pancake, while Fulton gets 2. Fake utility. Doesn't actually do anything. It just doesn't actually do anything. Zoe able to at least respond, turns this into a 3v3. Spike could go down here, but looking to contest this with the orbital strike is Shopify Rebellion. Fault line as a part of that play. 20 seconds now on the clock. Bob getting to work on the plant once again in the tight corner.
Spike.
Defensive smoke blocking off tree. But Bob on the close corner has to respond. Nice little dual play coming out, but no, both players will drop, leaving now Zoe by themselves. And it's an operator. And the longer this play starts to develop, the more you're going to be worried about someone hitting you on the backside of the tower, but now you're going to get the information coming through. But BCJ holds the angle, finds the win, and Shopify are going to be 10-1 up.
I wonder if Zoe picked up that op or if he decided to stick with it. That very quick double kill turned what was initially a perfect third-man hold into one of the worst 1v2s you could ask for upon a retake like that. And that's how swiftly Shopify are able to change the course back again. Still, it's one of the better structures we've seen for a round. But after that 2K from Pancakes, you get slowed down enough to where it gets a little frisky. And once again, Blue Water forced to overextend just a little too heavily. Shopify collapsing.
Yeah, that's just...
That's gnarly.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. It's just nothing. These post plants are just, they're so bunkered up. Like they just don't, that's the issue I think that Blue Water has had. Like we're getting onto site okay, but then we're stuck in tower or we're stuck playing on platform at A. It's just, they haven't been able to like hold positions to make the defense have to take the worst possible route.
Yeah.
And at this point, even a 10-2 is not going to feel particularly great. So especially considering, like I mentioned, Shopify Rebellion's offense has been really good. Armageddon coming through over towards B. Rolling Thunder also going to be spent here as Zeldris will find first blood. Trapwire into play. Relay bolt now followed up by the overdrive, but shut down by Zeke. Any trades? Yeah, BCJ is going to have a couple as Spaz also finds one from the top side of ropes, leaving it now just down to Zostal. Again, the trade game continues to turn up in favor of Shopify, but Zoe on the 1v2. Gets info onto 1. Just more shoulders for Pancakes. Molly to flush him out. And now they should be able to double swing this neural theft coming through. And yep, that's indeed the case. No transfer there for Zostal. It's an 11-1 half. Yeah. No bueno.
Man, anywhere, anytime, any distance, there's going to be somebody on Shopify who has something to say. And that time, it was yet again BCJ first. With Spaz taking that high ground. And then Blue Water again having no real answer outside of just the sight line. Shopify kind of just get to sit back and let the bullets fly.
Last player standing.
This has been at least a steady progression from where we initially saw Blue Otter, but now the sides have swapped and we got to do this all over again.
Yeah.
Or Shondex is going to find a lot more with this Vice util. In a perfect world, at least they'll be able to stack themselves a little more in their favor, work around that a little bit more. But just like last map shift, there is zero room for error in a game where we've seen so many errors.
And it's tough because, like, this doesn't feel as much like Blue Otter's making mistakes. They just don't look like they can hang with Shopify on this map. Like, that's all it is. Again, like, the executes are there. They're getting the spike down, but they just don't have enough to survive for a solid post plant, or they're not in a position to take away more ground. And that's the issue I think you run into when you've got something like Shondex on a Vice. Like, you're just not able to lock the space down in time. I don't know. There's a level of, I think, not being able to capitalize in the ground game, rather, like Shopify have already shown us on the defensive side. So that's going to make matters worse as they jump into their offense. Paint's already on site today.
It was against such an early Vine. Great shot, Shondex. So you've at least cut short one member and you can spray through and maybe hope you find a little more ship. Yeah, Monty's going to take a little bit. So Paint's going to try and go for the entry. Does get stunned. I don't know if that was him or a Tejo nade, but they can start fielding away, and Paint's extended over in the mid. So
excuse me.
Oh, what?
He must have thought he cleared that, because you saw him kind of looking at least a little bit right, and then immediately taking the focus over to the left. Must have thought he could see a shoulder or something. Not the case though. And now, as Zeke had to kind of hold his ground after that elimination had come through mid in the defensive spawn, he's got to rotate over to 1v3. First shots are clean with the classic. You got Monzi on low health. But still, all this would take is some sort of a high-low stack, and that's exactly what you're going to get here with Paint just jumping to play for info. Fault line comes through, counteracted by one of Shopify's. Flash not going to affect anything, and are we going or not? No, guess not. 12-1 to count, and force buy on the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of wish Zeke could have pushed a little bit more on top of the util a little more immediately, but I mean, what can you ask of the man in that position at that point in the 1v2 when you've already had Shopify, again, just outstretch their arms and get exactly what they need to. Every single member of the team now above double digits kill-wise, and only one there for Blue Otter. I think we're about to be out of here, but Blue Otter, I mean, they've got a massive buy here. They've got the hold again. This 4-stack from B could be a little more aggressive, and there's a good shot to start.
Well, Zeke first blood. Paint in a little bit of trouble here, as BCJ will also be a key component to take out of the picture here for the Blue Otter defense. So now all of a sudden, you can get back over to A to make sure there's no follow-up that direction. There's not, but still, you're in a pretty decent spot to try to hold on to this, and yeah. Nice from Zeldris. Blastback also coming through. Can't quite follow up on the right click. And whoa, Monzi gets a second. How does Zolso not confirm that trade? It's a heck of a snap from Monzi. But it looked like it was going to be a guaranteed at least 1-for-1 in favor of Blue Otter, but now under 3v3 post plant. Oh, no.
Monzi was still rocking from that blast pack, and he still finds the pick off. Salvos have to get wasted on top of a blind, and it still can't pick off, but Bob extends and gets 2.
And they know where Pancakes is. Oh, tries to take away the first angle, but Bob will connect onto 3 straight headshots with the Sheriff. Blue Otter staying alive. Also, a couple of the weapons to grab here will make this next purchase a little bit more manageable.
You think I'd let this thing go up?
A good opening fight taken by Blue Otter, daring to challenge Shopify, who were also honestly daring to challenge Grass a little bit. What would be the prime fighting ground for this defense, and Zeke shows it with that early pickoff. Still, the work has to be done to clamber back, and Bob hitting her shots to get that extra distance. Again, lack of mistakes, just Shopify being better to make it that close. And so this is still such a uphill battle for Blue Otter, despite the fact that Shopify are on pistols here.
Yeah. Paint quickly. Salvo in play. Whoa, breaks the timing. A little bit of damage up top as well. On top of that relay bullet is a part of it, but Zeke still is alive and well inside of the halls. We'll make sure that the follow-up is, well, there is no follow-up. Pancakes behind this play has already dropped in through A, though. Bob is low on health. Is there information here? A couple of shots. Looks like Bob made no, but it gets caught in the reload. Wait, Zeldris? Okay, thank you. I was about to say, you got to turn and confirm that trade. But again, overwhelming force still comes through by way of numbers. No more ammunition for Zeke. 2v2, but very low health pools, and just a Guardian has been collected to this point.
One enemy remaining.
There we go.
Bagged and tagged.
Shopify once again trying to make the round as messy as possible in order to find something out of it, and a lot of that does have to do with paint, just finding that distance, but Zeke did a good job of cutting that short and making sure that no one else could pile on top of it, and then he even got a kill along the way out. So again, great damage control done by Blue Water this round against a Shopify that is not nearly as explosive as it is going to be allowed to be this round. Rolling Thunder in the pocket too. I mean, still again, sky's the limit for this Shopify team. 9 rounds of free roaming room.
Yeah, long path in front of us, but let's see. And I like this. Again, taking away the top side of the map, it gives you the ability to try to trust that Shondex can hang on to A with the razor wire placements. You can rotate Bob over to help out. And if you can catch any information at all, you should be feeling very confident in your ability to lock down the B site. But instead, there's going to be some noise created by Shopify towards A. And the Rolling Thunder is getting queued up. Are they going to try to push something out here?
Pre-plant? No, couldn't possibly be. They're just preparing for the potential collapse. They want to be right on top of it if it's here, but it's not. Instead, just those lurkers in the tunnel to make sure that no one from Blue Water is cleaning the corners, and they're not. But Spaz is headed all the way back up with this spike. It's a clear of the tunnels instead to get another crunch from Arcade going.
30 seconds left.
And Zoe stole the lone victim
Good
to
prediction.
it at first. So much on Zeldris to be able to try and hold this down, but he's going to get crept up on. Paint!
I was about to say, that's a great stall from Zostal, but now you've got Zeke throwing in the Rolling Thunder way too late, counteracted by one from the offense, but Shondex through mid, able to find one. Spaz on for the plant. Spam shots aren't quite there at all. Make matters worse, Zeke has dropped. Bob now committed onto the platform. Only able to find one. And it's just down to Shondex. Caught from behind, 13-3. Absolute smoke show here. Map number 2 from Shopify Rebellion. Really never sweating at any point in the match.
Blue Water was a team that was so much less than the sum of their parts today, and it's so unfortunate to see a team with so much potential, so much prowess, so many clips, and so much of a good record at this point fall so short in a crucial match like this. They have another chance, but Shopify Rebellion Black, the work is clearly paying off, and they're heading to winners round 2.
Clean stuff in a matchup that was featuring the 4 versus the 5 seed. Who knows? Henrik, I'll tell you this much. If you have checked your calendar, the month is March. That means it's March Madness time, my friend. We've had upsets. We've had 4v5 seeds not come close at all. And wow, this is going to really open up this entire bracket as we move forward into round 2 and lower round 1 for that matter on top of it. Because I'm not even going to lie to you. I can't even begin to make a prediction. You got TSM versus Core. Envy's going to take on Blue Otter here in the lower round games. Winthrop versus Cubert. Hubert looks sloppy. I wouldn't be surprised to see another upset there. Like, we could be looking at a Winthrop upper final matchup based on how they played today. I'm not ruling them out.
I mean, it's impossible to really rule anybody out at a stage like this where, like you said, these teams who had so much time to prepare are coming in looking sloppy. These other teams that are potentially lower or higher seeds are looking so well practiced and manageable and like absolute machines. It's going to come down, truly, as always, to who wants it the most. And I love that about this playoff tournament.
2 days to kick off our Stage 1 playoffs. We're going to take a small break, have the desk jump back in for our final thoughts on the day. Continuing on with more Challengers playoffs, though, throughout the week. Don't go far. We'll be right back.
You know what? I really appreciate that expert analysis coming out from Shift to explain literally everything that has happened in the playoffs so far. This March Madness, this was said to be the closest series that we had.
Okay.
And Roy, it was frankly anything but, with yet again another very strong victory from Shopify Rebellion Black.
Guys, honestly, I think I've seen enough. I think SRB is in the best form for playoffs. That is my expert opinion. I like the way they looked in that match. I like their style. I like how well constructed and how well oiled the machine was. And it really did feel like they're finally tailoring to everyone's strength.
This was just crazy. I'm still sitting here trying to digest this all with what we've seen, because Blue Otter is a team we've given a lot of props to, and rightfully so, right? So for Ash, like Shopify Rebellion Black to win in just such a strong fashion, the only team to 2-0 in our quarterfinal matches, wow. Incredible.
Yeah, I think it's crazy, right? You know, everyone is talking about how this being the 4th and 5th seed, how this should be one of the closest matches we could expect to start playoffs with, and it isn't the case whatsoever. You know, a swift success for the likes of Shopify Rebellion Black, and they are looking in great form, like Roy was talking about. Do you want to give I guess some credit over to Blue Otter with the fact that, you know, this isn't the form that we've seen them in previously. They looked honestly quite disconnected from each other today. I think that big win condition in Zeldris just really fell flat for Blue Otter, and you've got to really give credit over towards Shopify Rebellion. I think the calling from Monty has been impeccable with how they've been playing the ebb and flow here, which on a map like Fracture is so important.
100%. And even even when Shopify Rebellion Black were down in players, I mean, only 9 first kills to Blue Otter 7, which is still more than 7. But when Blue Otter only got the 3 rounds, I kind of expected that to just be a total other direction. They're still able to just rally back in such strong form. So looking at the stats across the board here, Roy on top. I mean, everyone from Shopify Rebellion Black was able to step up, but we'll make sure to give a special call out to MVP Spaz.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spaz played phenomenally that map, but there's just so many more layers that it's really hard to give one person the specific keys to the win condition for SRB, right? Like Ash was saying, the calling was just phenomenal by Monty. It really did feel like every single round they had an idea of what Blue Otter was up to, and it felt like there's just no room. They're getting absolutely suffocated when SRB was on their defense, and when Blue Otter was on their attack, they're getting absolutely suffocated on almost every lane. And even when SRB did guess wrong, they still had phenomenal sentinel setups to punish on the other side of the map, where they were constantly getting their kills. They had perfect utility to set up the retakes to allow Neon to path onto site. There's just so many layers, and there's so many. I mean, I think the caster just said it the best, is just they got outclassed on so many levels.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Paint and the impact here too, because maybe Paint wasn't top of the leaderboards or close to, like in the last map, but we look at such a big map like Fracture and the impact he was able to make with just the space alone he was taking. Even like that last round, Ash, like just sneaking on through. Okay, I'm gonna kill Zeldris with util out, and it just collapses for Blue Otter for there.
Yeah, I mean, just like even having it in him to even be able to like make a contact play up all the way over towards Generator like that, I think is crazy. I think something with the Neon pick on Fracture as well, which allows for such quick repositions and rotations from Paint, were great as far as really being able to throw off Blue Otter from a lot of timings and what they would maybe expect when they were trying to read into how SRB were playing. And SRB just having an answer to every single question that Blue Otter was asking, and finding every single opening, I felt like, as well. All of the weaknesses on their defense, whether it was on Split or Fracture.
And I feel like even just on top of that as well, whenever it did come down to the late rounds, even the 3v3s, those situations were played flawlessly as well. So, I mean, where's the weakness in what they just showed against Blue Otter? It's really hard to find. But that being said, I do think a benefit that, you know, SRB has moving forward from winning so swiftly in this first round of playoffs is the fact that a lot of their strategy remains a mystery, and they don't really leak that much of their strategy, unlike other teams that have gone 3 maps, that have gone the distance on those 3 maps as well. I feel like a lot of the strategy pool and a lot of how SRB wants to approach these maps remains hidden, and that's a massive buff going forward.
Yeah, when we're looking at a playoff brackets with a lot of these really, really strong teams, that there's a lot of tape on for Shopify Rebellion Black to be going through these changes, to be able to keep a lot of that hidden, I think is absolutely great. So congratulations to them on that win. And it's time, I think, to head over to our interview to be able to hear a little bit of words from the team themselves and none other than Paint. We're talking so much about you, Paint. Such great performances coming out. Fantastically strong win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. It's pretty great to win, obviously. We've been working hard to get to this point to where, you know, our wins are looking more and more like fundamentally sound to where the gap is even farther. So it's pretty good.
I mean, you're talking about making sure you're further and further ahead, and I think this was an absolute masterclass of that. Before we talk specifically about Shopify Rebellion Black, I want to talk about you going up against Blue Otter, because this is a team that you actually do play with quite frequently. So then what are you thinking even then going into that?
Honestly, like all the guys in Blue Otter, they're all my homies, you know. We always hang out, you know, we always like play random games and shit. So, oh, sorry, can I swear? Is that fine? Sorry,
You get one pass.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, all right, that's it. I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but they're my guys, you know, and like honestly, I didn't really ever like playing the game. I didn't really like think like, oh, I'm going against my friends. I just like kind of like wanted to play my game, you know, have fun. Like not even think that they're my opponent, you know. Just really try hard to play fundamentally sound on my team.
A lot of sense. And I want to then talk about that fundamentally sound and what this means going on for the team, because in our quarterfinals, every single match of all of these teams went to 3 maps, and we're actually really close series, except for this one. This was the most dominant series by any team so far. What do you think that speaks to Shopify Rebellion Black looking ahead in this playoffs bracket?
I would say honestly, I think today we played probably like the most fundamentally like the best, you know, like that's honestly just what all it is. Like it all comes down to like trades, you know, crossfires, all that, you know, just like making sure we're communicating well with each other. And I feel like we did really well today with that. And that's honestly why the gap was so much bigger. And I feel like a lot of these teams, once they start getting more and more comfortable in the playoffs, will definitely perform probably the same length to us, just against harder matchups.
That makes a lot of sense. And then you're talking about the vocal on the team and everything else. Monty was saying that you're actually very, very vocal. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen and all this. And I want to know, too, the impact that you're able to have, but then also having all of these other really powerful voices on the team.
I would say for me, at least, I always, like, as much as I possibly can, I try to communicate what I want to do in the rounds or what I want to like go for overall, like both halves. It doesn't matter. And like I always relay information. You know, every time I see something, I'm like, yo, we can probably abuse this gap. We can find this, do this. And against like, you know, BCJ, he's very vocal. He's our co. You know, and Monty's our IGL. Honestly, everyone has their own role. Like my job is to relay information and be a turret. You know, because like I'm the duelist. I have to make sure that I'm able to frag out.
It works so well. It's actually so fun to watch you play. You're such an explosive player. We've definitely enjoyed that. So I'm looking forward to the next series. You're up against M80. Yeah, there was the victory here. Get to playoffs. How are you feeling about the rematch?
Honestly, bro, it's just like I just want to keep having like a good time, you know, like through it all. I just want to keep enjoying my time playing this game. I'm really grateful for everything like I've been given to be like playing this game professionally now, you know, being on a salary team. So I'm just going to try my best to play the best I can and hopefully keep making the run. So, yeah.
I mean, the run is looking great so far. We'll be cheering for you. Paint, great stuff. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so wholesome at the end. Oh my goodness. I mean, looking at Bud improve on this, grateful for everything. And I think that's really gotten to show here too, Roy. I mean, sometimes these teams, they put a lot of pressure, especially when we are looking at this, like one of the bigger orgs, and we're looking at, you know, of course, light at the end of the tunnel, we're looking at Ascension, but to see the smiles and everything else, it's really nice.
I think there's a special feeling whenever like your hard work has been sort of uncertain whether you're getting results or not, and then it finally clicks in, and there's this like almost this like wave of relief, like, oh, okay, you know, I've gotten confirmation, I've gotten a little bit more conviction with the direction of the team, with the direction of like how we're approaching things, how we're thinking about things. I think that is probably what he's feeling right now. But I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. This is only the first round of playoffs. Like you can be as confident as you want right here, but ultimately it's about who's going to be coming up the most throughout the entire playoffs and all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's still a long road ahead, like you were talking about there. But I feel like it is also such a green flag to hear just how humble he is about everything as well, and just
Agreed.
the general vibe check too. I think it says a lot about the
For sure.
energy for this team and the mentality that they carry forward going into their matches and after their matches as well. It says a lot about their character, and this is a team that I want to see keep winning.
I like how we get both on the team. We have, you know, we got some trash talkers on the team. We also got Pate, who's just really, I'm just so happy to be here. I love it. There's a lot of depth here, but team now 2-0. That's going to be a great victory to moving along the bracket with. And that's going to be such a fun rematch going up against M80. I'm really, really looking forward to it. But yeah, going into this, I talked to Paint about it. But again, Shopify Rebellion Black, the only team to 2-0. So I'm definitely think if we're talking about favorites, everything else going for the rest of it, like Roy, I don't know. They're my clear favorite at this point.
It actually is crazy how this is the only 2-0 that we've seen. Like we had an idea that it was going to be close, but sometimes 2-0s are close, right? But it's still a 2-0. This is the first one, and it was a clean 2-0. So that is a massive statement. Now we get to see M80 and SRB in the next round. Both of teams seem to seemingly peaking at the same time. I think that match is probably going to be one of the best ones we're going to have in playoffs so far.
It's going to be such a great time. And Ash, I know you tried the hashtag method to try and be right with the predictions there, but you got another opportunity tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
Ruthless.
Yeah. Hey, girl. You can take all the credit you want. You can take all the credit you want if you want. But I think that, I did think that it was going to be a really close matchup between these two squads. And again, it came down to those fundamentals. I think that Blue Water just looked on a different kind of level compared to Shopify Rebellion Black, considering where they were lacking and whatnot, but there's still an opportunity to make some improvements. And I think for SRB, like you were talking about, Roy, it's going to be an intense matchup tomorrow. This, again, I feel like we're not even sealing the ceiling for this team yet, and it's not even close at this point, and it's going to be a dangerous force to be reckoned with.
A playoffs bracket that's really shown that you can never know what is about to happen. So do not miss a single moment. We'll be back tomorrow for even more Valorant. Thank you all so much from all of us for tuning in. Have a great night. Good luck with your ranked games. We'll see you then.
That's now a scope picked up. Can Infiltrator use that? Armageddon, though, off. Flares caught completely. Suppressed, stunned up, nowhere to go. Oh, nice snap from Gamon. Still playing inside the site. We'll line up two more. And it's all down to Infiltrator. No scope connects for the first, but nothing beyond that. TSM.
Let's go in and fight this. And yet, you're able to find it from the crevices. Recoil going absolutely berserk.
Moves does have a winnable situation in front of him. Recon Dart will flush out the site. Has the Steel Garden to play with, also a Razor Vine. He's going to catch one for free. I mean, we're just running on in there. Very odd. There's the Steel Garden. Also going to throw a Razor Vine down. Moves now looking to get aggressive. Bora trying to hold the angle. Both players avoiding one another for now, but Moves will lock in the
clamming for as it is.
Oh, now you get the Rolling Thunder in. Nice teleport away, though, actually, as Bonzi only finding one. Maybe a chance to reclaim some spots as Bob has found a weapon, but inside the site, BCJ just takes over. That's 4 in the round. Armageddon all aggro through smoke. That's all it is. So now you're back on to pistols and a couple limited utilities, and yeah, oh, mercy me. Rolling Thunder into the Steel Garden.
Like, just still somehow not enough.
Yeah, and I don't even know how many of these rounds Shotix has really even been alive still since the first play. First blooded in that last round.
Yeah.
Armageddon coming through the fault line. Wow. This has been a BTA start.
Like an
I don't know what that means. Asking it all. That's now a scope